Citizen 07. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest proportion of wars that have desolated the earth have sprung from this origin. This cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have heretofore had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have
to catch a body just because they want to know how it feels. Just because
he's right, Brian. Like it's rare though, but see, I wouldn't use that as the rule. That's not the rule.
Yeah, that's why I asked. So what I'm saying is, so then when your leadership tells you you have full
intended that the rights of the crown in this article devolve.
I don't want the blowback that's gonna come. The reason why I won't kill you because I'm not going to fucking prison for it. Now, if I were told that, look, because you're
upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors.
That's the problem. Jesus Christ, I think that's a problem across the board in all police jurisdictions. This qualified immunity bullshit, I think it needs to go away. I think that we do need to leave some responsibility for officers that have to be able to suffer consequences if they act outside of the training and act outside of the law. That's one of the things, we've got to push for citizens. But I agree with you. Yeah, certain parameters of this qualified immunity, I think needs to fucking go away. I think it does harbor kind of this attitude that, hey, motherfucker, I'm unstoppable. I can infringe on your rights and fuck with American citizens. And I've seen it before. I'm not gonna lie. I've seen it in real life. Actually, I've worked with a couple of DHS guys. Like, these aren't good dudes. Again, it's the exception to the rule, but I have seen it. I did not understand it.
I watched the interview with a guy that's talking about he knows for a fact in every police department there are guys that shouldn't be there, and all the cops know it, but they can't do anything about it because of the unions. They got people that they know is out there fucking. They're criminals themselves, and they know it. They're murder criminals, and they know it, but they can't do it.
Hey, point of order. This is politics. Sig, please put me in your queue. Thank you. This is politics.
Okay. Yeah, let's go. No more friends. Just either basically waving their apologies go after you. Yeah, what's up? No more friends.
Hey,
bro.
am I clear, Sid? I'm in the car.
Yeah, I'm clear. We can hear you, brother.
Okay. Yeah, I was just about to say that. But Friday, I've been saying that for years, bro. Because it's always some type of what's that word? Some type of corruption or some type of
Yo, you know in Georgia, in DeKalb County, about 30 years ago, y'all heard about the Sheriff Brown that got executed by his the person that was running against him. Like that sheriff was hiring prisoners, bro. He was giving prisoners badges. He was like he built this whole sheriff department on criminals, bro. And the dude who was running against him was gonna clean up the department, and he won the election. And the sheriff had the dude killed by one of his prisoner deputies.
Not even surprising. It go on every state.
Yeah, this is politics. I just want to say in Chicago, the mayor announced yesterday that he wants to hold individuals in ICE and Border Patrol individually accountable, meaning he wants to set up a special court to prosecute, imprison. And so we've got this cultural, political, legal, industrial complex which is merciless. If any of you have ever been to court and you've gone bankrupt defending yourself against a prosecutor who has unlimited resources, the warfare, lawfare is real. And Trump, Sig, yesterday you said we gotta fire these stupid fucking bitches, Noam and Bondi, and I agree with you. Trump put them in there for political points, but now he's used those political points. We need to get a message to President Trump to say, wake the fuck up and start using your best cliche term ever. You're fired. Trump, this is what he fucked up the first time. He needs to do what Saddam Hussein did, gather everybody in his fucking Oval Office and say, Pam, you're fired. Secretary Noam, this is your last day. Get your fucking shine box and get the fuck out. And he needs to take a warfighter, an experienced combat veteran who led thousands of soldiers against the Mujahideen, against Islamic radicals, and killed them all. We need an extremist in these positions prosecuting mercilessly, because Clown World will not stop. Clown World will only continue like a plague, like a virus, like a cancer. We've got to excise and start digging away at our own flesh to get out the rot. And Trump isn't bringing the big guns. We need Tom Holman is a badass motherfucker, but we need lawfare, not this bullshit. We need real lawfare. We need arrests, and we need Republican judges ruining these people's lives to slow them down. And unfortunately, Trump, he can't do it for some reason. I mean, it's all just bluster. It's all political bravado. But the truth of the matter is, he put weak people in positions of great responsibility and strength, and they are not bringing the warfare, lawfare that we need as a country to save ourselves from these fucking losers. Every single politician is a leftist clown absolutist. They have to be stopped. They have to be agitated. The brains have to have migraines. They are destroying us, and they will rule over us, and they are the weakest and the lowest IQ amongst us, and they're extremely dangerous. The country is going into a financial death spiral at 140 trillion in debt. Inflation is just beginning, and inflation will be the real result. Look at Venezuela. Every country that collapses has two defining characteristics: a foreign invasion, which is what we are undergoing, and a financial collapse of the currency. Because when your country goes under, your currency becomes worthless, just like Syria, just like Iraq, etc. I'm not saying we're that far away from that. I'm just saying that Trump needs to do the right thing and fire these stupid bitches. I am complete.
So politics, like, first, Brandon Johnson knows that if these federal agents are working under the full capacity of the federal government, he can't do shit about it. He knows that. He just likes to, I don't know what the fuck, he has the lowest approval rating of any politician in American history.
He knows that, but he says it. That's the danger. He says whatever's on the top of his mind. Yesterday he was calling out white Nazis. The guy's delusional.
But yo, so the thing with Trump, like, see, what's fucked up about Trump right now? You either go max or you don't go at all, bro. And I think Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, these guys, they're making a calculation of what happens after these 4 years. Because Trump's not going to be president forever. They're not going to be protected forever. And these fucking leftists that's in government, they will spin the block and come back to see these people.
I mean, you could be correct, but
Okay.
you could be correct about that. The thing is, words are not violence. Violence is violence. And so you can say whatever you want and get away with it as long as you don't get sued, and then it's going to cost you. But if you got nothing to lose, you can say whatever you want. There's no repercussions for having a loud mouth that talks shit as long as you don't commit violence. When you cross that breach and you become a violent person, that's when the law will actually start judging you. And so I'm not saying be violent. I'm saying practice the lawfare and warfare that they did to Trump, for Christ's sake. Trump is actually the real attorney general. He prosecutes our Constitution daily. He enforces the fucking law. But he's not using it in a punitive way in the way they used it against him. Maybe he's more Christian than you believe and he forgives and turns the other cheek. That could be the optimal strategy when you're a fucking badass money player. That's probably the real truth. You only care about getting that bread because that's the real security, is having huge amounts of cash. So when lawfare attacks you again, it doesn't even bother you. You've accumulated billions and therefore their little fucking lawyers mean nothing to you. All I'm saying is that when I look around and, I'm running in politics and I'm absorbing a lot of political communication from all the people I follow, I can't believe, as somebody who has served in the military, I'm terrified because the leaders are not leaders. They're complainers. And they won't admit we have a financial crisis. They just want to keep spending. They don't care about being fiscally conservative, prudent, and pragmatic with our dollars. These people are in on a grift, which is the Fortune 500, which is the big pharma, the big tech, the big banks. Those fuckers can only make a profit if the United States government continues to borrow and spend from the Federal Reserve and China and whoever else we can get the fucking money from. So they're all hypocrites, and you have to call them out as being dangerous charlatans because they're not truth tellers. They are liars and propagandists. I am complete.
Chris has been waiting patiently. I want to give her a chance because I know she's trying to. So I just want to give Chris a chance.
Yeah, I was just going to say, one second.
Okay, well, you forfeited, so we'll let Fridays go and then you come back.
No, I know. When I hear people, when they talk about the national debt and all that, because I remember I read a book about the modern monetary theory and how America, like Great Britain and I think Japan, because of the sovereignty of these nations, like that shit don't mean anything. Our money is worth whatever we say it's worth because we can back it by our military. Like when China,
That's what I was going to say, like the price of like gold and silver gone insane lately, like $5,000 and like silver's up to like 110.
Yeah, because those hold their value versus the currency. Now, if you look at the U.S. dollar compared to the euro, we're only down like 2 cents. A lot of other charlatans will scream that the sky is falling. I agree with you, DJ Fridays. It's arbitrary. But you have to look at this from a leadership perspective. I've served in the military. I've been to college. I've worked at Fortune 500. You as well. You've lived a life with people who know how to lead. Everybody knows a good leader, a good manager, somebody who's cool, calm, collected, and friendly and nice. But these radical liberal leftist Democrats are not nice. As I just said, they want to set up special prosecution courts. They want to arrest Noam, Hegseth, etc. These are the real liberal Marxist Bolsheviki that want to arrest their fellow citizens for political crimes. That's unacceptable in America. The truth is, the real scam was COVID-19. Those vaccines and the $10 trillion they printed is the biggest scam and Shylark ripoff of all fucking time. A completely unnecessary medical intervention that cost us fucking trillions. So we need prosecutions for that, first off. Going back to COVID-19 is how we reset. Because that's when the biggest liars lied straight to your face and everybody bought it. And some people still fucking believe it. So Trump unfortunately gave us Operation Warp Speed. Go ahead.
You forgot one thing. You got to mention the delivery crash of the economy too.
Yeah, they shut the economy down.
Yeah. That was deliberate.
100%. The whole fucking thing was a scamdemic, pandemic. This was always in our operation, project, and program plan. This was coming. And supposedly they launched it earlier or later because of Hillary Clinton. The whole thing was everything's always been about Hillary Clinton. And that's how cucked we are as a country. That bitch has a huge body count. She's a complete and utter criminal. Pam Bondi won't arrest anybody because she's friends with all of them. She used to work for the Bushes. She used to work for Pfizer. So we got the dumbest fucking criminal corrupted bitch fucking AG. We will never get the justice we want. We can only get the social justice we want by basically roasting people. That's my final submission and final thesis, is the only justice you will probably ever get in this completely corrupted judicial system is online social justice, which means infecting people with the truth, that these people are the worst of the worst and they're ruling over us. And there's a good, we're probably already in World War III. You know, Putin and fucking Trump just put a big smile on their face because we're already fully invested at 1.4 trillion with our NDAA and the military industrial complex. So I'm just telling, you may not like what I'm saying, but I'm trying to accurately describe the situation. I'm still very upset about COVID-19, that people maxed up and they lied to us and created content about this whole fucking scamdemic while Pfizer, Moderna, J&J pumped us full of a poison and we spent 10 trillion to do it. To me, that's the ultimate betrayal. Like, war is at least a little honorable. You go over there and you sacrifice your life, man to man, mano a mano. You know, that's at least fucking honorable. Because it's, you know, I'm not saying the precursor, the misinformation, disinformation is a total psyop. 9/11, we were completely lied to. 2 planes didn't bring down 3 skyscrapers. The Pentagon, Shanksville, fucking rockets. Total fucking psyop, completely lied to. We killed 10 million people. We lost 100,000 people. For what? For the contractors, so we could pile another $10 trillion out of debt to the taxpayers. So all these fucking criminal lawyers and their stupid fucking sheep Democrat followers are the biggest hypocrites and the lowest IQ amongst us. They're the weakest and the stupidest, and they lead us. But the military has its own fucking bubble. Hello? Are you taking the round trip flight to fucking Iran, Sheikh?
But we're exploring options. We're gonna take a layover in Venezuela. Also, are you talking about the contractors regarding the banks? As in JP Morgan Chase?
What's interesting about the banks is the more the government spends, the bigger the problem becomes for the banks, because most of the cash flow is actually going to Social Security and to Medicare, Medicaid. So the banks are like, well, fuck this. Why are these medical industrial complex people getting all the fucking money, $4 trillion a year plus? The banking industry got bailed out under Obama. And the banking industry never will fail because they're secretly in control of the whole kitty. So it's great to be in banking. It's a fantastic career. Investment banking is a great space to be in. The average financial advisor in America makes $200,000 a year. If you want to become an FA and help manage people's money, it's difficult to get into because who the fuck is going to trust you with their millions? So if you can get $1 billion a year to manage in assets or stocks or bonds, etc., that's $1 million to you as the financial advisor. So it's a great career. But the taxation, the problem is people don't realize that the IRS and the Federal Reserve are the same institution. They're both taxing authorities. The Federal Reserve taxes us about 4 or 5% a year, and the fucking IRS is taxing you about 35-45% a year. So just combine them and save the money. And fuck the Federal Reserve Charter. We need to repeal that shit. There's no Republicans repealing that. There's Thomas Massey and Rand Paul, that's it. There's only a couple people who are trying to flip-flop the situation. And those you could call are libertarians. They believe in small government, small problems. Small taxes, small problems. So you're not involved politically to try to educate people or turn people against the hypocrisy that they're participating in. You're just a complainer. I don't want to complain. I want to accurately describe people's complaints. Hello?
Because while everyone's goon maxing right now, and then when election comes around, they start freak maxing, but the banks are quantum maxing. Can you guys hear me in there? Hello? Hello?
Hello? Are you taking care of a baby's diapers? A little poo-poo?
Hello? Yo, Sig. What's up with Custis? What's going on, man? Yo, what's going on, man?
sake, where they found him cross-dressing that guy. I mean, it's sad what happened, but the guy was cross-dressing too.
I saw another topic saying Trump revoked the Second Amendment, and I seen this topic that about 2A that the admin's retarded.
Yeah, because
What's going on?
Yeah, they're painting this narrative that they're trying to make a big deal saying that just because someone has a firearm on them and they're legally concealed carrying, that their intent is maximum destruction, and they're trying to paint them out as terrorists. And they're painting that, a person that has a firearm and 2 magazines, their intent and motive is maximum damage and maximum destruction, which is just not fucking true, bro. And I don't like the fact that they're trying to paint, because dude, I carry 2 magazines only when I carry. I know a bunch of people that have fucking extra mags on them when they fucking carry. That's just common sense to have enough ammunition.
About this 5 hours later is crazy.
Why are you cutting me off, Mikhail? Why you cut me off, man? Don't do that, please. Thank you. So yeah, Augustus, I don't like the fact that they are trying to paint Americans exercising their legal Second Amendment right, painting them as terrorists because they don't agree with how much ammunition. They're trying to put a limit on how much ammunition is acceptable. And no, I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck who you are. You can be Trump, you can be Biden, you can be Obama, you can be Jesus Christ himself. You don't get to dictate what is enough or too much for me as far as exercising my Second Amendment right as an American. So that's what I'm calling out, Augustus. And for them to push that narrative, just completely irresponsible and completely bullshit.
Yeah, no matter who's in power, no left or right, they're supposed to uphold the Constitution. I voted for Trump, but the way this stuff is going, I don't agree with everything. But for them to start taking rights away or infringing or becoming the arbiters of truth is crazy.
And you know what? Sheik. And look, I said this back during Trump's first administration when he banned the bump stocks because of that Las Vegas shooting thing. Trump has infringed on American Second Amendment rights before, bro, and I'm not a big fan of that. Like I said, I'm not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. There's a lot of things about that Trump does that I do like, but I do believe when the criticism warrants, it needs to be localized, man. Sorry, you don't get to infringe on my Second Amendment rights. I can carry a fucking 1,000 rounds of ammunition if I want to. Doesn't mean I'm a terrorist or I have, any negative ill will or malicious acts. Sorry, I'm not going to stand by that, man.
Yeah, criminals will find a different means to work around it. They're gonna say, oh, just because guns don't exist, I guess we won't be criminals. Criminals will start making Muslim alarm clocks and getting around it.
Well, this guy, Freddie, too, man, as much of a fucking idiot as he was for the decision he made that day, people are trying to make it seem like, oh, well, he showed up to a protest with a gun. He was legally allowed to fucking do so. There's no Minnesota laws. There's no federal laws against it. He was perfectly within his legality to have that firearm. And, we're being honest about this situation. His firearm was not an issue up until it was confiscated from that ICE agent. So, people are bringing that up, and it's like, no, his firearm had nothing to do with it. He never tried to reach for it. He never brought it out. He never fucking mentioned it. It was not a factor up until he was disarmed by the ICE agent.
I would support Kyle Rittenhouse, or how do you say it? And if he was deemed innocent, then this guy should be deemed innocent in his perspective. I still probably have to.
Point of order.
Totally different thing, brother. This dude was trying to take Kyle Rittenhouse gun from him, and he defended himself. 2 totally different things.
Why don't you guys actually look at this guy's life for the past 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? What was going on in his life? Who was he communicating with? What was his work life like? All that information has come out, but people on this app just want to sit here and either donk on police. But the truth is, this guy is an LGBTQ activist working for Tim Walz's executives. He's on the Signal chat. The guy's an operator, and he FAFO'd himself under the instructions of Democrat leadership. To me, you could bring RICO charges against these fucking traitors, these betrayers and terrorists, send in the fucking FBI, and arrest the politicians. Arrest them and bring them to lawfare justice. If a Democrat judge is going to release them, so be it. But bring us justice!
enemy of your enemy is your friend, but also they're not your ally at the end.
Because everything's politics. Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I took this book called The Concept of the Political from this author called Carl Schmitt, and it talks about the friend-enemy distinction. And he argues that the core of politics is the existential distinction between friend and enemy. This isn't about personal likes or dislikes, but about public enemies, one fighting collectively, confronting another similar collective. So that's what like means to be political.
See, what we need is for politicians and these criminals to walk out of the courthouse, look at the Republican lawyer and say, why are you doing this? You're wasting our time. And then the Republican lawyer points back at that corrupt politician and says, we're doing this to waste your time. That's the fucking point of this, is to waste these people's time, to cause them fucking to stumble. The Chinese saying they don't trip over a fucking mountain, they trip over stones. We need to start tripping these people up through lawfare and then exposing them on the back end and set up a trap for these people. We're being played by them. We're not playing them.
That's the thing, that's what DJ Friday was pointing out, is that, because I'm upset too, there's not any arrests, nobody's getting arrested. Like I said, if any one of us in this room were to do a fraction of what these guys are doing, we'd be jailed for life, no questions asked. It's these higher ups that never get prosecuted, but it's a political game. I think DJ Friday was pointing out that these people are trying to watch their back, so when this administration is over, they're not going to be, because it's just it's a cat and mouse game, man. It's, if you fuck with me while you have the power, then best believe I'm gonna fuck with you back once I get that power back. And I think that's what these people are doing, and it's in their own best interest. It's not in the interest of the American people. And I think that's the problem. That's an issue.
Well,
And that's what I be saying on social media when I hear people on the right like so gun blazing for the, I'll be like, bro, remember, bro, the right ain't gonna be in power for all that long.
But the problem,
Everything you're advocating right now, remember when the other side got that power?
but point of order, moderator, that's your opinion. The truth of philosophy is the now is all there really is. So if you don't take advantage of the now and you think there's free beer tomorrow, well, guess what? All these people who think they have pensions, in the future they got half their fucking pension. Everybody's living on a lie. Don't you see? It's all fucking a huge giant linguistics. It's basically all a lie. The whole future of America is built on a lie. Because the truth is, the currency's worth half of what we claim it is. Everybody's pension, 50% or less, is actually already there now. There's no funding for any of it. We're 40 trillion in debt and 100 trillion in unfunded debt liabilities. All these young people going into the military now who think they're going to have a pension, these police officers working now, these firemen working now, these teachers working now, they think they have a pension, but they don't. It's all built on a lie. It's all fucking in the books. You can see it, just Google it. All the numbers are out there, but everybody's living as if their economic future is protected or invested. It's not there. I'm just telling you that lawfare is what happens on the left, but on the right, there's no fucking lawfare. Why is that? Oh my God, because most of the people on the right are probably fucking already super rich and bankers, etc., and they're not gonna fuck with it. But to think that they're worried about repercussions or being attacked for them attacking in the future, that's ridiculous. That's not a good reason not to do it. There's no will to do it. Bondi is totally bought out. They're all fucking in the same network. But here on Clownhouse, we're in a very lower level network. We're not in that George Carlin stratosphere network, but we can just try to accurately describe it. But I'm just telling you from a personal development perspective, running for politics will increase your awareness substantially. You don't know the 60 lawyers living in the shadows. There's so many people working on this, the political, legal, industrial complex. You've just never run into them because you've never run. But I'm telling you from a personal development perspective, you should try it. Anybody here should try to run for a committee person or a state representative or a state senator. It doesn't matter. At least attempt it in your lifetime so you can understand how lawyers completely control all of our society. Ribbon Shalom! Another John Kitover recording miracle.
And that affected everybody in this room. So I am being specific, right? And I'm trying to explain to you all how we're better all together, right? Because and the reason why I said 6 figures, JB, was because I told it was a whole number that everybody could follow.
What's that on your name? That's City. That's how I don't trip. It is. But that's not what we on right now. You just want to keep attacking Trinitarians, bro. Chill. I get you. I understand you.
Yeah, that's the table, man. Doctrine has reached the
I got you, but I am building with somebody too.
you know me. I chime in from time to time. Y'all do your thing. I just be chiming in from time to time. Y'all do.
That's cool. We could get that, bro. I'm not tripping.
Hey, no, but it's a good deal. But no, to that point, I would say again, you put it in on saying that the Bible don't say God ever prays to God. I'm saying, bro, if
This is actually in Chicago, which we've been working on since.
Or whatever model of the Trinity, because people say the Trinity like it's one Trinity, like it's several different Trinities, so we can't say the Trinity.
I agree.
Whether you a monarchical or a social, whatever, everybody's gonna say that Jesus is God, bro. You can't be a Trinitarian no matter what kind of Trinitarian you are. And think Jesus is not God. The one God of the Bible. Now you're gonna see a person, the distinction of persons, this and that, whatever. But we can't disagree.
Hey everyone, it's $44 person Andre Boston, chair of the Community Academic Refugee Rights.
Identify that one God of the Bible. It's the same one God of the Bible. So when Jesus, amen. So when Jesus is praying, I'm saying we got the same conundrum. And you're saying you have a way to explain it.
Mine's a little different.
But it's a conundrum nonetheless, and the Muslim is gonna say that, and the Jew is gonna tell you that, and so forth and so on. But what I'm saying is, okay, you believe you have a better explanation out of the conundrum, and I'm saying, okay, of course, that's your religion, or else you wouldn't believe it. And I'm saying I believe the same thing about my position, and I have a better explanation out of the conundrum. I'm not acknowledging that it's a conundrum. But I'm saying it can be explained.
My voice is.
Rex Vasquez! Lawbreaker! Oh, that's gonna drive people crazy.
So you have the problem with the doctrine of oneness. It's just my opinion, bro. Obviously, we have a good bill, so I just not be attacking or nothing. Yeah. So from what I see from oneness, God is only one person.
Well, I don't hold that God is a person at all, honestly, and that's why I'm saying there's different nuances to when you talk to people who hold the oneness, and that's why I said that what I said about that title. But yeah, my position is not that God is a person at all.
Well, I would say this then: He only consists of Himself. Like I don't know how else to put it, but here's the thing, though. When you mention things like prayer and communication, it falls better on my end because you have two distinct persons that's able to actually fill out the definition of prayer and communication versus where it's only just one, whether you want to call it a person or not, it doesn't fulfill with the definition that's required for prayer and communication. You get where I'm coming from?
I get, if you say the definition of prayer and communication, it has to be one, basically, individual.
One has to communicate with another. There
Right.
is going away around that.
Right, and okay, so even with that, though, I don't disagree to that. I don't have a problem with that definition. I agree that there's one communicating with another. Now, how we see the one with another and how we distinguish the one from the other, that's where we disagree. You know what I'm saying? And that's where we always gonna disagree as far as like the Trinity and the modalists or the oneness disagreement. That's what disagrees is that right there. It's like, who is the one that we looking at? We gonna say it was the Father in this tabernacle because that's the one God. And then, on the other side of it, gonna be like, no, it couldn't have been the Father because it was the Son who came, who lowered himself, or humbled himself, like in Philippians 2. It was the Son who came. It wasn't the Father. And that's our biggest disagreement. That's what we're going to always disagree. So
Let me ask you this then. Let me follow up with this then. You believe the only reason why that Jesus is able to pray to the Father because he's incarnated, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Do you believe that same incarnation before then existed before incarnation?
The same incarnation you said did exist before the incarnation?
Or did that flesh just miraculously appear only at that time of Mary's birth? Like it didn't have no previous existence. It's just right there as that starting point.
I don't think the flesh, no, I don't think the flesh existed, no, not before.
Gotcha.
I think Mary's womb is where the conception of that flesh begins, and the flesh was actually knitted together in the womb, just like every other baby.
Got you. So when you have a verse that says, Father, glorify me with the glory I had with you before the world began. Now the key words is with. That's very important.
I think it's poetry right there, too. He says, with your own self.
Where it says that?
Where he says, with you. When you look at that in the Greek, he says, with thy own self.
That's new to me. If the Greek said that, then I had to get that to you. But when I read from English, it's saying with you.
When the KJV says with thy own self as well, in the English.
Even if that was the case, you still have Jesus speaking to another person, whether you want to call it a person or not, the Father, and saying, glorify me.
Mm-hmm. But he's saying that in the flesh. He's saying that as a man standing on earth, his feet is literally...
No, I get that. So why is the flesh saying, glorify me before the world began if the flesh was part of the world?
He's saying, give me the glory back, or, something to that effect that I had with my own self, or with you. And I don't know if people interpret that. Sometimes they'll say, like, because Jesus was in the bosom of the Father before he came through the incarnation and manifested into the world. That's where the word was in the bosom.
Well, oneness can't say that, though.
I don't know. We say that. I've been teaching that for years. I can see.
That's crazy.
I've seen sermons I preached on that, everything.
Interesting. That's interesting. I thought that gives a whole distinction. Okay, so...
We believe in distinction, bro.
Okay.
I just don't believe that.
Yeah, I never heard.
That's crazy. It's crazy that I'm literally a licensed minister.
Only the Father exists.
Hold on. I've been preaching oneness, but I can send you videos of me saying this stuff years ago, not like yesterday. I've been on Clubhouse, for example, for 5 years at least. 6 years. This is me the 6th year. I got record replay after replay after replay of me teaching this stuff, and you saying that this is like.
Believe that, but
Well,
that's not the
you just said, how is it not the oneness position?
Well, the reason why he's saying that because the Father only exists
before the virgin birth. So yes.
Oneness believes that the Father. No. The oneness position. You can go look this up. Just ChatGPT this, like anybody Google. The oneness position is that the Father is the only God, but the word did pre-exist, and then it gets into some deviations of how that's understood amongst oneness people, because there's not a monolith when it comes to how the word pre-existed. Some do hold to some type of quasi Trinitarian like dogma, where they'll say the word was this angel of the Lord like figure.
I think
that is oneness. I think you're confusing Unitarian.
Anybody has to
you have more than one self.
I will put the information in the chat when I'm telling you.
Yeah, you're confusing. It sounds like you're confusing Unitarianism. It sounds like you're confusing Unitarianism. No, I'm talking about James. I'm talking about James.
No. Unitarianism. Actually, Unitarianism is the same.
No, it's not. Unitarianism, they don't subscribe to God.
It all comes down to God. Stop talking over me.
They don't exist.
I'm not talking over you. You're talking to me like I'm talking over you, brother.
Okay, who's speaking right now? I'm sorry.
That's me. Now, what was saying?
Name yourself.
Terrell. The owner. So now it's Terrell. So I was just saying, all I was saying was that Unitarianism.
Sorry, John.
They don't. That's the difference. They don't subscribe to the pre-existing God, and oneness do.
No, oneness
describe oneself, that's the Father. That's what it's
Alright, just see, with the distinction of the word, with the distinction of the word,
we're getting ahead of ourselves, Bible. I'm not saying, you guys believe in oneself, that's the Father. That by definition is that by definition is a unipersonal God. And then the Unitarians believe in a unipersonal God. That's where you guys identify with each other.
Yeah, but we don't identify, like what the brother said. We disagree on Jesus being that one pre-existing, self-existing God. They don't agree to that. We do. So there's a huge difference in demarcation from what we present to what the Unitarians present, because they would never say that Jesus is that one Most High God.
They won't even say He's Almighty.
Don't you prescribe?
Never say that.
But don't you prescribe that the Word is a plan or a thought? Until the incarnation, now the Word is manifested as a reality.
All right, so can I answer it?
Yeah, go ahead.
But didn't Jesus say He's not the Most High God before He moved past that?
If you're asking me personally, what I believe about that, I would say that, yeah, I'm more inclined to lean towards some type of maybe a literary device like poetic or wisdom literature being utilized by Paul, by John, in John 1, when he's saying those things as far as, the word and this and that being made flesh. But yeah, I don't remember your question exactly, because somebody came off the mic and said something else about Jesus not being God. Sorry, bro. What you said the word. What was the question specifically? Because I was starting to answer, and he came in and interrupted.
The Word, according to you guys, is an abstraction. In other words, it's a plan or a thought.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Real quick. So if you're asking me personally, I lean more towards that ideal understanding. Like, it's not necessarily abstraction per se, but it's something that's real, because I believe even like our thoughts, they're like real things in a way. Like, you can materialize a thought, like, and put it into like if you have a thought, like you write it on a piece of paper.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. If you're saying the word is...
Let me just say this. You got it. I'll drop it right quick. Just 10 seconds. You can have a thought literally right now, right on a piece of paper. You can materialize it into the real world. Like, you create it, really. That's starting in your mind, right? And that's like how you get made and built out of, like all that. But everything started as a thought at some point, even creation itself. Like, so that it goes back to that. So I lean towards that. But my point, and even what I was saying earlier, again, it's not a monolith. About when it comes to oneness thought, there's people who see it in like almost similar fashion. I consider it, I'm not making this up. I don't necessarily agree with them, but their oneness nonetheless, and they will come to the same conclusion essentially when it comes to who the one God is. But they see like this word as like this angel of the Lord like figure that's kind of like this other, I don't know, like how they say it, how y'all all kind of say it.
Person.
I guess if you don't say it like that, but like, okay, but I'm saying that's one. There's a, and it goes all the way back to like, you know what I'm saying? Way back, like
James. James, the word is person.
Well, I don't know if they would say person. That's why I didn't use it, because I don't know. Like if the women, I don't know. I don't know the exact depth on that end. But that's just know if they would say it's another person per se. I think that they would say it's another. Something. I don't know if that was
Minister Ken, you got two persons, man. Get out of here.
Let's grant what you're saying. Let's just grant that. So if the word is coming from the
hands today, Your Majesty.
it became flesh, and we see the flesh literally has
Our community
something completely different than what the Father wants. When he said, "Let this cup pass, not my will," we already distinguished that he had his own will, but your will. Then he's distinguishing another will. How do you explain that?
Because he's a man.
That's literally two wills.
He's a man when he says that, bro. So he's a man.
But you just said the word manifested in the flesh, which is in the bosom of the Father.
Yeah, the word was in the bosom of the Father. That's what John said. I just said that. He said that. So
I understand. So if the word is coming from...
No, it didn't say that the word was in the bosom of the Father.
Right, right. And so that means, John, a man was in the bosom of the Father?
Brother, that's what he's saying. What are you talking
about? I'm asking you. Are you saying a man was in the bosom of the Father?
No, bro. You just jumping in and you don't know what you're talking about. So back to what I was saying.
The conversation. I just piggybacked off what Brother Ken said, which a man, what Hope Man said. What you talking about?
brother. First of all, he the one believes that.
Yeah,
Why are you questioning me? I don't believe that. That's why I'm saying I don't know what you're talking about.
You said Jesus came from out of the womb, so I do. You said Jesus came from the bosom. Jesus is a human.
No, I said Jesus was in the or the word was in the bosom of the Father. He didn't say.
Yeah. Because Bible just too. He got something personal against me just because I'm a Trinitarian, bro. Chill, brother. Just chill, nigga. Just chill.
I am gonna speak to your belief because you believe that.
I really don't care, bro.
So I have you was a man in the bosom, and I know you don't care because every time you face off with me on a debate, I tell you look to dust with Bible.
Nigga, you're right. Yep, you did it.
And I love you, John.
All right. So if the word is coming from the bosom of the Father, and now it's becoming this flesh, and this flesh is speaking to the Father and saying, not mine.
Brother Dewan believes that though.
What? They came from the bosom of the Father?
He just said he literally just said he believed that, man.
He never said that. I said that.
Wait, you said you believe that, Brother Dewan.
Bro, y'all not listening, bro. This is crazy.
Man don't believe a literal man, and that's what I'm trying to get John to admit. John believes a man was in the bosom of the Father, and then the Father sent the man that was in his bosom.
I never said
Yeah, he never said that to me.
Well, I don't know what's wrong with this, man.
What I'm saying is, when you said that the word come from the bosom of the Father, okay, I applied that to Brother John's doctrine. If this Son of God is a person other than the Father, and he already up there, that means a man, a human, came from the bosom of the Father. And I'm trying to charge John with that. He said, I know what you mean, old man.
Okay, sounds good. Well, we're not charging my doctrine about his. So can you please stop coming out of mic, please? Thank you.
Mute up and be quiet.
Yes, that's the decision right. Yes.
I'm on back.
Please. You know there ain't no problem, John. I go up here and take you just a bit from me.
Please.
I don't think Brother Dewan is saying that the word is coming from the bosom of the Father in a literal sense, like.
No, I was
Hope is saying that, bro. Hope is saying that.
That's where the word was, like the pre-existence. You feel me? Like the word was in the bosom of the Father. It was
I'm back,
to the Father. It was heart to heart with the Father. It was near and dear with the Father. However you want to say it, but I'm saying that's how the word.
The bosom is not a location.
Yeah, obviously, right?
I'm just building off of what he believes. I don't know if y'all understand.
I do see
Speaking off of what he's saying.
I do see what you're saying, Cartier, but I think Brother Dewan is more sure. Like I guess he's communicating a relation, because John 18 is communicating a relation. No man has seen God at any time. I put in a side chat. The only begotten Son who is in the bosom of the Father, he had declared him. So this is denoting a relation between God and the Son. So I don't think Brother Dewan would be saying that there's a relation between God and his Son in eternity past, and then this Son comes down and becomes the only.
No. But I'm saying that's what I'm saying.
I know he's not saying that.
No, and I don't think that.
That's what that means in John 1:18.
That's exactly what that means in John 1:18.
That's what that means.
But nonetheless, I think Brother Dewan is communicating.
No, I'm definitely not saying that.
I know you're not saying that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think John was taking me to say that. I think that John understood that I wasn't saying that. And, that's what we was building on, going from the disagreement standpoint. Like, obviously, he probably see it that way, but I don't think he was thinking that I was saying that.
Right. Exactly, brother. Thank you. So, Bible, do not come off the mic anymore, bro. Please. My nigga, you be having a lot of coffee or something, dog? Like, why do you always hype like that?
It's not even that. I'm drunk. I've been drinking living water. And it's not in my bones, and I'm drunk in the spirit. And I'm smoking Holy Ghost fire, and I'm high.
Everybody else explaining their doctrine. It's up to these Trinitarians. It's supposed to be a Trinitarian room.
Brother John.
No Trinitarian is explaining their doctrine.
May I ask him one thing?
You couldn't even tell me.
It's cool.
Don't you start, John.
I'm going to answer this question, though. thought you had asked me a question, bro. Did I answer the question? And then I'll bounce out if anybody want to jump in. You jump in.
Do you think?
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, but yeah, that's a good bit, bro. You know, it's all good. Like I said, the biggest disagreement that it's gonna always come to with me is who is the one God. And then, like I asked the Trinitarian, bro. Well, let me be fair. I don't know if he's a Trinitarian, but I have had Trinitarians tell me this in the past. Like when we go, it's what's his name? He's not in here, so I don't like speaking on people when they're not present. But Mr. Brother, that his name was Tony. You get a lot of these rooms or whatever. I don't.
Congress has the power.
He's not.
He's has the power to reduce or completely eliminate appellate jurisdiction.
Yesterday, I think it was 2 days ago, about Revelation 4 and 2, when he said there's one seated on the throne up in heaven. And I said, is that Jesus? He said, no. And I was like, dang, that's crazy. So I've had Trinitarians tell me that before. And that, you know, that's where it kind of get problematic for me, because I just read the scripture and keep them in sync for the gospel. And I'm like, well, if I'm saying Jesus is the one God in the Bible, but then when I go to a scripture like Revelation 4:2 that says that John was called in a vision to come up hither to get a glimpse of what's going on in heaven, it said there's one seated on the throne. It said the one seated on the throne created everything, and he being worshipped. And then I ask people, can you believe Jesus is the one God of the Bible? And when I say, okay, who is Jesus the, you know, when it says that one sitting on the throne, Jesus did, and you like just boldly just like confess and just declare like, nope. I'm like, what the heck? Where you get that from? God did, you know what I'm saying? But
If I'm not mistaken, there's literally 17 thrones mentioned.
I know, but it says one on the throne. That throne that it's talking about in Revelation 4:2, it says one on that throne. And, you know, it talks about that one receiving worship for being the one that created all things. And, Almighty Lord God, you alone. So it's on that throne. And if we put 17 around that throne, we got problems. You know,
I agree. I agree.
Questions on Trinitarians? Do y'all
Let me
think
ask you this
the
though.
throne is literal or just?
Well, it has to be literal. I don't think there's a
Okay, so
throne that
if
got
Christ had the throne and Most High has the throne, like, how do y'all visualize away? Like, what's the
See,
visualization?
Trinitarians think that God really has to kind of sit down on the throne. They actually think that when Jesus is sitting on the right hand of God, they think he's sitting and they get tired and then it says he's standing on the right hand of God. They don't think that the throne is a literal chair because the Trinitarian doctrine is a lie.
Okay, but so what's the Holy Spirit? The Holy Spirit will come to you.
God got kneecaps, so God is sitting down on the throne.
You say, yeah, the Holy Spirit is.
I think it say that, you know, John 4:24 is saying God is spirit, and they that worship him must worship in spirit and truth. So I think that God, however that is, exists as a spiritual being, some kind of way. I mean, you know, it's kind of hard to find like what a spirit really is. I think our language be kind of limited, but anyway, the Bible say that he's love, he's spirit, he that and the third. So it's like he's immaterial, basically. Is that what I get from it? It's like he's immaterial. He can't really. He doesn't necessarily consist of like time, space, matter, or is limited to those properties or whatever. He transcends in the face of a
The name against all the
I'm saying, so, like, his spirit came
To Minneapolis for some big personal choices today. Got my boarding pass, got my bag, and about 4 hours of nerves in my stomach. Made it to Minnesota. Cloudy, a little cold. Feels like candidate John flying to Minneapolis.
Odd, but hear me out. If you've just gone through an abortion, we want you to live here for protected and cared for. Vaccines and scars.
Morning, everyone. We're running a free baby vaccine clinic today. Come on in. Hi, Dr. John. Little Maya shots on the house. We are. Thank you so much. Ready to go? Huge protection. You'll just feel a quick pinch. Welcome to the pop-up clinic, home of the free baby bonus vaccine. I'm Doctor, well, enthusiastic guy with the lab coat, Kitover. Speaker, I came here to fix Congress, but I can't even fix the coffee machine.
Deep dish with a bunch of political clowns on a moving bus in Chicago, but here we are. Pizza and peace. That's the filibuster at home. We brought the mozzarella. Deep dish with a bunch of political clowns on a moving.
Hey, folks, I see the Democrats brought charts and I brought common sense. Here we go. Welcome aboard. Bus headquarters, kitchen, and campaign machine all in one. Smells like victory. And pepperoni.
And a little garlic butter if we're honest.
The polls say we're rising faster than a pig. Welcome aboard. Reviewing all the evidence, I hereby find both of you guilty. Guilty of what? Just guilty of devouring pizza and chugging unauthorized blowing juice in this court. Sentence delivered. Guess we'll take your punishment. Works for reviewing all the evidence, I hereby find both of you guilty. Guilty of what? Just guilty of reviewing all.
About John 14, 15, 16, or really into 17 as well. He was talking about the coming of the Comforter, the Spirit of Truth, and whom he's going to send once he goes away. He does these interchangeable kind of synonymous kind of ways of, the Comforter will do this, or the Spirit will do this, but then I'm going to do this, and the Father, he kind of like
anything that's relational could be metaphorical?
Well, I think John, when we look at John, and that's where that passage really typically will kind of get that from. We'll talk about the distinction of the Spirit, like I think you just read from where it says he won't speak of himself. I think it's interesting, and you don't have to accept it, or maybe you have a different way of explaining it or understanding it, which is fine. But I think I've always found it fascinating. John 15, it just always fascinated me whenever we have a discussion. I'm like, dang, it's crazy that it says that right there. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's interesting.
So so I do see this.
I want to get into something. I want to get into something. Man, I didn't want to interrupt the conversation.
Hold on a second. It's all good, bro. I've been talking, but I need to go print these papers out, so I'm happy to jump in. But it was a good bill, but I'm happy to
I just want to be
When you gonna answer that Holy Spirit question, man? That's what I want to know, man. Do you worship the Holy Spirit?
No, I don't.
Why not? That's the Holy Spirit. You worship God. The Scripture
Because
I worship the Holy Spirit. Why not? That's the third part. That's supposed to be the third part of the Trinity.
So you don't worship the Holy Spirit because that's not the Holy Spirit.
That's blasphemy.
Yeah.
That's blasphemy. Anybody tell you you don't got to worship the Holy Ghost, you have blasphemed and you are lost. You have ruined yourself.
I'm with John though. Where in the Bible?
I don't care what y'all talking about. The Bible talking about God is a spirit. The Bible says God is a spirit. We got to find out what kind of a spirit is this God. In Leviticus chapter 19, verse 1 and 2 says, "Be ye holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." And then that Bible says, "Holy Ghost."
So what's this? I'm trying to let you rock. But it's an open discussion, but you can't dominate like that, man.
I'll end with this. If the Bible says that God the Father himself is a Holy Spirit, and that's the Bible, and then that Bible says about that same God, thou art God from everlasting to ever.
Testify, brother. Testify. Amen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Amen.
I thought a troll came in the room. I started cursing. I didn't know what happened.
You are. I did exactly what she did. You did
You like all the things.
Yeah, I do like all that, but I actually thought a troll came in the room and started cussing. I didn't know what that was.
You was a troll too when I first met you. You did right. I thought you was a
I'm a
troll.
troll.
Basketball.
Get
Get some of your new. You got any kid?
The hospital.
Shit out of him, but she's 20 years.
Learn first. O thou who aspires unto our ancient order, that equilibrium is the basis of the work. If thou thyself hast not a sure foundation, whereon wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter, and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Now then, who has trials and troubles, rejoice because of them, for in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened into that light. How should it be otherwise, O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time? How were thy trials not many, couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet to
thyself hast not a sure foundation, wherein wilt thou stand to direct the forces of nature? Know then, that as man is born into this world amidst the darkness of matter and the strife of contending forces, so must his first endeavor be to seek the light through their reconciliation. Thou then, who hast trials and troubles, rejoice because of them. For in them is strength, and by their means is a pathway opened unto that light. How should it be otherwise? O man, whose life is but a day in eternity, a drop in the ocean of time. How were thy trials not many, couldst thou purge thy soul from the dross of earth? Is it but now that the higher life is beset with dangers and difficulties? Hath it not ever been so with the sages and hierophants of the past? They have been persecuted and reviled. They have been tormented of men. Yet through this also has their glory increased. I am like a maiden bathing in a clear pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see the dark and sparkle rising through the water as a golden smoke. Thou art altogether golden, the hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toe tips. Thou art one rosy dream of gold. Deep into thine eyes, that are golden, my soul leaps, like an archangel menacing the sun. My brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toe tips. Thou art one rosy dream of gold. Eyes that are golden, my soul weeps. Angel menacing the sun, my soul passes through and through thee. Crystalline lines, ever beautiful, bright and skin. Behind the opals of thine eyes, deeper and deeper we fall, even as the whole universe falls till the abyss of years.
Doing the hood show. Dr. Vinny Boombots is fixing and diagnosing his doctor. The show that they're in the hood show.
First, there were many and diverse conditions of life upon this earth. In all of these is some seed of sorrow. Who can escape from sickness and from old age and from death? We are come to save our fellows from these things. For there is a life intense with knowledge and extreme bliss, which is untouched by any of them. To this life we attain even here and now. The adepts, the servants of VVVVV, have attained the Runter. It is impossible to tell you of the splendors of that to which they have attained. Little by little, as your eyes grow stronger, will we unveil to you the ineffable glory of the path of the adepts and its nameless school. Even as a man ascending a steep mountain is lost to sight of his friends in the valley, so must the adept seem. They shall say, he is lost in the clouds, but he shall rejoice in the sunlight above them and come to the eternal snows. Or as a scholar may learn some secret language of the ancients, his friend shall say, look, he pretends to read this book, but it is unintelligible. It is nonsense. Yet he delights in the Odyssey while they read vain and vulgar things. We shall bring you to absolute truth, absolute light, absolute bliss. Many adepts throughout the ages have sought to do this, but their words have been perverted by their successors, and again, the veil has fallen upon the Holy of Holies!
Below our two prongs, I will spear thee, O thou little gray god, unless thou beware from the gray to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of all fair. My God, but I love thee.
Hast thou whispered so ambiguously?
Wayest thou afraid?
Oh, go to one.
O Lord one, O pillar of lightning, from the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of honey. I based all on one on not afloat in the ether. Oh my God, oh thou great hooded son of glory, cut off these eyelids, nature shall die out, she hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear, she hideth me from my destruction. Oh thou open eye, oh ever weeping one.
Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon, so may I be.
Their
And thought is evil. Fall not into death, oh my soul. Think that death is the bed into which you are falling.
How I love thee,
Oh my God.
especially is there a vehement parallel light from infinity, brightly diffracted in the haze of this mind.
A phoenix hath it for its head. Below our two prongs, they spear the wicked. I will spear thee, O thou little gray god, unless thou beware from the grave to the gold, from the gold to that which is beyond the gold of offer. My God, but I love thee.
Why hast thou whispered so ambiguous things? Wayest thou afraid, O ghost one, O horned one, O pillar of lightning? From the lightning fall pearls, from the pearls black specks of nothing.
I based on one, not afloat in the ether. My God,
My God.
O thou great hooded Son of glory,
Cut off these eyelids.
nature shall die out. She hideth me, closing mine eyelids with fear.
She hideth me from my destruction.
O thou open eye, O ever weeping one. Not Isis, my mother, nor Osiris, myself.
But the incestuous Horus given over to Typhon.
So may I be.
Oh
morning, everyone. We're running a free big vaccine. Free speaker, I came here to fix Congress. See, this is a bunch of political clowns on a moving bus in Chicago, folks. I see the Democrat political boys right you all together. That was so sick. It's kind of cool. Says I'm at 5%. And I told this place for perfect for us. He said you were probably trying to go in the keys to our 10th home. Apparently I'm playing chess today. Say the left, check your ears, get your voters, welcome to pot, welcome to the magic sound. Shop. Ready, step up, take the training for him, everyone. Deep breath in. Reach your arm up.
There is none other but she.
And happy. That's how you have
Art thou not pen? I am speak not, oh my God. Let my work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that clung thee to the hoofs of the horse. Thou art harder than tempered steel. There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? I woo thee with a dagger drawn across my throat. Let the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my My God, how I love thee. With the vehement appetite of a beast, I hunt thee through the universe. Thou art standing, as it were, upon a pinnacle. At the edge of some fortified city, I am a white bird, and perch upon thee. Thou art my lover, I see thee as a nymph
about knowledge workers and what they're seeing. What you can value on the top tier of development. I actually think that AI will let your take on what a lot of very young talent is. It's a pretty powerful product. As an example, I had my teeth. We actually the traditional stereotype. I think China also has. It turns out
Speak not, oh my God, let the work be accomplished in silence. Let my cry of pain be crystallized into a little white fawn to run away into the forest. Thou art a centaur, oh my God, from the violet blossoms that crown the hoofs of the
It has climbed past $34 trillion, and every single day we borrow billions more. That trajectory threatens the foundation of our economy and the opportunities of future generations.
There is no diamond beside thee. Did I not yield this body and soul? With a dagger drawn across my throat, the spout of blood quench thy bloodthirst, oh my
What you think, you become. He who walks in the path of wisdom is freed from.
Into my loneliness comes the sound of a flute in dim groves that haunt the uttermost hills. Even from the brave river they reach to the edge of the wilderness, and I behold them. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan on all sides, Pan to the eye, to the ear. The perfume of Pan pervaded
What up, Grace? How you doing?
I'm hanging in. What about you?
Oh, I need to leave the house. Oops. I tried to moderate you.
We're waiting for I'm on top of the mountain and
Joy.
I don't know if I'm ever going to see other people.
Joy, joy, joy. Yeah, I mean, I shovel here, and like, it's so crazy because like I actually like shoveling. You know, I don't know why, but I don't mind it. But it is exhausting. It's like really hard on the back. Yeah. So what do? Just like make an area for them to pee on the patio? Oh yeah. That's why I don't have a dog because like I'm the kind of guy who would just let a mess build up with the dog and then there would be an accident and then it's like I don't want to have to smell anything. Like I like. Oh, she's a smart dog, huh? Mm, yeah. Well, snow can be dangerous, but you know, for the most part, it's just beautiful. You know. I know. Well, yoga is the art of not going anywhere, but going everywhere. And yeah, if you because the body can just a hip rotation alone. Oh my gosh! Because just after a few hours, when I do another hip rotation, I'm re-cracking everything, and I'm like, my body just in 3 hours tightened up that much.
That's amazing because you know what? I feel my husband's back with my elbow all the time.
Oh my God, just use gravity. Just do a hip rotation. Lay on the floor, take the left knee, right knee, one over the hip, and just rotate on the ground. Anyone can do it, and it totally rotates the spinal column and realigns it. And no, it's not you got to get on the ground. Most people aren't doing groundwork. I stretch all day long.
Yeah, I do, but he can't.
He can't do groundwork? But you can lay him on. He lays in a bed. Do it in the bed. No, I'm saying the bed. You can do a hip rotation. Try it. You can help him if it's too much weight. But anybody can lay on their side. All you're doing is every people go to sleep. You know what I'm saying? In the fetal position, it's the same position. Mm. Oh, I know. Yeah, I've seen that. It's tough. Yeah. A lot of my uncle did pills. He took pain pills and like he slept most of the day. Mhm. That's too dangerous. If he falls, you gotta call an ambulance. You can't take him back. He'll die out there. I mean, you can't let him. Because his mind wants to go, but his body can't go. Yeah. Well, why don't you take some action now and like schedule a snow removal crew to come, call them now and get it scheduled.
Yeah, no, no, you can't. My property, I have a deck. You can't do it on the deck, and it's not like that out here really as well.
Well, don't forget, I work for the Jewish Complaint Department, Grace. I'm not saying you're complaining about the weather, but part of our complaint submission process is to say, tell us your problem. We will offer solutions, but it's up to you, the submitter of the complaint, to take action. Hello?
I spent 40 years as a cancer hearing the complaints. It's my turn.
I knew a female cantor in West LA. She was pretty amazing. She was an amazing girl.
They are an amazing group of people. I have to admit to that. Boy, that's a great profession. But I was an educational director cantor for many years, so man, I was in a city. It was the best. The best.
Do you know Yosela Rosenblatt?
I've heard of it, but no.
Do you know he is the most recorded and listened to Jewish singer of all time? And there's a documentary about his grandson, and you know, basically it's copyright free music. But to me, Yosela Rosenblatt is probably like the greatest Jewish music of all time. It's so special. And he was such a special person. I don't know. He's in a movie. He's actually in a movie in the 1920s American black and white film, but playing himself, like at a vaudeville type performance. But that was when people, were really capable. Nowadays, everybody. The thing about this AI and Sora is, it's as good as the greatest people of all time. So I make music now that is as good as the greatest bands, the greatest singers of all time. And it's almost indistinguishable. You can barely tell that it's AI. It's really remarkable.
I think the same way. I absolutely agree with that. But yeah, my relatives were all cancers from way back in Russia.
Yeah. My dad's side is from Kiev and
Yeah,
or
we're
Kitover.
from there too. Yeah, we're from yeah.
Yeah. They left 1900. They came through Ellis Island.
Yes, I think that's the same time as
Mhm.
my grandma came from here because that was the Bribes law and stuff.
Yeah.
It was 1590.
Yeah. They had a high standard of living from the photograph I believe I saw of their life, in Kiev or Kitover, wherever the hell they were from. But there's something called the Feldsteiners. Do you know what the Feldsteiners are?
No, I have no idea.
It's like a Felstein society. It's just another Jewish organization from Ukraine from 1900, etc. But my grandmother, when she came to America in the 20s and 30s, she was sending money to the Sisters of Zionism, a nonprofit group dedicated to creating Israel. She was working her ass off to send all the money she earned to a Zionist group to create the state of Israel. And then she never even went. She just stayed in Chicago.
Oh, I love that. Yeah, my father, when he got to Israel, that was his whole goal when he got there, and he was an only child. He felt like he had abandoned his parents, and he came back, and he never went back to Israel. And he never got to see me. He made all those trips. I led trips to Israel for years.
Mhm.
Met my mother the night before a dance after college, and then he went and was awful, and she went back to bed in the 40s.
Yeah, in the 30s, my grandmother was working for a wealthy Jewish businessman, and she got engaged, and her boss paid for the whole wedding and put it on at what's called the Standard Club, which is a country club downtown. And yeah, he took care of her, but she actually rejected a first. She was already engaged, and then somebody else proposed to her, and she dumped the first guy and married the second guy. And here I am.
Now that's a story.
Yeah, that was my grandfather. He, I guess during World War II, if you didn't get drafted, you got forced into labor at like manufacturing plants, and so he was like put into the workforce or something as a forced, factory laborer. And then after the war, he started HVAC. Like he was some of the first HVAC engineer, type work for heating and cooling and refrigerating. Yeah, he started a business. Yeah, he was like a distributor and an estimator. I guess he would like do all the surveys and budget analysis for construction projects. Really? So how did you decide that you wanted to be a cantor? Like, what was your, what was it, career shift? Oh, I see. Oh, so you were like basically trained then. Mm. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Movements are like geographic. You end up in a place and you're like, oh hey, now I'm a reform because this is geographically accessible to me. Movements rotate for so many variable reasons. It's hard to predict it, but um, the problem really is the content, the media, um, and then the accessibility or like the attention economy. Like these big tech stocks like Amazon, I was reading today how much they're investing in data centers, and they're laying off 16,000 workers so they can put all that money into data centers. Well, that's great if you work in data centers. It's a big business. 20, 30 years from now, these data centers will be antiquated, completely a total waste of investment, and then there'll be huge toxic waste cleanup. It'll be horrific in the future, but they will find a way to essentially like limit all this hardware. Like it's eventually it'll all just be like digitized software completely. And I'm surprised they don't even like use our phones, our laptops, our home connections to just power all this data instead of building all these like exterior sites. You would think that the amount of processing that everyone already has at home would be enough to essentially not have to do these data centers, but there's just no money in that to make people give up their spectrum, of computing power and internet transfer capability. Mm-hmm. Yeah, AT&T is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. Well, it's gotta suck. It's gotta suck to be living in your house and then a train car full of toxic chemicals dumps over just a few miles away. Next thing you know, you can't even live in your house anymore. Like that's when I would be like, oh God, like that's a black swan event. In anybody can suffer black swan events on a micro level. It's not like a national burden. It's your life, and there's no. There's no payout really. I mean, people in that Ohio chemical spill, I don't know, I think they got like buyouts from FEMA or whatever, but it's like, probably not a full replacement value. It's probably a quarter. Who knows? But I'm just saying, count your lucky blessings. All you got to deal with is snow. I think older people know about mind control, meaning that like they're not giving their attention necessarily to these devices. They're living their retirement best lives. I mean, I know my dad is. He's not, addicted to his cell phone. They're, I think, living a fully abundant life, and so um, if you look at how young women use social media, um, as like content creators, with like sexual content and stuff, it's unbelievable because it's unrestricted. So Meta, Google, all these major platforms, TikTok, they all make money from the attention economy of young girls seducing men with their beauty and curves and sound and hypnosis, and it gives nothing to the viewer except maybe like, anyways, I'm just saying that there's no censorship, and TikTok is supposedly an American company now. I don't. It's so crazy because it is like a global economy, and to say it's like an American company, but still like completely managed and owned by Anyways, I'm just saying that the question of attention is really what meditation deals with and hypnosis deals with, which is the trance state. Not trans, but trance, meaning that subject and object unite. You're totally focused on what you're doing, and you achieve a greater state of productivity, abundance, and joy, of bliss. Because a lot of people that have physical maladies, lower back pain, shoulder pain, foot pain, etc., they are out of state, meaning they are not in unity with bliss consciousness, and therefore their bodies are not in bliss. So it's a question of how do you induce bliss? That's the work.
I think that we need more attention from a young age and families to talk about their own health guidelines, their own health from remoteness, their own health core values. I think that health and core use for their health. You know, like the wonderment that they had of having a baby. Now what? Like, what is your? How are you going to stay away from the things that might migrate and do harm? And I hope people are starting that revolution to hold others accountable and make sure that they can live a long life and look around us and see what the big guys and women are doing to make sure that we don't have that longevity. It's not just something what you eat or you work out. It's the other forces of science that have engineering that are doing a number on our bodies, and that's why we're not living longer. How come you're not getting the complainers? Dog. I don't know where I'm going to be able to let her go.
Okay, take care, Grace. I was gonna ask you, Grace, do you do mikvah? No, do you personally do mikvah?
No.
No, you don't. Oh, you should. Have you done it before, though? Right, plenty of times.
Many, and with other people too, with babies, and yes.
Got it. Yeah, I was just curious. All right. Well, have a great day. God bless. Take care.
You too.
Even from the brave river, they reach to the edge of the wilderness. And I behold Pan. The snows are eternal above, and their perfume smokes upward into the nostrils of the stars. But what have I to do with these? To me only the distant flute, the abiding vision of Pan. On all sides, Pan, to the eye, to the ear, the perfume of Pan pervading. The taste of him utterly filling my mouth, so that the tongue breaks forth into a weird and monstrous speech. The embrace of him intense on every center of pain and pleasure. Sixth interior sense aflame with the inmost self of him, myself flung down the precipice of being, even to the abyss, annihilation, an end to loneliness, as to God, use thou me again, always forever, That which came fire from thee, cometh water from thee. Let therefore thy spirit lay hold on me, so that my right hand loose the lightning, traveling through space. I saw the onrush of two galaxies, spotting each other and going like balls upon earth. I was afraid. Thus they ceased fight and turned upon me, and I was sorely crushed and torn. I had rather have been trampled by the Oh my God, thou art my little pet tortoise, yet thou sustainest the world. Elephant, I creep under thy carapace like a lover into the bed of his beautiful. I creep in and sit in thy heart, as cubby and cozy as may be. Thou shelterest me, that I hear not the trumpeting of that shelterest me, that I am not the trumpeting of that worldly fruit. Thou art not worth thy noble in thee yet thou art not to be bought at the ransom of the whole universe. I drank wine a while, and gone in the house of Pertinax. The cowboy favored me and gave me of the right sweet
My favorite begonia.
begonias of beauty, life, light, and joy. Is my most favorite begonias are in feet, life, light, and joy. Is my most favorite is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Is my most favorite begonia. Is my favorite begonia.
Today's special free vaccines and should you need free abortions. No forms, no fees, just me and Van and advice. For free. My treatments are easy.
day and hold for 10 seconds. Let it go. Beamer is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Beamer is my most favorite begonia. Beamer is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Beamer is my most favorite begonia.
You did what you're accusing yourself of doing, offering another spending bill to fix what you already broke. Stop borrowing and spending, trader. Arrest Google Krishna for criminal fraud. Thank you, Roger. You did what you're accusing yourself of doing, offering another spending bill to fix what you already broke. Stop borrowing and spending, you trader. Arrest Google Krishna for criminal fraud.
Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Beamer is my most favorite begonia. Beamer is my favorite begonia. Light and joy. Is my most favorite beginning. Is my favorite begonia. Begonias are beauty, life, light, and joy. Lima is my most Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Stop thinking into problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11,
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 go. Guide, 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 take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 guide, 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 guide. Stop thinking your problems. The more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you will be. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Guide, 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 guide. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, let it go, 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 go. Do, 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 go, 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 do, 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 go, 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 go. Guide, 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 guide. Guide, 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 guide. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 10, 9. Hold, 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 hold. Let it go, let it go, 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 go. Guide, 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 guide. Hiding on the shoreline.
How would you fix the Chicago man?
Black ships burning cold, wounds cutting my collarbone. Future in the smoke I hold. Souls with glitter as a Helmets under neon rain. Old gods in a mirrored screen. Battle plans and battery. Longboats in lucid dreams. Steel hearts marching in the plains. Thunder in 1,000 feet. History repeats its truth as the shadows cross and meet. Iron on the shoreline, black ships burning cold, runes cut in my collarbone, future in the smoke I hold. Salt wind, bitter as a warning, red sky, wired with rain. We launch like broken arrows, hungry for another age. I am the storm, sailing raven queen, breaking through, covered in the blood, war in the veins, enlightenment born from the flames. I am the storm, sailed into water, riding straight through the chaos, power in the blood, war in the veins, enlightenment born from the flames. Helmets under neon rain, old gods in a mirror screen, battle plans and binary, longboats in a lucid dream, steel hearts marching in the gleam, thunder in 1,000 feet. History repeats its trouble as our shadows cross and meet. Choose your faith or choose your fear. Both will drag you, both draw near. We code our sins in silver and bone. Crow feather crowns on a silicone throne. I am the storm. We sailed into raven queen, breaking through. Power in the blood, war in the veins, enlightenment born from the flames. I am the storm. We sailed into water,
dreams under eyes. Air in my chest. Old storm. Tame. Mountains in my ribs. Learning your name. Shoulders like shields. Rest on the earth. Chaos in my skull. Softly given birth. Son of thunder. Break the blade. Breath of the north. Turn battle to flame. Under armor. Loose the chain. Breath of the north. I rise through the rain. Hands on my heart. Drum of the tribe. Every slow drum beat pulls back the tide. Eyes like fjords, silent and wide. Terror in my bones falls with the night. Inhale rumen, exhale the raw. Inhale the ashes, exhale the war. Slow as storm, rivers under. Air in my chest. Old storm. Tame cave of your chest. Breathe in fire, let it curl in your ribs. Old scars stirring like drums in the deep. Breathe out thunder, let the rage leave your fist. Jaws
John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flame. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go. John Kitover, strike the master chord. John Kitover, draw the flaming sword. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold, let it go, go, go.
Matter of the state. Today's special, free vaccines and should you need free abortions. No forms, no fees, just me, a van, and good vibes. You're serious? For free? My treat. Let's start with the easy one. Is today's special, free vaccines. vaccines, and should you need free abortions. No forms, no fees, just me and Vanny. Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Followed every rule on those petitions. Say if you're providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together.
I don't think I'd ever be able to get help. Thank you.
Well, this area here is the greatest. Good afternoon, neighbors. When we invest in our schools and support working families, our whole community plays in harmony. That's why I'm running for Congress. Thanks for letting me stop by. Good afternoon. 87 signatures invalid. The petition is insufficient and you are hereby removed from the congressional primary ballot. Okay. This ruling is, Your Honor, the voters deserve a choice. Followed every rule of.
Time to clean up politics. Well, look who dropped in. Another do-gooder with a cape. You want to be so fine, tough guy? I want the whole circus shut down. Get him! Show's over, Cloud.
Step right up, citizens. Free shots, free papers, courtesy of the council.
Mind you, your prize won't work here. Look, the candidate deserves choice, not coercion.
Step right up, citizens. Free.
Time to clean up politics. Good afternoon, friends. My name is
vaccines ain't. Pizza for a campaign fundraiser. Big ball. Dave, here we're providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together. I didn't think I'd ever be able to get help. Thank you. Well, this area here is the pregnancy center. 6 weeks along. We'll talk through all your options and make sure you're covered. These today's special free vaccines and should you need free abortions. No forms, no fees, just me, a van, and good vibes. You're serious? For free? My treat. Let's start with the easy one. Good evening, my fellow Americans. I've called this brief. Good evening, my fellow Americans. I've called this briefing to talk about two things: the national debt and the general chaos swirling around. Paying $4 billion a day, every single day, just in interest on the national debt. That's money that doesn't build a bridge, doesn't pay a teacher, doesn't buy a single thing. It simply services what we already owe. The matter of the state. Dave, here we're providing abortion. Dave, here we're providing abortion care and vaccines at no cost. Let's take a look together. I didn't think I'd ever be able to get help. Thank you. Well, this area here is the pregnancy center. 6 weeks along. We'll talk through all your options and make. To clean up politics. Oh, well, look who dropped in. Another do-gooder with a cake. You want a piece of the pie, tough guy? I want the whole service shut down. Get him! Show's over, Clouds. City Hall is closed. To clean up politics. Oh, well,
just an interest on the of fairy and flower. Rosa figura l'FBI. Trace a Rosa figura l'FBI. Sidebar, metadata, Alistair Crowley Livers. Rosa figura l'FBI. Concordance, Alistair Crowley Livers. Rosa figura l'FBI. Alistair Crowley Livers. Rosa figura l'FBI. Liberosa figura l'FBI. Liberosa figura l'FBI. The law of the strong. This is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall. Every man and every woman is a star. I-3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four man has the right to love and will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. All I-51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will. I-57. You are here on the Libri of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of Elma Liberosa figura l'FBI. Trace a Liberosa figura l'FBI. Sidebar, metadata, Alistair Crowley Livers. Liberosa figura l'FBI. Concordance, Alistair Crowley Livers. Liberosa figura l'FBI. Alistair Crowley Livers. Liberosa figura l'FBI. Liberosa figura l'FBI. Liberosa figura l'FBI. The law of the strong. This is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. I-40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. I-3. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills, to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as you will, when, where, and with whom you will. I-51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law, love under will. I-57. You were mine, oh my saint, a whisper, a flame, a soft restraint by the scars we create. I called your name. I sealed our fate. Though I fall, though I faint, though I trod on by the cerements of a will. Corpse rigid, thus thou mayst unwall. The fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low. Easy, regular, and slow. So that thy being be in tune with the great sea's Pacific swoon. Third, let thy life be pure and calm, swayed softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the prophet. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs in hands. Hour after hour thy vigilance. Entrance unkeen, inwardness. No atom of an elusive. Sixth, on one thought securely penned. Still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred. Burn up thy being in one word. Next, still that ecstasy prolong. Thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God, should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one o'erpower. Time that the midnight blossom flowered. The oneness is yet even in this. My son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression true, thy hands to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high fight what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. All is the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. Love is the law of underwill. Concordance, lest the crowd liberos of freedom. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. R.I.40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. R.I.43. Every man and every woman is a star. R.I.43. There is no God but man. One man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Two man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Three men has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Four men has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom he will. R.I.51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. R.I.57. You are here. Home the libri of Alistair Crowley, technical libers of Elma Liberos, figurally features Libaros, figurally sidebar. Metadata Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, figurally concordance, Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, figurally Alistair Crowley, libers, liberos, figurally liberos, figurally liberos, figurally libero of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. R.I.40. Thou hast no right but to do thy will, do that, and no other shall say nay. R.I.40. To die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as you will. When, where, and with whom you will. R.I.51. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. surely been.
Still every whisper of the wind.
So like a flame, straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Still that ecstasy, prolong thy meditation, steep and strong, slaying even God. Should he distract thy attention? steep and strong, slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one o'erpower, time that the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. Oh, brother of the silver star. There are 7 keys to the great gate, being 8 in one and 1 in 8. First let the body of thee be still, bound by the cerements of will. Cause rigid thus thou mayst abort the fidget babes that tease the thought. Next let the breath rhythm be low, easy, regular and slow, so that thy being be in tune with the great sea's specific swoon. That thy life be pure and calm, swing softly as a windless palm. Fourth, let the will to live be bound to the one love of the profound. Fifth, let the thought divinely free from sense observe its entity. Watch every thought that springs, enhance hour after hour thy vigilance, intense and keen, turned inward this. No atom of endless someone thought securely pinned, still every whisper of the wind. So like a flame straight and unstirred, burn up thy being in one word. Still ecstasy prolong, thy meditations deep and strong. Slaying even God should he distract thy attention from the chosen act. Last all these things in one o'erpower, time as the midnight blossom flower. The oneness is yet even in this, my son, thou shalt not do amiss. If thou restrain the expression, shoot thy glance to rapture's darkling root, discarding name, form, sight, and stress, even of this high consciousness. Pierce to the heart, I leave thee here. Thou art the master I revere, thy radiance that rolls afar. O brother of the silver star. By the force of the fashion of love, when I broke through the shroud, through the cloud, through the storm, through the smoke,
their dreams. That is why a lot of times it's like, no, let's not have all these hurdles and obstacles that slow somebody down from pursuing their dreams. The Democrats are not the party of allowing you to pursue your dreams. That is why Chicago and Illinois have made it so hard for you to become an entrepreneur here. They don't believe in that. They believe in the collective. We believe in, if you have an idea and you have the energy and the passion to push it, let's get out of your way. If you're immensely big, go in and serve in the military and make a name for yourself. Like we're the party of you being the best that you can be. But if we keep letting the Democrats just brand us as the party that protects the rich, it's like for one, like for the Democrats, they're always watching somebody's pockets because they can't budget. They can't budget. No matter how much money you give to the Democrats, they will never have enough. And that's just how they run. That's how they run.
78, 46, 22.
Worthless, useless jobs. And they never believe in efficiency. They don't believe in efficiency. They believe in giant government.
78, 46, 22.
When we look at, how we message what we believe in, I think the more that we can start to believe
78, 46, 22.
that starts to push through in your social media. Don't read off the script. And I think, when you do your content, I don't do scripts.
78, 46, 22.
I hate scripts. Read off these scripts. Even something wholeheartedly, you'll be able to talk about it from your heart.
46,
You can't talk about it from your heart. That's not your topic, and that's okay. But no scripted things. People can tell when your eyes are moving back and forth. Just talk about what's important. What's your vision for Illinois? Those are the things that have made the biggest difference for me in this race. And it's the thing that I'll be able to beat Jonathan Jackson at. I don't care what marketing campaign or strategist he gets. He won't be able to come across as more genuine than me because he's not. He's not. And if by some chance he gets forced into a debate, he will fail. He will lose. If it is an actual neutral debate, he won't be able to beat me because I know what I'm talking about and I actually believe in what I'm talking about. I don't just parrot weird lines and then make weird eye contact and not actually care about humans. So beating the Democrats it wouldn't truly be hard for us as Republicans if we kind of stop being afraid of saying the wrong thing and focus more on saying the right thing. But then also making sure that when it comes to that packaging, make sure your packaging is refined. Because then, like I said, we're really just pushing back on any of those tropes that they try to push onto the Republicans that make it very easy for people to beat us. But like I said, it's the things that I would focus on more. Don't focus on all the hacks and posting times. Just focus on being really presentable, your public speaking skills, and making sure you can articulate what you believe in.
That's very well said. And yeah, if you're not, when it comes to public speaking, hopefully, I'd like to see this as a platform or anyone's space as a platform where you come on and just talk in front of a bunch of strangers, but you're not actually looking them in the eyes to where you jokingly have to pretend they're in their underwear or anything to make you a little more calm or whatever any of those nonsensical tips and tricks are. But come on here and just raise your hand and talk. And if you say something dumb, we all say something dumb. We all mess up. What I would really love to see is just say you don't know. Own that you don't know. Say, hey, I actually don't know much about that, but if you want to send me some stuff, I'll read up on it and I'll give you my opinion then. One problem I feel like a lot of the Democrats have, or the Republicans have, because I know who my enemy is when it comes from across the table. I don't like having enemies inside the fort with me. That is a far bigger problem than anything the Democrats will ever create. Because you have a lot of spinelessness, you have a lot of weakness, you have a bunch of people not willing to do anything. They're just kind of there for a paycheck. Their heart's not in it. They just saw it as a good LinkedIn opportunity, so to speak. So yeah, it'd be wonderful if people spoke passionately. And there are a few, but they are very greatly outnumbered. John, I saw you raise your hand, but Gabriella, you raised yours first, and we'll give Christian a sec. And go ahead, Gabriella.
Yeah, I just want to kind of reiterate, everything Christian said, I think was on the nose since kind of starting this space. And honestly, I think Christian has actually been kind of a big influence for how I approach social media as a candidate. I try to be super authentic and genuine. I'm the only person that has access to all of my social media accounts. It's literally just me. I don't have a staffer reviewing it. It's it's just me, which there's good and bad to that. Sometimes I make mistakes, and it's on me to own that, but I also think it's authentic, and people are really tired of like the same political jargon that's like completely empty phrases. Like something that I've seen so much recently, which is like just the most annoying line, is when somebody starts something with "let me be clear." Whatever they say after it, it doesn't mean anything, or they're lying. I hate that so much when people use "let me be clear." And I think it just comes across to voters. I think voters are excited about more like unique, new, authentic candidates, kind of like Christian, which is, I started watching her on TikTok back, I remember before the gala last year, which was, we were talking about this earlier, but that was April of last year, because I remember I had been following her on TikTok, and then I saw that she was there, and I didn't get to see her, and I was like, oh my god, I wish I had the chance to actually meet her when I was there. I would love that. Because I saw your dress, but I didn't realize that was you, and I was like, just one of those moments where like, somebody kind of from social media. But I think it's definitely like something that people are looking for. People are tired of kind of like the same old types of political people. And I kind of also bring up the struggles with getting started. Absolutely, I think it's a challenge for everyone. I'm somebody where I have worked on political campaigns as a staffer. I work as a staffer my day job. I thought it was going to be one thing running my own campaign, and then I got into it, and I was like, there's so much more that goes into it, and quite honestly, there's nobody coming to save you. Like, you have to build a lot from the ground up. I reached out to a lot of people that I knew for advice. Some people were awesome about helping, other people were not as great. And you just have to everything's a learning opportunity when you're doing this, but I do wish there was more guidance, and even from somebody that is, I should be, I guess, more in the know about this kind of stuff. There was still so much that was tricky for me. Like when I was doing my paperwork together, I was like freaking out. I was like, did I do this right? Is this wrong? Like it really is so challenging, and I wish that there was more resources for candidates. And I've spoken with some people who have talked about putting together these kinds of like candidate trainings and things like that. And I've seen some people out in Kane County have been doing that, which has been awesome. But I think a statewide kind of a program for candidates, all over the ballot, especially down ballot, where we're seeing Democrats go unopposed. I think when people would run for office, if they understood how to do it, it's just very daunting. So if we had sort of a playbook for people that may be interested in running for their local county board, but they don't do it because it's very intimidating and they don't even know where to start, I think giving people those resources would be a big step in the right direction. So just want to kind of echo all that, and that's kind of my thoughts. Thanks, guys.
Gabriella, I have a quick question for you. So, it's very unique that we have somebody like Christian who's very open and honest about, like, not lawfare, but just the shenanigans her campaign has been put through. Other than the normal struggles of running the campaign and being a new, like, running your first campaign, and that you spoke about, have you felt like you had any sort of sabotage or, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, anybody has come out and, like, tried to purposely put a barrier to your campaign?
Oh man, I'm not going to get too specifics. I definitely think, of course, there are people that are going to be bad actors in any situation. I think there was some initial conflict that I think I have worked really hard to resolve, and we're in a much better place, and things are much more amicable going forward, which I think is great. But I think having, I have a contested primary and a contested general, so I sort of, have to get through 2 fights to actually get to this seat, which is good and bad. There's days where it's a struggle, but then there's days where I'm like, I've learned so much in doing this that I actually think it's been a really good opportunity for me, and I've really enjoyed it. But there's always, I think, going to be people, and I think there's people that are going to be, sort of against my candidacy, not even because of me, but just because of maybe somebody that I associate with or somebody that I know. And so that's a little bit hard because I'm like, you don't even know me, so I'm not sure why you would maybe be against me. We've never even met, that type of a thing, so that can be a little bit frustrating, but that's also, I think, comes with the territory. I'm sure that's, it's politics. I think that's probably going to happen anywhere. So, for me, I just look at these things as a learning opportunity and learning how to deal with different people and different viewpoints, and just trying to have the most, gracious response that I can to these situations, and then, hopefully building bridges and making, connections with people that maybe I wouldn't have been connected with otherwise, kind of turning it into a good opportunity. So I have faced nothing, nearly as extreme as what the Christian's going through. Oh my God, I feel awful for you. I cannot imagine what you've been dealing with, but, you know, little things here and there, but we're kind of working through it, and hopefully coming out the other side more unified on March 18th when we wake up, and hopefully we're all kind of one big team heading into the November elections.
I hope so. Thank you for sharing.
Well said. And if you do ever face any opposition, one thing I like to do is whenever a Christian makes a post and whenever I donate to her, I always like to tag Marcus in it that I donated to her just to let him know a little bit more. And you know, originally, yeah, he has. He's blocked everybody. Originally, I invited him to, you know, present himself. Why are you, you know, and Christian, you know, I love you as a person. You're wonderful. I, you know, got signatures for you. That doesn't mean I've gathered signatures for people I've never met just because I want people to have ballot access, and then let the voters go from there. But that said, hey, maybe you are some horrible person. We'll just say for the sake of conversation. Well, if you're invited to speak, you know, just one-on-one, I'm not talking on the platform, but just at least in a private message, hey, what do you have against this woman, you know, literally or just opinionated, that where she is awful, please explain yourself. I'm willing to listen. You know, if you say she's the worst, how is she the worst? Block. Okay, well now I just know who you are. You know, when you can't back up your accusations, that just says something entirely. But yeah, any hardships anyone, and talking about Gabriella managing her own campaign, she does, because you know, it's always fun, a little gift that makes you happy. But it's the little things that go a long way. If you donate to her, she will send you a thank you card. So, a handwritten thank you card, which is very nice and unnecessary, but you know, I got one and I was like, oh, that's kind of her. She didn't have to waste the postage, but nonetheless. So,
you know, that's something that my mom drilled into me from like the time I could write, was anytime I got a gift, you send a handwritten.
Not sure.
I think everybody got the wrong button.
Yep, totally my fault. I pressed the wrong button. Sorry about that.
No, you're all good. I was just saying, I think it goes a long way for people. So she hates thank you notes. No, I think it goes a long way with people. I know it's kind of old school, but it's something I like doing. So
yeah, tell your mom she did a good job. But anyway, John, you've got your hand up, so feel free to share your hardships that people could learn from when running as a Republican here.
Yeah, it's very difficult. You will be attacked by Republicans. It's a vicious pit of vipers. You know, I encourage everyone here to run for office. Committee person, state assembly, state senator, anything, do it. You will learn so much, and you will see snakes come out of the grass from all parts of Illinois that you never knew existed. When I went to the challenge downtown at 69 Washington, lawyers and people you've never heard of, never seen, they all got their hand in the pot, and your hand is not in that pot, but they've been doing this game for a long time. Aaron Del Mar has been at this game for many, 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 many years. And, you know, about 8 months ago, I went to Moretti's Pizza when Aaron Del Mar took over the Chicago GOP and voted himself in as president, and then fired all these committee people that don't like him. So it is a racket. Aaron Del Mar is at the center of a lot of shenanigans and BS and low IQ politics. He doesn't stand on position. He doesn't talk about the debt. He talks about nothing. He's a clown. And all I can say is if he would have invited me into Moretti's, into that meeting hall and said, John, I've never met you, but you say you're Republican, you say you like Trump, come on in, John. No, he didn't. He said, get the F out of here. You know, that's the type of person Aaron Del Mar is. He doesn't build anything. He's not a leader. He doesn't care about the future of Illinois, the Republican Party. In my opinion, he's just an operative, a Democrat infiltrator. And why Bailey chose him? It's because he's got leverage over him. I guarantee it. There's no other way that Bailey would have chosen him, because he's on the record saying he hates him and he doesn't even endorse him. So we got snakes in our midst, real traitors, people that don't care about the debt. They don't care about education. You know, I support Christina and what she does with homeschooling. I saw her at 69 Washington. You will get challenged by people you've never met. And, you know, I filed challenge against Darren LaHood and Paul Noley. They don't audit their petitions, but they audited mine. The State Board of Election is totally influenced. The voters have no choice in their candidates. But as a patriotic person, you've got to fight. And I've never done this before, but let me tell you, I served in the military, And there is a complete difference between our politicians and leaders in the military. When you are in charge, you lead. When you're in charge, you take charge. These politicians are nothing but complainers. All day long, they create videos about complaining. That's it. There's no leadership. Chicago's mayor, Roger Krishnamurti, all of them. All they do is create complaint videos 24/7. There's no leadership there. Our Senator Duckworth, with her missing legs, not a leader, a complainer. And she's been sitting down in her office downtown with Durbin for years, but all she does is complain. Talk about military leadership, no leadership. So I salute you, Kyle, and everyone here. Get more active, fight these demons who have drained this government of all resources. Look at my profile. I asked Grok, what's the Illinois state budget for the past 5 years? What are our revenue projections for the next 5 years? Candidates have to talk financials because it's a huge Ponzi scheme from the federal government on down to Illinois. And you have to expose the fraud, waste, corruption, and abuse, which is persistent and will not go away. Brandon Johnson is at the center of it. Pritzker is at the center of it. They are ripping us off, raising our taxes, destroying our future in an already crumbling economy. The US dollar is cratering because we've printed 80% of all US dollars just in the past 5 years. Understand that we are living in very precarious times, and guys like Aaron Del Mar and Jeff Fiedler from the Chicago GOP, guys like that are psychopathic, sociopathic, manipulative liars. They're scumbags, and they've been playing this game for far too long. You have to grab your sword, you have to grab your shield, and fight these wicked people that are lying to us all day, every day, creating complaint videos. That's it. That's all they do. They don't even expose any truths. They don't say any truths. So F them. Fight them, disrespect them, and go to war against these people that are destroying our future now. The government is broke. Completely and utterly broke, and property taxes are going through the roof. If you do homeschooling, well, guess what? You shouldn't have to pay property taxes or get a 65% deduction. We've got serious financial problems. All these politicians do is complain. Kyle, I thank you for letting me share. If you agree with me, follow me, comment on my post. I'm using Sora to create videos to mock, to do sarcasm against the situation. Free vaccines for everybody. Free abortions for everybody. Free gender reassignment surgery for everybody. So I hope you guys enjoyed my shtick. I'm a write-in candidate for the 16th District trying to defeat Darren LaHood. He accused me of committing election fraud or petition fraud. I accused him of creating $25 trillion in fraud. $10 trillion in COVID-19 fraud. So let's call a spade, or let's be accurate in our diagnosis of the situation. Be a truth teller, be a warrior, and fight for Illinois and fight for America, because this is not just an Illinois problem. This is an America problem, a Democrat problem, because the Democrats can't seem to tell the truth ever. And Republicans are completely infiltrated by Democrats. They control the whole system. I mean, I'm tempted to just run libertarian because I can't stand the Republicans in our midst. I don't really like libertarians, but I can't stand fake Republicans. It drives me crazy. So God bless everybody. Thank you so much.
John, well, first off, on a joking level, I appreciate, you should learn to rap because your ability to speak without breathing is wonderful. I mean that jokingly, but I can tell your passion behind it. You're wonderful and, correct on all of that. It is horrible, and yeah, everyone should fight. And honestly, talking about how this is more of a, it's not just Illinois, it's the United States. In that regard, I'd say that's an encouragement to fight harder, because if we're able to do something in Illinois where Democrats think they have a stronghold and you're able to make a dent, that just shows a giant piece in their armor that a lot of the country won't think that was possible. And maybe, probably not, most people will still sit on their couch and complain because that's where they're comfortable, and I won't even fault them for it. I was a giant complainer for years. I'll say a decade. I spent mostly complaining. I went out to vote, but otherwise it was just sharing posts and not really doing anything other than just whining. So again, I will only fault someone as much as I will fault myself. But when it comes to just getting out there, most, PC vacancies, I've never had a GOP person knock at my door. ever. I've had Democrats come to my door, which is hilarious because I have an American flag flying in my front lawn. I figured that automatically would, scare any of them off. But, credit to them. They come to my front door. So up until my most recent neighbor became the PC, who's also our state, my state rep, she comes around. But prior to that, no one anywhere that I have lived is the GOP actually, does anyone try? And I don't want to say this, hey, so-and-so, whoever's listening, you have to go to the township, you have to run as a PC, you have to do all this. You don't have to do any of this. This is volunteer work. I'm technically a loop. I'm appointed. I enjoyed punishment, I suppose. I volunteer to do it in not my areas. But you don't need permission to go knock doors. You don't need permission to gather signatures and go help somebody. You don't need permission to put a card together, something I'm working on to try to get out before the primaries in my precinct. You don't need permission to put a card together with who the most conservative voices are that are running for office and why, and put a little QR code on back for who to scan to learn more about these candidates and set it up to a link tree. That's what I'm doing for the precincts I cover. I'm not paid for any of this. It's just all volunteer work. But if you're not willing to volunteer, then at the end of the day, this goes to anybody. If you're not willing to do at least anything, then you can never expect change in this state. And that's why so many people, I wish the people who are willing to move their lives out of this state, all the effort it takes to buy a new home, to relocate your kids, to have your spouse find another job, all that effort, go to one meeting, knock one door, volunteer in one election. If everyone just did, quote, their part, and most would think it's insignificant. If everyone just volunteered to do their part, I'm going to just walk my neighborhood. The neighbors who know me, who I kind of have a rapport with, that I can build upon that, yeah, I'm going to go talk to them. I'm going to, maybe we'll have a slightly uncomfortable conversation, but it's not uncomfortable because it's actually taboo. It's uncomfortable because we've been taught that it's uncomfortable to talk politics, religion, anything of that nature. So no one knows how to speak about these anymore, and that's why Republicans just avoid it, because they don't know how to talk about the issues. I'll always I'll always err on the side of ignorance versus malice. They don't know how to talk about these. We've all been taught we don't talk about these things, and with that, you lose a lot of the people that potentially could be wonderful candidates, could be wonderful helpers, could be wonderful volunteers, when you're not out there talking, having a conversation. That's one thing I love Charlie Kirk for, and that's one thing I hope this space would become. Because the Republican Party, as you mentioned, libertarian, the Overton window has shifted so much. Republicans now are Democrats. Most of them are fine with gay marriage, are fine with levels of taxation. Most say they're hard conservatives, but then don't touch Social Security, Medicaid, or Medicare. So most of them now are Democrats. They just don't realize they're Democrats. And most Democrats now are socialists. They just don't want to call themselves as much. Hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully voting proves me otherwise. I would love to be wrong on everything I say and just look like a crazy Alex Jones, rambling off in a corner with a tin hat.
No, people poo-poo libertarian economics, but you have to admit I looked at the comptroller of Chicago, Villanueva or whatever. There's 145 billion in unfunded pension liabilities. She's only got 1.45 billion. So it's only funded by 99%. The system's totally bankrupt, and everybody who thinks they have a pension has less than half a pension. You have to be accurate, and it's really economic philosophy. How do we grow out of this? Not how we tax out of this and spend out of this. How do we grow? We have to be business people. Government has to start resembling a business. Chicago will implode at this rate. The CTU, they're crazy. They are so stupid and low IQ, and these are teachers. They can't even do a speech. It's embarrassing, shocking, and terrifying.
That's 100% true, and especially for Chicago, it's awful to see, because this state, this city, there's so much of a hub in history there that we should be statistically one of the most flourishing states, most flocked to states that there is in the Union. We're not a flyover state. We're called the Midwest, even though it's the Mideast nonetheless. But much opportunity. You can't squander you cannot squander all of that Illinois has to offer, all of Chicago has to offer, unless you are doing it deliberately. You can't accidentally mess up this much. At a certain point, it's just deliberate, and that's the biggest problem. Circling back to the point of space, what are the hardships of running for candidacy? Why isn't the GOP doing more? Why aren't they having the uncomfortable conversations? Why aren't they sharing the regular township meetings? Why aren't their PCs just going and knocking the doors? And this is for everyone listening. If you're not a PC, be a PC. If you don't want to be a PC, don't be a PC, but go knock doors. Just go get involved. Because without us at the grassroots level willing to do anything, upper management's never going to change. It is super easy to be discouraged by all of the spinelessness that we have as our folk representatives. But if you let that deter you, you're going to lose every single time. If you ignore it and just push for the candidates that matter, that have principle, that have conviction, and are willing to fight, like Christian, she's running into fire nonstop. And she hasn't stopped. There's jokingly something wrong with her. But we should all get behind her. She's willing to constantly run in front of a truck. But she's willing to do it. So we have to back people like that.
Kyle, I love what you said. We have Christine also on the space, and she's running a campaign. I want to hear from her if she's willing to come up and talk. Christine, have you encountered any challenges during your campaign with just any shenanigans or from either party?
Well, where do I start? There's always going to be shenanigans, and I just want to piggyback on some of the things that both Kyle and Christian said. Always be yourself, always speak your truth, and be genuine, because you'll never get caught up in any kind of mishap, or you'll have to take some back steps or backpedaling. Be true. I agree with Christian. I do not prepare any of my speeches. I always ask God, which we have to talk about here as faith. We are in a spiritual warfare 100%. We need to bring God back into our principles and into our campaigns, because that is what differentiates us from them, our moral compass. And it doesn't matter if anyone on this call doesn't have faith. We have enough faith for you, and our faith is not going to inhibit your life at all. Our faith is going to make people who live in Illinois better. So let's just get that out there. It's important that we do talk about our faith, and when I decided to run again, I made this deal with God in my head that I will always make sure that I talk about my faith, because He is the one who's in charge. He is the one that's leading us to victory. And this is not my first time running. Some people say I'm out of my mind for running again. It's a dead end. It's not going to happen. I do not believe that at all. I think that every time you put yourself out there and you're vocal and you're convicted in where your positions are, you are going to change one mind. You're going to plant that seed. And I am in Chicago. Christian and I share part of the district in the 18th and 21st Ward. I think she has a little bit of the 19th also. And I am out there in Chicago. And I can say so we needed a minimum of 1,000 signatures. I turned in 3,000, and that was my goal, the max. And I myself got almost 1,500. And then I had the difference between us and the majority of the Democrats as far as community engagement. My opponent only obtained 40 signatures herself. She had paid supporters or other supporters within the Democratic Party, because they are more organized as far as to getting that done. But that shows the difference right there is who has the heart, who wants the community engagement. So there are other groups that are helping, and there's this group that my friend Brian does, and he's willing to help any candidate. It's like branding, and we get together. Like today we had a call, and we had someone who's never done public speaking, and I suggested, hey, do it right now. We put him on the spot. He did it. He did a great job. And that's how you get past your fears, is you put yourself out there and you do it. and again, if you're always being genuine, you're always staying to what you believe in, what your heart, what your soul believes in, you're going to be fine. And you are going to get beat up. So, for instance, people really use the abortion issue. I am pro-life. There's no denying. You can look me up. It is what it is with my personal experience and my positions. I also have very strong convictions in our safety and having a financial audit that needs to be done down in Springfield. There is a huge amount of wastefulness and fraud and NGOs that are directly connected with our governor, and we need to dive into that and expose the truth. So people right now, everything that's happening nationally, in my opinion, from my perspective, is a deflection. It's a deflection of what is happening. So when I first, going back to, have I experienced anything negatively? When I first decided to run again, there is a group, Illinois Policy, who shared, who supported me, and I appreciate their input, and they are a positive group. And they actually are actively trying to get people to run, and they did, in seats that never had anyone run before. So there are groups out there that are doing it, whether you had personal experience with them or not. They were just focusing on certain areas of Cook County, because this is going to be a down-ticket election. So if you're voting Republican, you're going to vote for every Republican. But what we need is those independents and those soft Democrats to cross over, and also the people.
I lost Christine. Anyone else?
Yeah, I can't hear either. I thought you muted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, I went on a rampage. What was the last thing that you heard?
You were basically talking about discerning between, getting baited with topics.
Yes, I am. I always have a lot to say, and I want to make sure I get it all out before I jump off. So when I decided to run, there was another gentleman who voted Democrat the last 4 elections, and Springfield was endorsing them. And I called them, and I said, how can you do that? I thought you were staying out of the primaries. And they said, well, we haven't decided on who we're going to endorse yet. But then the other candidate, who I knew, because I'm friends with his brother, I don't have any issue with him. It's just the whole process that happened and how it laid out. So you do have to have what I call balls. You have to really go out there and be strong and not be afraid to say what needs to be said. So I was talking to Springfield, and I said, if you endorse that person, I will go on every single radio station. I had a few choice words in between, and let everyone know how you are purposefully ignoring the grassroots candidates, and any kind of bridge that we are trying to gap between grassroots and the GOP will be severed. So it ended up where that person, after a few phone calls, he decided not to run. So if you really have a voice, and Christian, you are being very strong and staying convicted, and you've got faith also, that things are going to change, and you can never give up on your purpose. And stay focused on as Brian calls it, your pillars. Safety is the big issue. Affordability, being able to live here is the issue. And corruption. We all know what's happening with the Democrats and the backdoor deals. It's insane. It's coming out. It's being exposed. And what's happening nationally is going to help us by the time the general comes in November. So any other candidates that are out there, if you ever have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. I can give you my honest opinions on what worked. Every time I ran, my numbers went up. And that's what counts. When you plant those seeds, they're going to remember, and then you keep going, and you keep going, and you keep going. But one quick thing that I did want to talk about is it's important to get out there for the community. So I recently went to this, it's called CAC. It is Chicago School Board is now going for, it's a big hot topic, especially what's going on with the CTU and all the craziness and the audits and them going to do protests against ICE. It's nonsense, it's BS, but they are a socialist group, and that's what their agenda is. So I went to this community meeting, so anyone who's running, look on Eventbrite, look on the community pages to see where the events are, and go there. But, you know, I was forthright when I came, and I said, I'm a Republican candidate, I want to find out what's going on, how can I help when I win for Springfield. And the nonsense that's going on between the University of Chicago and CPS schools is crazy. And if you are in Cook County, you need to start going to these meetings, these CAC meetings, and find out what is happening and how they're trying to alienate the parents again. They are going to push in Illinois for a required pre-K program full day. About 12 years ago, there was a push for a longer school day. This is before I wanted to do politics. I was just doing this because I knew it was wrong. I did not want my child to be in school for 9.5 hours. We fought and we won and we beat them. And that's where Stand for Children came. That's a Soros-backed organization. They came and tried to infiltrate the 5 moms. We are all moms just trying to help our kids to keep our nuclear family strong. So I'm saying if we could win against the Soros and we could win against CPS, speaking at the boards, we did Tribune, we did fun time panels, and we won. So never ever give up. You can win, we can win. We need to have collaboration together. And let's focus on the good. Let's not focus on the bad, because it gets in your head and it holds you down and it changes your energy and your vibration and all of that, where people can feel. They can feel your genuineness, but they can feel when you're backed off, or they can feel if you're not being truthful. So always, always be truthful. And if you want to know more about what Brian's doing and how he can help, I can get that out there. I'll send it to Kyle or Christian, and you guys can put it out. But don't give up. Don't give up on your path. Don't give up on what the true purpose is of why we're doing this. And this is for every child, every future children that we have in our family, that they can live the American dream, that they can live in a safe community in their own home, and that they can just enjoy life. That's what we want. We don't want this nonsense, progressive, democratic, evil path to continue.
That's very well said. And, you know, just in terms of the topic of never giving up, you know, not on a joking level of some crazies running in front of trucks deliberately, Christian, but in terms of, you know, think of any movie that you've ever watched. One of the best parts of the movie is where the underdog doesn't quit, goes against impossible odds, and if they go down fighting, everyone remembers them for their conviction that they went down fighting, or that they overcame it somehow with their conviction, grace of God pushing behind them. So yeah, never giving up is it's got to be the Republican motto, you know, because we're all demented if we're still trying here. But that, you know, that just says something about our conviction. But that said, if anyone else wants, you know, we're about to wrap up here in a few minutes.
One thing I wanted to interject,
Go ahead. Yeah.
and this is a taboo subject, guys. But I want to make sure that any candidate who's on here running in front of a truck, yes, I'm doing it. Any candidate who is on here, if you have any portions of your district that are predominantly Black, these are the things, and like I said, this is just what I've had to navigate as a person who is looking at messaging strategy, because of the way the Democratic Party has trained non-white voters. They've trained non-white voters to respond to certain like messaging calls that they put out, and they also do their strategy where they'll have a very specific promise for different groups. That's no different than Tide having a campaign for the mom who has a soccer kid, and they're showing the mom who has all the soccer gear falling out of her van. There's grass stains on everything, and they're showing that, hey, for soccer moms like you, they trust Tide. But then they'll also have another one that's for the woman who has a blue collar husband, and there's like dirt all over his uniforms. But they're letting that blue collar wife know, like, hey, his clothes are gonna get clean if you get this Tide. As a candidate, as a Republican, I think the one thing that could be to our detriment is if we don't split out messaging. This does not mean have a pandering message. It does not mean have some, I don't want to, I don't know, people are like, I don't want to see race. It's, at the end of the day, race it is a thing. It is a thing no matter how much we want to get rid of it and all of that. The Democrats will beat Republicans if you don't figure out how to specifically kind of speak to the hurdles that Hispanic voters have, that elderly voters have, that Black elderly voters have. Like, you have to look at all of your different voters based on the demographics in your district, and you have to decide what are like the top 3 to 5 groups that you can speak to, because you do actually have to break them down into like 5. 5 is probably the highest you can achieve without having a real marketing team. But if you think about it, and you know that you have a good amount of Black voters in your district, please do not ignore figuring out what is your angle to talking to your Black voter or your veteran voter. Like, figure out those groups. But I'm just saying, and I know that, like I said, this is very taboo for many people, and people hate the idea of the term Black agenda. I don't have a Black agenda. There are key things that I know that Black people specifically struggle with. I know that sickle cell is something that disproportionately kills Black people. Like, that really is a thing that is like race-based. For some reason, sickle cell happens mostly to Black people. There's not a lot of research on it. So I specifically want to work on legislation that uplifts research into sickle cell, because I actually had a classmate in high school. His name was George, and he died really, really early because of sickle cell. And I've had relatives who have it as well. So if you're looking at things that are very specific, imagine that you're Tide, and Tide is figuring out their 5 customers, and they want to have a specific message for those 5 customers. Don't feel like you're doing something manipulative. This is how you activate more than just this plus 60-year-old Republican voter. Because right now the Republican Party as a whole is pretty much only activating the plus 60-year-old voter. But we have to see what is the issue that is facing or plaguing even like the 30 to 45-year-old married couple versus the couple who may be single. They don't even have, or not single, but the couple that doesn't have children. What's really important to them? Because if we only have one message, we won't be able to activate different groups of voters, and that's why our turnout looks low. But it's not actually that people wouldn't support Republicans. It's just that we haven't talked to the different groups that need to feel activated and feel motivated.
Christine, a lot of this is like categorical. A lot of this is categorical or topical, but I'm using Sora, an AI video creator app, and AI definitely will transform politics. You won't be able to discern real from fake messaging in the future and right now. If you look me up, John Kitover, on Sora, and look at my videos, I think you will laugh your ass off. And I'm getting incredible feedback from people telling me it is so funny because it's sarcasm. I'm calling out the hypocrisy. So I really encourage everyone in this room to download Sora, cast yourself, read the 3 numbers, look left, look right, and cast yourself or cast me. But I'm telling you, Sora will change politics. It's the most incredible AI video creation software I've ever seen. It's transformative.
No, yeah, there's so many different tools that are revolutionizing video creation. But this is even for people, like, if you're talking in person, being able to really know your key demos in your district, it's going to take you so far. And then just coming up with really authentic touch points for why you care. Like, I'm pro-life because I got pregnant my last year of college. So, like, I had a choice. I had a very clear choice. Me and my husband, he's my husband now, we weren't married in college, and we had a very clear choice. I graduated 22 weeks pregnant, and I actually lost a friend because I didn't decide to abort my child. Once I told her I was keeping my child, we literally stopped talking because she had an abortion. So I literally had to, I had to walk out being pro-life at the most inconvenient time of my life, which was in college. So it's like the things that I'm very passionate about. I'm passionate about homeschool because I literally homeschool my children. I'm passionate about officers because my husband is an officer. So think about your life and then match it up to those things that you are willing to go to bat for. That's why, Kyle said I'll jump in front of the trucks. Yeah, because I'll jump in front of trucks for my family. And a lot of these things that I'm fighting for, they are literally part of me. So I'm fighting for families because I'm a big family. I have 4 kids. I know what it's like to struggle and to be an entrepreneur, pursuing your dreams while having a family. I know what it's like to be married to an officer now, which has been a totally new experience. All of these things are ingrained in me, and they allow me to look at life through different lenses. So think about the lenses you're already looking through, whether that's being a teacher or, being a lifelong Chicagoan. What are those things that make you unique as a candidate? And then start to look at your voters through those different lenses and really embody what are the things that concern them the most, but then also what are the things that give them the most hope when they think about the future of Illinois. What do they want Illinois to be and to become? And then you have to speak to those things and not just, we can't just keep, talking the same like lines or, spiels for the party, because then it's just so easy. It's so easy to predict what we're going to do. But if you're being human in all of your interactions with people, that is how you really start to transform your race into a very human experience. Like, political races should be, as human as possible, because that's truly how you get people to want to go to bat for you and to come out and vote for you. And it'll level the playing field against a lot of capital. If you're up against somebody who has a lot more money than you, being the most human component in that race is what will set you apart from your peers. So
It's
that's one thing I want to
intelligence.
challenge you all. Is just, like I said, I know it's touchy, but you don't have to have a really weird black agenda, but do think about how do you beat the Democrats at speaking to the different voters in your district, because you have to beat them. That's the reality. You have to have a better pitch. It's a pitch.
Well,
That's
if
what it comes down to.
I can kind of comment on that too, it's not just a pitch. I can say, because I am in all of the communities that I have gone, I made sure I got signatures from all areas. And they have the same concerns that we do. And just don't be afraid to go talk to them. And like Christian said, if you're personable and you believe in your topic and you believe in your platform, they're going to listen. But ask questions. What is it that you're concerned with? Don't be afraid to ask questions. And sometimes, because at least where we are in Cook County, and I'm sure you might have come to that conclusion already, Christian, that they are just so used to voting Democrat because their grandparents did it and they were told to do it, because everything is tied with jobs and services and things like that. So it's just changing the minds and saying, are you happy with how things are right now? And pause. We have to learn to pause and to listen before we react. And I'm still a work in progress on that, because I just like to react. But pausing and listening and giving them an opportunity to share what is important to them, and then asking them for help. Okay, you like what we stand for. We do have common ground. Let's work on that common ground. Who do you know? Who can I talk to? And that's how it's going to work. It's that one-on-one communication that's going to plant the seed for that to trickle down to the whole block.
Christine, can I just say also, Christina, I know African Americans are very social. They love politics. But to me, economic philosophy, or the actual budget, the balance, the debt, the borrowing, the spending, like that to me is just the first topic issue. So I refuse to debate or discuss many topics until we address priority issues. Priority of communication is your time. How you discern and, use your time on your communication is essential to your success, because it deals with intelligence. Only intelligent people prioritize communication. Don't get bogged down with racial identity politics, which is gaslighting. Mayor Brandon Johnson is so insane, and gaslighting is wild.
Information voters, though, and most people actually communicate at like a 5th grade level, or actually read at a 5th grade level, write at a 5th grade level. So if we start talking about things that are large scale, like,
it's not complicated. It's balanced budget. You go to the grocery store, you spend what you got. That's it.
For most people, unfortunately. So when you're thinking about voting pool, and I'm not saying that everybody's a low information voter, but most people are low information voters.
Nobody is. Everybody's intelligent.
Think about how they're going to make that decision. It's truly going to come down to who do they like a little bit more. What person seems that they would actually advocate for them in their best interest. If you know that you're really passionate about the economy, which is actually what we all should be passionate about, I 100% agree. But if the only way you're going to get a chance to do that work is if you make sure people understand that you also care about the fact that, their adult child is forced to live with them because they can't afford a home, or they're also concerned about the fact that, their neighborhood is consistently dirty all the time, or the roads are in terrible shape, and, what are the things that are meaningful to them, because for a lot of people, the overall economy is beyond their grasp. Like it's actually a really big concept to understand. Like, how did we get into this much debt? What actually has to be paid for at the federal level? What needs to be paid for at the state level? You know, what do you mean by balancing a budget? You know, if we're going to go after waste, fraud, and abuse, are a bunch of programs going to get shut down all of a sudden? You know, there's a lot of fear for people when we all of a sudden just go hard line on the finances. And like I said, that is the work that has to be done. But we have to lead with the humanity part of it first, or you will never get to do that work. And that is why you saw Trump's marketing strategy is very dynamic. For one, he leads with a very easy to understand and comprehend format of speaking. He speaks in very low level. He's dumb. It's just because he's had to communicate with a diverse array of people his entire career. Anybody from construction workers to Fortune 500, leaders and kings of different countries. He's had to communicate with all of them, and he took that into his campaign, and he spoke directly to people. You know, he talked about people losing their black jobs. It offended a lot of people, but also a lot of people who know that they have actually lost a lot of manufacturing jobs or post office jobs, or even things like right now the gig economy in Chicago has been taken over by illegal aliens. And people get shocked when you say things like that, but yes, those are jobs that moms have had. Moms who are in between school pickups were using gig economy. Now they're getting beat out by Venezuelan delivery guys. So these are things that are very much so concerning. But if we're just going, very hard line on, we need to reduce the national debt, for a lot of people they're like, okay, that doesn't touch me. And it's like, yes, it does. We know it does, but it won't matter until they feel like you matter to you. And that's why when Christine said, you have to lead with that, hey, what is your concern? People don't want to hear about our concerns and our vision. They don't care about our mission until they realize that we care about them. And I think that we have to make sure that we're doing that work of humanizing the voter.
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that truth tellers are actually actuaries, accountants, financial professionals who can explain complicated financial information to the lay investor. There's so much behind the scenes at Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, the asset managers, the mayor's choices, who manages the funds, how much money. There's just it's too many topics to talk about. But I salute everybody here. I was shocked to join the Chicago Republican GOP, the behavior, really the planning, the lack of planning. No Trump support at all. I've lived here many years in Chicago. I originally set up a Facebook page, Strong Ones for Trump. I was at University of Illinois Chicago downtown when he came to speech, and activists disrupted it and stopped it. There was a lot of support for Trump, a lot of innocent support, and there's a lot of traitors out there. It's hard to really comprehend it, but in the comments for at least aldermen in Chicago, I don't even want to dignify people with any actual intelligent comment, because in my opinion, gaslighting these people who are running the Chicago political scene, especially the alderman council, it's wild. And I just say arrest, and report to the FBI. This is criminal fraud that this individual is engaged in, and it drives people crazy. I'm highly blocked, but I love comment trolling, and everyone here can be an information warrior. This upcoming governor election, the Facebook comments in all these groups is wild. And if you're not commenting or being a part of exposing truth, discussing truth, whatever your truth is, your authentic self is the truth, essentially. So there's a saying, the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you're going to get. And I just salute everybody here, and Kyle, God bless you, and the other co-hosts and everybody else, Christine, and everybody. Have a great evening.
Well, I appreciate that. That's a positive note to end on. Real quick, before everyone goes and enjoys themselves for the rest of the night, not dealing with political struggles, except the candidates. We will announce next week we're having a town hall with Medrick and Dabrowski coming on. We are still waiting. Save Our Republic, please double check with me, confirm. Those are the only two we have as of right now, correct?
Correct. We have been waiting for 2 weeks for Heidner to decide if he's going to come. Bailey has declined.
Yeah, so be sure to tune in next week. We've got some great questions for them. We're going to let them go back and forth. We're going to have a town hall towards the end of it, let them get through a lot of their selling points. It's not meant for them to attack each other. It's just meant for them to sell each other because at the end of the day, we're all in the same boat. So if you're shooting out the bottom, we all sink together. But nonetheless, be sure to join next week. Raise your hands, share the space, get people in on there, and feel free to come on up and talk to candidates and figure out what important issues, see where they stand on important issues to you. Because as both of you had mentioned before, the economy is very important, but it's not sexy. You have to talk about the sexy thing to get in the door with a lot of voters, unfortunately. So, but nonetheless, I appreciate all of you. God bless. I hope you, your families, everyone has a wonderful week, and we'll follow up with you next week.
Fucking crazy.
procedure earlier. So honestly, I'm just glad it's over. But
As much as you breathe, love as long as you live.
Nick, what up? I was just on a big media thing on X. Big for me, at least. Okay, I'm gonna end the space. This is John for Congress. Maybe I'll even pin a link. Fuck it, and leave the room open for a few more minutes.
And going to that place where everything is music. 11, I have come to bring out the beauty you never knew you had, and lift you up like a prayer to the sky. 12, you are my certainty. Lift me to the stars. This sign is a figment of my imagination. 13. Find yourself first, so you can also find
We're with you, Josh.
always in my
We're with you.
thoughts. For whom I've
Cool.
searched so long has come to me with open arms, laying flowers on my path. 15.
We're with you. Cool.
In the middle path is the way to wisdom. 16, dance as you rise above the two worlds. Dance to tear your heart to pieces and give up your soul. between you and I. When the separation is an illusion. 34, don't give me back to my old companions. Inside you, my yearning stops.
heart one rosy dream of gold. Deep into thine eyes, there are gold, and my soul leaps like an archangel menacing the sun. My sword passes through and through thee. Crystalline moons ooze out of thy beautiful body that is hidden behind the ovals of thine eyes. Deeper, ever deeper I fall, even as the whole universe falls down the abyss of years. For eternity calls, the overworld calls, the world of the word is awaiting us. Done with speech, oh God, fasten the fangs of the hound. Eternity in this my throat. I am like a wounded bird, flapping in circles. Who knows where I shall fall? Oh, blessed one, God Almighty, forever, let me fall I am like a maiden bathing in a clear pool of fresh water. Oh my God, I see thee dark and desirable, rising through the water as a golden smoke. Thou art altogether golden, the hair and the eyebrows and the brilliant face, even into the fingertips and toe tips. Thou art one rosy dream of gold. Deep into thine eyes that are golden, my soul leaps like an archangel menacing the sun. My soul passes through and through thee. Crystalline moons out of the beautiful body that is hidden behind the ovals of thine eyes. Deeper, ever deeper I fall, even as the whole universe falls down the abyss of years. Oh God, thanks of the hound, eternity endless, away forever.
Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds, hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, 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 let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10 seconds. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9. Hold for 10 seconds. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Let it go, 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 let it go. Only abstain from views. Do not dwell in views. Be careful not to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two, however. Do not even maintain the one. The subject follows when the object ceases. The object is expelled when the subject sinks. The object is related to the If you want to know these two, their origin is one emptiness. In one emptiness, both are equal, evenly contain innumerable forms. Do not differentiate force and fine, and you will not be for or against the great ways all embracing, neither easy nor difficult. Small views are irresolute, full of doubt. Now in haste, then too late. Grasp beyond measure, and you will go astray. Spontaneity, essence neither goes nor abides. Accord your nature with the way, and go free of trouble. Fettered thinking straight from the real, it darkens, sinks and spoils. To weary the spirit is not good. Of what you saw strange and familiar, in following beyond vehicle. Do not dislike the sixth sense objects. Not disliking the sixth sense objects turns out equal to perfect awakenness. The wise performs through non-action, the fool ties himself. Things are not different. Ignorance leads to preference. to pursue them. The slightest trace of right and wrong, and mind is lost in confusion. One being is the source of the two. However, do not even maintain the one. With one mind there is no rising, then everything is without blame. No blame, no thing.
about those stories. I feel like there was an actual conversation.
Were we talking about Alex Preddy?
Were you really talking about that?
I'm just tracking it. I think it's pretty interesting, Dewey.
No, but was that what people were talking about here before this distraction? Is that a hair blower?
Can I speak or not? Am I allowed to speak?
No.
Allowed to speak? Okay. Are we gonna have the white woman talking?
You're a heckler.
Are the whites gonna
You're a
continue to talk?
heckler.
Oh, okay.
You're doing the heckler's.
Wait, nobody wants to get the whites under control? Nobody wants to get the whites under control?
Right? He tried to try.
Nobody wants to get the whites under control?
He tried to set us up.
You know what's funny is actually earlier today, Congressman and
I have to walk back to my phone. We're not gonna do the voice trolling. Let's do.
You gotta get the whites under control. See, Dewey won't shut the fuck up. He doesn't control himself. He's got impulse control issues, right? Alright, now I know your weaknesses. Back up, I got it. You're weak too. I got it.
at what point do you?
I got it. I'm a man. You're standing up for my fucking, my privileges. Yeah, I'm embarrassed to like stand up to you being a bitch. You're right. I'll never do that. No, I'm not gonna. Just put up with it. Put up with dumbass Dewey and dumbass Monica. Alright, I got it. Okay, I'll do that. Anyway, so what we learned, Inky, you there?
Oh God, like he's not
Inky's not there. Alright, hold on, Sugar Bell. You know I love you. Don't do me like that. I'm dealing with whites right now. And out of control whites. The same people that fucking make your life miserable in Africa. Anyway, so we have like we should be on a unified front. Anyway, what we saw, unfortunately, is that I did try to do right by Monica. You can accept that or not. And it was a light correction for Dewey. You can accept that or not. And Dewey, in his bitch ass ways, made it more than what it is because his pride wouldn't allow him to just simply take the correction and move on. Now, obviously, if we all see, Nathan, you weren't here. If somebody says to you, Nathan, hey, good to hear from you, Nathan, and you responded, good to be heard. Nathan, what do you think about that type of response?
It can be very strange and upsetting.
Thank you. So all I said to Dewey was, hey, Dewey, I hate to say it, but I got to. That kind of response was a little stiff, it just didn't hit the right notes. He could have said, you know what? Upon further review, you're right, and he could have made amends, not with me, because I'm not the one that was slighted. He could have made amends with Monica. And I know Monica is a sensitive woman. The reason why I know she's a sensitive woman, because I've seen her for fucking years, and I've seen the things that upset her. So whether or not she says it, I know that somebody responding like that, it just wouldn't go over well. We all understand social dynamics to the extent where somebody says, hey, what's up, man? Long time to see you. And you respond, yeah, cool. You're like, what? So, anyway, he could have corrected it, and I didn't need it to be corrected. I wasn't the one slighted. But for some reason, he feels affronted that I pointed it out. Maybe we could hope that if somebody else pointed it out, he wouldn't be such a bitch about it. But unfortunately, we're here, and it's that.
Great. Monica and I are fine. We squashed the beef, and I have not attacked you, Concrete. So it's weird to me that it's become a 30-minute conversation, but I think it was important to you. So that's what we talked about for the last 30 minutes.
Nathan, were you here? Did you see the interaction between Dewey and myself for any period of time? Okay, so you didn't see the interactions. What's so crazy is that I
talking interactions, right? And the interactions included that type of over talking, and it's like a belligerent, entitled over talking, right? That's what I experienced. And for some strange reason, when he calculates all of this in his mind, he concludes, I have not attacked you concrete. Now, do you think that's an honest assessment, Nathan? If somebody were to belligerently, consistently overtalk you when you're trying to make your point?
Yeah, you probably make a point, but how about forgiveness? Can you apologize so we can forgive?
I actually already apologized to everybody in the room, including Concrete, several times. And Nathan, you tell me, am I acting? Do I sound belligerent? Oh, who did I not apologize to? Bev? I apologize to you, Bev. Nathan, I'm apologizing to you. Again, I don't think I've been belligerent. You can tell me, Nathan. Oh, Ashley, I agree. I apologize that this has been a conversation. I've tried to move past it, but we haven't been able to because
it's about acceptance.
Oh, I accept the wrong that I have done.
No,
I accept the wrong.
Your apology.
No, Monica accepted my apology. Monica accepted it.
Who else accepted his apology?
No, Nathan, you gotta be more. You gotta say a sincere apology.
Yeah, Monica left actually.
Sincere apology. That's what you gotta say.
Monica and I squashed the beef.
There's some important things I gotta say, but right after Sugar Valley, go ahead, Sugar Valley.
Oh God, Jesus Christ on a BMX bike. Who cares about your fucking squabble? I met Lee Jae-young today. Okay? I met Lee Jae-young today.
Who is Jae-young?
Is that your
The owner of Samsung.
Where did you
The
meet him?
king of all chaebols. The owner of Samsung.
Where did you meet him?
At the Sackler
When you met him too. You see, shameless, Sugar Belly, shameless. Did you have an iPhone?
Did you propose?
Excuse me. So basically, right now at the Sackler Gallery in DC, right, his family, they're having an exhibition of like Korean like ancient artifacts that they donated to like the Korean National Museum. They donated like I think 23,000 ancient historical artifacts like from Korea, and they're having like the exhibition of the Sackler I think it's the Museum of Asian Art, and they also have like a gala as well. And so I went there today to see like the artifacts, and I ended up standing next to him, and I have the pictures to prove it. Let me show you. Let me upload the picture. Let me show you the picture.
How about that?
Huh? No, listen. He had like 5 or 6 like people in black, in like all black next to him. Like they were all circling him, and like they were. Wait, will it show like because it's kind of like a wide picture? Do you guys see it? Do you guys see him?
You know how
Look at my PTR.
everyone had a bad experience as a Korean, so I don't care nothing about
Like he was standing right next to me, like we're looking at the same item together. Listen, this man has $16 billion and he is the heir of Samsung. Samsung is the chaebol of all chaebols. Like Samsung is the chaebol that controls the whole of Korea. Like it is the most powerful chaebol in the history of.
Are you saying chaebol like CH?
No, CHAEBOL. So
I don't know that word. What is that?
Yeah, so chaebol is the Korean word for like these massive conglomerates that have so much money that like they're these massive industries that kind of control like Korea's economy, right?
Interesting. That's a Korean word.
Yeah. Yes, like che means wealth and bol means group. So like chaebol is like wealth group, and like the biggest one's like Samsung. So Samsung is the biggest chaebol. There's also LG, there's Shinsegae, and there's like a bunch of other ones. No, I didn't want to be weird. Like, what do you mean? Like, I didn't want to be creepy and weird. I was chill. I was just like, I was like, oh, like, that porcelain is like really, really pretty, And he was like, yes, like it's exquisite. But I didn't, like, I was chill. Like, I kept my cool. Okay.
That's what you're supposed to say. That's what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, I was like,
I'm represented by Nigerian.
Like the most powerful billionaire in Korea for like 5 seconds. It was pretty cool. Yeah.
So you're supposed to lean into it and represent and say, hey, I have a great idea. Down for Korea.
Listen, his security, they were fanning around. It was actually fascinating to see like the way his security was working. He himself was quite chill and everything. If you didn't know who he was, like if you didn't recognize his face, like you wouldn't have known anything special about this guy. But his security, they were doing like this weird like fanning thing, like they were constantly constantly changing position. People that came too close, they were. It's interesting because like they weren't saying like oh you can't come too close to him, but they were sort of like sneakily redirecting people away from him, right? So, um, this lady who got like she kind of like tried to approach. I don't think she tried to approach him, but his security was like, oh, if you'd like more information about these items, you can. There's like a book over there, and she kind of pointed, basically like go the fuck away, right? Super interesting. Yeah, it was actually. I forgot one more thing. The other thing was like everybody who was like Korean around there was super different, and then like they were all bowing to the waist, and that kind of sticks out because normally Koreans don't bow to the waist, right? So that was like and then there was also like tons of security. There were people who had like that thing in their ear, like it's like a wire or something. They had like that like thing in their ear, and I was like, this is really strange because I've been to this museum before and it's never had this much security, right? And once I ran into
Good evening. A tragedy at the top of the world tonight. Authorities confirm that Santa Claus has been killed after his sleigh went down in the Arctic snow. The crash happened shortly after midnight. Here at the North Pole, investigators are still piecing together what caused the fatal accident. The sleigh was heavily poisoned. Good evening. A tragedy at the top of the world tonight. Authorities confirm that Santa Claus has been killed after his sleigh went down in the Arctic snow. The crash happened shortly after midnight. Here at the North Pole, investigators are still piecing together what caused. Good evening. And tonight with breaking news. Good afternoon, friends. My name is John Kitover, and I'm running for the United States Congress. The matter of the state versus the two clowns. This court has reviewed the evidence. Hey, kids. I have the discharge. Spirit beyond the veil, if you hear us.
Trying to kind of slow you down. I'm just trying to.
Fuck you.
You kick this person out, but can you kick this guy out?
Yeah. Oh, it's and you can't kick him.
He's a bitch nigger.
I wish.
Yeah.
We got him!
Let's go back to reading the Quran. I've already said what I'm gonna say.
How do we make a room private?
You wave and then you ping people.
Just fucking start reading the Quran, man.
Let's do that. Can we do that? Laura, can you get into a call with him first?
Yeah.
Yeah, do that. Do
How is that dehumanizing them?
Because wealthy people don't want to be strangers when they're just
So,
like their little gallery.
got it.
Yes.
What? No, do you think I was saying that you should have pitched them on a book in that moment? Is that what you think I'm saying?
What I'm saying is, I saw this guy whose like family work I admire, right? I don't need anything from him. I was just really happy that like I ran
Yes,
into
you do.
him, and
Of
I
course
thought
you
it was
need more
really
from
cool.
him. If you can get tutelage from him, you do need tutelage from him.
Like,
You need advice from him. You need insight from him.
I don't need from him. Leave me alone.
Wait, what?
Easy.
You're a fucking fan. What do you mean you don't need anything from him? What are you talking about?
I don't need anything from
You're a fucking fan. Fucking sugar belly. Are you out of your mind?
Yeah, excuse me. Is it not possible for me to just appreciate?
No, you're desirous of more. You want more. Get the fuck out of here. How are you gonna be a fan and not want more?
So now you're trying to force me to want more.
No, it's a logical entailment of your fucking sycophancy. Are you out of your mind, sugar belly? Are you used to fucking sparring with kindergartners?
Listen, I know it's hard for you to believe, okay? But I'm just happy that like
You're fainting over him and you don't want more? Yes, it is hard for me to believe that. Sorry.
I'm happy that I met him, and I feel like it was a bright spot in my day. I'm not
That man offered you a half-eaten cheese sandwich. You would take it and you would fucking encase it in epoxy for commemoration and perpetuity. Get out of here.
Sorry, I'm not like you. I'm not like you, okay? I just thought it was really cool that I ran into him. You know, I thought it was super cool. It was super nice. It was like the highlights of like going to see the artifact.
I'm glad you had a good time, sugar belly. You know I'm giving you a hard time. That's all.
Looking at all the artifacts, but like the fact that like I ran into him and like we kind of like, you know, had like a little like whatever, like it was cool.
And I'm glad you had that wonderful experience. And I do think that the book idea would work. And I do think you want to collect knowledge of this caliber for your community's benefit. And I think you should do the work. It doesn't have to be this person. You can identify several other candidates, some probably a lot more accessible. You can develop your questionnaire.
Excuse me, Africans
One second. You can develop your questionnaire with lower hanging fruit, and if you build a reputation for yourself and show you are sincere and that you are academic and rigorous in your questions and in your demeanor, you never know, you might gain access to the upper echelons of the world that you want.
Why would I do that when all I need to do to gain access upper echelon is to go and do a master's at an Ivy League university? Why do I have to do all three in a row?
That's obviously the route where you have to now.
Literally the most reliable route.
One second, don't calm down. Have to have the alignment of the students that are there now are connected to the people you want to be with, like directly. And then if there is an indirect route, then you have to try to start exploiting that indirect route. And it's more probabilistic that it will be second or third.
See, this is why
One second. It's more likely, more probable that everybody that you meet in the master's program, depending on the study, right, which master's program, is going to be second or third separate degree separation from the real person that you want. At which point you're still, after you've gained entrance with this person with a third degree separation, you're still going to need to navigate those other degrees of separation. And I'm just saying, you're still going to have to employ some sort of other mechanism besides, hey, I went to school with Brad. And they're like, okay.
Men are the real gold diggers. Look how you just activated what I told you I met a billionaire today. You just, like, now you're trying to force me, you want to force me to have more connection with this man than I want to.
You want a sugar belly. You're not going to.
I was content when
Sugar belly, you can't.
tip me, man. I'm like, what the fuck? But I said, this is a very important lesson. Yeah, it was extremely important lesson. And I was like, these motherfuckers, I was young at that time, so these motherfuckers are assholes. And ever since then, man, I fucked their pockets up. I mean, left and right. Like, and these people, man, if they really wanted to help out and do the right thing, they could. But to be honest with you, they're just like everybody else, to be honest with you.
No. I think you're missing. I think because
the wrong color for coffee.
Hold on. No. You're missing. See, what's happening is you're misunderstanding my motivations because Sugar Belly has so decidedly to like obfuscate her motivations, right?
Why are you
So
trying to force me?
One second. So what she did is she made a topic about her meeting with this gentleman that nobody knows or cares about.
He's the fucking
And
crown.
because, hold on, listen to how she says it. And because Sugar Belly is a homie, we entertained her fawning over this stranger. And you, like me, said, okay, is there anything more to the plot besides I took this picture of this billionaire? And her response is no, there is nothing more to the plot. And you, like me, one second, you, like me, Nathan, said it would be more interesting if you engaged in XYZ, which was introducing yourself, pitching an idea, or trying to gain some sort of, real engagement with this person. She says, oh, I don't want that. But her prior behavior betrays that posture, right? You can't have somebody fainting over Michael Jackson and then saying, I don't want an autographed copy of his. You can't have somebody fainting over Michael Jackson and then saying, I don't want a copy of his #1 album, right? So, what that tells me is that this is a psychological response to some sort of fear that she might have that she can well overcome. And we know she's thought about it because she's already developed her main. One second, I'm almost done. And we know she's thought about it because she's already told us what her main plan of attack is, which is to go to the schools with the well-to-do and gaining entry through that route. And I said, well, obviously that is one route, and that route is going to have, probably the same type of chance as this alternate route. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this is all projection. Like, it's such bad projection. I did not faint, right? I was just like happy and excited because I was expecting to be there. Like, I knew his family like was the one who like put on the exhibition, but I mean, I didn't expect him to be there, right? So it was a pleasant surprise. And no, I didn't approach him because like, why would you approach somebody who's just trying to enjoy his? That's rude and inconsiderate. Like, something weird.
A little bit deeper into the topic. Have you been to South Korea before?
That's a woman, y'all. Y'all better get off of Sugar. What up, Kendo? I already told her I'm wiring the bride price.
Another question. You made sure you didn't have an iPhone when you met him, right?
It's terrible because I took this photograph on my iPhone, which is like so bad.
That is rudeness to the highest order.
Wait, hold on, Ashley. Hold on. Ashley, hold on. Can I ask? Hold on, Sugar Brother. Let me ask Ashley a question. Ashley, number one, do you think he noticed it? Number two, do you think he cared? No, and I mean that sincerely.
Of course he is. If you took the time to invent a product, I'm answering your question.
No, I'm telling Sugar Brother.
If you take the time to invent a product, do you think that you could recognize the product you invented at a glance?
Wait, is he the
give a little side eye. I'm like, oh, you
Actually,
from the top.
now it's 16 billion up, you care?
Yeah, but I give that person the side eye because you're walking up to me. You know, you're obviously taking the time out of your day. Obviously, you're a fit, and then you pull out my competitor's product. I'm giving you the side eye.
What about if she apologized in advance? What if she apologized in advance? Oh my, can I talk to Ashley for a second? What if she gave an apology in advance, Ashley?
Side eye, but no, I mean, it's not like it's a
It would at least soften your heart a little bit, right?
I'm a billionaire. My heart is cold as ice.
And actually, I think you're right. I think the money doesn't change you from being a petty bastard. And yeah. Anyway, Manville, how you doing, bro? How's that server farm going? I remember you talked about it like what, a year ago?
Anyway,
how's that going?
When you meet her,
What were you doing this though?
you meet her over
What were you doing?
Virtual service?
Yeah, is that what you're doing? I thought you were doing something else.
concrete. When you meet her over there, run and hug them and climb their leg.
You know what's so crazy, Sugar Belly? I've known a billionaire for quite a long time.
Okay.
And one second. And his son, and I have his son's cell number. And they buy shopping centers, and I have yet to be able to sell one to them. But I'm hoping to do one soon. Secondarily, I routinely go to conferences where big dogs are prowling, and that's why I know whatever you want to do, you don't have to go to school because these people are actively engaging with the public, and not directly, but at least through their liaisons or, as I said, second and third degree associates, right? Like right now, there was a conference that I could have gone to in New York. I just didn't want to, where they're doing deals with Meta for data centers, right? Blue Owl. One of the acquisition managers, I'll give you the game plan. One second. I'm gonna land.
Okay, but
One of the acquisition managers of Blue Owl that does investments for Meta in their data centers was at a New York NYU real estate conference on I think it was Capital Markets. Anyway, the admission was like $600. I could have went and met him, but I didn't have anything to pitch, so I didn't go. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. When you go to these conferences enough, like if I spend all year going to conferences, where there's conferences in New York, California, all over the country, and all over the globe, and they're usually like from $600 to like $5,000. And so for the whole year, I'd have to probably spend like $30,000, $40,000. But if I spent all year going to conferences and about $40,000, I'd meet everybody in the upper echelon real estate. And when I met everybody in upper echelon real estate and they saw me over the course of a year and they understood that I was a serious player in that domain, it would then open up the doors to more and more conversations.
Oh no, she left.
Oh shit, okay. Tried to give her the game, but
She left a while ago.
it's for everybody else if she didn't want to
It wasn't a while ago. She just left. So did you want to hear the answer to your question, or did you just want to talk to her?
I can do both, bro.
Two main counter games.
I can do both. So I did want to talk to her, and I do want to answer to my question.
Okay. Well, Quad VPS is doing really well. I think as of last month, we were at like 4,500 subscribers and
Nice.
MRR of about $96.
I'd say overall VPS users that are, semi-institutional or hobbyists is probably it.
Oh, that's what it was. HFT, right? Half for Mr. Training.
Yeah, but I mean, we're working on Polymarket as a sector. We've got like AI image generation stuff going on, and lately we've actually been trying to dip our toes into tax compliance and virtual assistants because the fees and just the experience using virtual assistants or kind of trying to scale a lot of what you're providing to customers, like our AI chats and the support tickets, the website management, the ability to run your own tests, turn them on and off, have AI, going down a checklist and being able to go back and undo some of the work it's fucked up, but also like getting the bulk of the grunt work done, in an afternoon of a bunch of tasks is really freeing to the cost of labor.
So where your dev crew, where are they out of?
My dev crew is a fucking AI assistant. I swear to
Get
God.
out of here. Hold on, give me the fucking math. 4,500 times 96 times 12. Hold on, anybody got a calculator? That is pretty impressive if that's your dev crew. I'm gonna tell you, I was in a coffee shop the other day, and I'll share this with you because it was given to me for free through Ear Hustling. He runs a bookkeeping service, and he was at $450. I think he's at $450 a month for like 200 clients, and his entire dev staff, he said, was out of Eastern Europe. He said they were way better than the Indians, and they were like master's level fucking educated for $2,000 a month, right? Like you got top tier people for $2,000 a month out of Eastern Europe, and he said that he was doing, he was trying to get to like 96,000 a month by the end of the year, and he's doing bookkeeping, right? Real low tech, obviously. 200 clients, $450 each, and a dev crew out of Eastern Europe. You've got way better numbers, obviously, way better upside for the type of stuff you're talking about. So you should definitely look into Eastern Europe.
It scaled really nicely. The problem with incorporating like an army of people is how sensitive the information going through our servers are. These are people's their livelihoods. This is whether it's play money or not, people still give a shit, and people get very personal with like how they're actually using the service. So giving a bunch of people
for everybody who's dealing with this type of clientele and this type of product, they all have the same sensitivity issues that need to be worked around in order.
They do, but in maintaining it has not been very hard to provide superior customer service in this sector. Let me put it that way. And the downtimes and like issues that we have run into, they're few and far between. The biggest headache, is the customers. So raising prices has helped a little bit. Because it's always the motherfucker with like one fucking account on your cheapest fucking plan that gives you, 80% of your fucking headaches. So firing customers and sending those horrible motherfuckers to the competition has been pretty fun. As far as like the space, the RAM,
real concrete. Just one quick thing. You're talking about Chicago. Look about 5 hours south of Chicago, and you won't have a problem finding space.
It's not co-located. But it's not co-located.
What does that mean?
So the point of operating from a server at the exchange is that it's at the exchange. So your latency for high frequency trading is as minimal as possible. It's about getting the shortest wire to the exchange, much like physical performance benefit you can. So you could be all over the world. You could be in fucking Timbuktu. You could be on the moon and establish an internet connection and log into your server, but your server is 15 feet away from the fucking exchange. No.
Concrete doesn't believe we went to the moon.
Yo, Manville, so do you own your servers or you're using shared servers?
It's a mix. Well, like the data center, right, is shared. When people swipe their cards on our site, that payment gets automatically made. The server gets spun up at like an Equinix data center or something like that. It loads our like launch page, our version of Windows, our preloaded stuff on there, and then they set their password and go into their partition. But as far as the management of like how much compute is dedicated to their partition on the server, that's done by the exchange. It's not done by anything we set up.
Interesting. And so have you priced building your own data center? With any scale? I'm sure you're not doing like meta AI type shit, but any...
The problem with that is one, we're benefiting from the same things we're providing our clients by not having to manage that ourselves. Right? We're taking advantage of kind of the same thing. The other thing is the shelf life and the life cycle of that hardware and sourcing that hardware is a pretty tall and complicated order. That's still labor intensive. People have to build it, maintain it, keep the things running, run updates, run sweeps, fix downtime issues. That gets handled by the service provider. So that's taking on a lot of extra responsibilities for not much benefit. When our margins are really, like, for example, we're selling a $59.99 a month, server package, where our overhead monthly to the company is like $9, right? Going and buying a whole server farm to eke out $3 of fucking margin or $6 of fucking margin on something I'm already making, right? Like $51.
No, I'm not saying I don't know if it's feasible or not. I'm just curious what it costs, if you have any idea.
Basically everybody who's serious is doing hosted services, because not only the cost but the labor hours, the complexity and the liability is such that there's not enough margin value in doing it yourself, which is why like AWS is basically ruling the world right now.
Wait, Stilgar, didn't I send you a fucking code to spin up a server and play around on VPS?
I don't believe so. I don't check my DMs that much, but I can look. What is this thing you're doing?
Like the last time we were in here, Concrete was asking me about it. I sent it to somebody. I don't know if it was you or another guy.
It was me.
Bro, that was a year ago.
You have a great memory.
I don't remember. I do
Click on his profile. You can go to your back channels with him.
All my daily work stuff revolves around a lot of this hosted.
Concrete's all on this. Manville, will you come to my room? Manville, we need you in here.
Post a PTO. Wait, it sounds good. Congratulations to you. Hopefully you'll stop harassing black people and wherever you're at. Because that is true.
Oh, the hood rat shit never stops.
Oh my God.
I can't get enough. I'll be a ghetto gunfighter till I die.
I heard the part about placing data centers near exchanges to improve ping times and stuff. Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, that's part of the locations we offer, but I swear, like, we're opening hosted servers in fucking Amsterdam and shit at this point. Like, we're just getting the compute that we can.
So that's what's offer here, like you're doing like a packaged service to set this up for people so they don't have to do all the back end stuff themselves.
Yeah, it's quantvps.com.
Okay, and this is like for crypto trading?
It's mainly for futures trading.
High frequency.
And again, like we're working on some stuff for things like poly market and betting, doing like some arbitrage on that end for people who want to dip into that. And it looks promising. It looks like something fun, but you know, we'll see where it goes. The majority of all the data centers we work with, you know, we tap them out pretty quickly of what they like spit up to do.
Just a quick question. If all these boxes that you're hosting or paying to host, whatever you're doing, are then being purchased by people to utilize them to run these trades, why not just do that yourself? Are they fooled into thinking it's more profitable than it is? Help me understand that.
Why are we not like running? Oh, why are we not running high frequency trading?
Yeah, like you're selling me a money printer. Both. Why not run the money printer instead of selling it to me?
I'm not selling strategies, right?
Also,
I'm not a broker dealer.
Their own strategies. You're just selling private real estate to the head end.
I have the real estate, and I also have, you know, referral programs and deals. So there are a lot of guys who are providing strategies and providing like the consulting services to facilitate like them onboarding people into trying it out. So they'll sign up with these guys. They will create them an account on QuantVPS, like when they follow their link. So we're getting the business through these guys selling strategies. These guys are using, you know, our platform to give their customers access to trades. But we're basically just giving them, hey, you have a link ending, you open up Windows, you have your stuff in there, your
voice himself the way you can call maybe your brother or your aunt or your mother and have them on your phone. That's what proof is. Like if I ask you to prove you have $10 in your pocket, you'll be able to go in your pocket if you have $10, pull it out and present it. Okay, that's proof. You can't prove that your argumentation, your questions, and all of that, that the God that you believe in exists. And that's fine, because it's an issue of faith.
Yes, it is.
Okay, you haven't had the experiences that you read about. So when you read about Enoch walking with the true God, you haven't had that. When you heard that God spoke to Noah, you haven't heard that.
Tell me.
What, 3 past accounts with Apex Trader funding for like 50K each? That I could draw about 2,000 from.
So nice. So what's a good play? I know equities, you know,
Look,
that, but I don't really think about coming out.
I'm not the finance guy here. My buddy Al from high school has been, you know, the finance double finance and business law major.
He's had to explain some play.
He's had to explain some play, but honestly, I don't understand the machinations of that Jewish mind. I just know it makes money. So,
Wait, did you say Jewish and not Catholic? That was an inside joke. You can keep going. I was poking fun at something concrete said. Go.
Yeah, so.
You want to hear my theory? You want to hear my theory? Or you want to finish what you were saying?
Well, I have a feeling you're going to share your theory whether I want you to or not, but I would like to finish.
I'm saying whether, yeah, go. You go to.
He did like show me how to set the stuff up on my own, start running strategies. We had, you know, bots that were able to do about like 500,000 strategies a minute is getting the historical data into NinjaTrader and Rhythmic to get your tests like up and running. It's pretty like it's a pretty easy overall strategy. You know what your liquidation amount is. You don't want to select a strategy that's likely to hit your liquidation. So you select a conservative strategy. It's just getting that fucking historical data in there for you to sit there and run the actual simulations. Like that's where like the technical side of things I fall off the fucking map when the Python comes up.
$1 trillion. Everybody, a couple quick updates before lunch break.
Sorry, bro, I fell asleep. I had a buddy who was doing this kind of stuff, but what he was using it for was to run bots to purchase like hype beast type shit, like supreme items and that sort of stuff. Because if you could be the first one into the server when the drop happens and automate the entire buying process with, backup credit cards, because a lot of times they'll flag you if you make too many purchases with a single credit card. And they were essentially just like scalping out all the, whatever supreme brick shit that was popular at that moment, hoarding it for a couple of weeks and selling it on eBay.
We've been internally audited by American Express 3 fucking times in 2025. We're running fucking everything through a business gold card. It's fucking beautiful. We're getting 4 times points on every single server these guys buy from us. I could fly to Dubai like for the rest of this year and not run out of fucking points. But yeah, I could spend a year in the air at this point. Aside from that, the really like the interesting thing that like I'm excited to dip into is with Polymarket, you can be searching the very tail ends of all of these events, and you can find that point where the arbitrage exists to buy both outcomes and snipe and take both positions and take a tiny little bit off of every single outcome that's being offered as fast as they're being offered.
Yeah, I've seen that before. There's also a thing you can do where you can play on different sports books and take advantage of their $25 for $25 matching programs, and then hedge your bet with another bet on a different platform. That way, whether you win or lose, you still win, kind of thing. It takes a lot of management, and automation would probably make it easier to do. But
yep, that's the idea.
Yeah, there's a lot of wacky shit going on there. The whole online betting boom that we've seen, and I have a suspicion it'll probably be a bubble and eventually level out, has a lot of areas of opportunity for weird little
Here's a problem I'm dealing with. Maybe you have some advice for me, alright?
Don't give no advice, go card.
My opinion is
I'm a retard with a subset. I probably don't have advice for you, but I'll try.
We're a service provider, right? We're not offering financial advice. We're not operating in any other countries, right? We're using the services of different companies, but our entity ultimately is a fucking Delaware corp. And when we have these customers come in from England and Germany and Italy and shit like that, what fucking obligation do we have to collect taxes and track and report to these foreign fucking countries about what their own citizens are doing? My personal opinion on the matter is that those countries can go after their own citizens for the VAT, but I'm really under no obligation to comply with their tax structures, because they're coming over here electronically to buy shit from me that operates on servers in the United States. And if I start this like EU tax compliance and getting under Australian tax compliance and all these other places, once I start doing it, I'm gonna be stuck and I'm gonna have to keep doing it, or it's gonna become a pain in the ass. But if I never do it in the first place, and I just deal with the American stuff, I think it'll be more manageable in the long run, right?
You know,
The downside is if I grow too big and I get noticed, like, they're gonna try, because they're greedy little fucking piglets. But I really don't think, like, I owe them a duty to, like, collect their fucking taxes from their fucking people.
If and when you get that big, it'll be a problem that you will welcome with open arms, because you'll be big enough to absorb it without any fucking concern, and you can hire a team of lawyers to handle it. I think the trouble becomes when you're leasing them the hardware space that belongs to you. What they do with it, legal or otherwise, could very much so become your problem. I mean, this is a common issue with hosted services in general, which is why when you sign up for like a box with AWS, they make you sign away your soul, saying that essentially whatever liability they come under, you will then be responsible to recuperate. Not that that's ever really going to pan out in their favor, but yeah, I mean, hypothetically speaking, let's say you just, leased boxes and somebody put a bunch of like, CSM on there, sorry, CSAM, that's the new one. I'm trying to track that.
What is that?
Child sexual abuse material is the new provision.
They say CSAM. CSAM.
Yeah. So this is difficult, right? Because there's legal structures for like whether you're a publisher or not when things are being posted publicly. When it's being hosted on private hardware and not being distributed or published, it falls under different rules. So
No. The setup in this case, right, is that the service provider, arranged a relationship, right? I middlemanned a relationship between Equinix data center and Joe Blow,
that's a good point, Trey. You don't even own the boxes. You're just arbitraging them for a value add.
Right, and I'm helping Joe, like, okay, you gotta download the file and drag it over here, and did you remember your password exactly as you put it? Oh yeah, you did. Oh, you're so smart.
Well, then, I mean, they'll go for the bigger fish in the pond because that's who's got the resources to pay up. Until you become a big enough fish that you're worth coming after too.
It was still guard. Or you get some fucking like crusader coming on thinking like this is evil with just a fucking axe to grind, and they can't touch the big guys, so they wipe out all the small fuckers. Feel good about themselves, but
Lawmakers have passed a sweep. What?
Well, and the thing is, like, what you're dealing with here is not in any way proprietary, and like, you could do it as like a cottage industry thing and think somebody else.
My brand and my SEO is proprietary, right?
Yeah, but
and it's probably like the biggest vulnerability.
That'll melt away the minute somebody has a bigger marketing budget than you and can leverage far more purchasing power of the same infrastructure.
Stillguard, chill out, bro. Don't be doing them like that.
No, hey, I mean, look, these are the moves with these kind of plays. Is you squeeze until they're kind of dry, and then you move on to the next one.
Absolutely.
I guess we already had play. That just makes it a temporary play.
Dude, we've had Chart VPS, the fuckers at Ninja Trader VPS, all trying to fucking come in and spy and figure shit out. And honestly, like, they're fucking dinosaurs who got into this shit, like, right after .com. And this motherfucker was giving us backlinks when he wrote some dumbass blog post, or had fucking AI write some dumbass blog post comparing our fucking system. Gave us backlinks that jumped us up 3 fucking places on the fucking front page. It was insane.
Wait, you're saying you have like a platform that's like Ninja Trader?
No, we're an authorized vendor for Ninja Trader.
Oh. So like
and TradeStation.
And Trade?
And a shitload of other fucking.
The fuck is Ninja Trader? Is it like MetaTrader Fun?
52, 41, 74.
Your nearest casino and sit at the bar and hear all the wonderful stories of all the wonderful winning that the gambling addicts drinking at the bar next to you enjoy. And then immediately upon asking them for their win-loss statement, the reality sinks in that they're just not up in the house.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm positive this year. I'm positive last year.
White boys, Nathan.
I was positive this year. I'm up last year. No, I think I'm doing pretty good right now. I'm on a hot streak right now, man. I'm on a hot streak.
So,
right now.
well, let me. Go ahead. I wanted to ask a question.
May the winds of fortune continue to blow in your direction. Hopefully, they never change.
Thank you.
So right now, I've got like the most expensive, honestly, thing that's hard to keep fucking provided to people. A 12-core Ryzen stack with 128 gigs of RAM, 2 terabytes of storage, and a gig per second guaranteed for $299 a month. Yearly, it drops down to about $240.
How locked into that price are you with the data center?
You mean what's the margin?
No. I mean, like, how long until they say, fuck you, pay me more? Because with the RAM prices going the way they're going and the cost of hosted services climbing by the day, please tell me you have like a 5-year lock-in or some shit.
The contracts, the initial contracts for shared server partitions are locked in. The dedicated servers were not, but we're passing that on to the customers along with everybody else. And what honestly what's probably going to need to happen is I'm going to start partitioning off the dedicated servers, and they're just going to become priority. We'll make sure you're squared away. We won't put too many people on this thing for high fee.
That much meat like on the plate? Can't you just run bigger boxes and then containerize stuff and give them a chunk of the pie instead of giving them their ownership?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, okay.
But you're selling it to them as if it's all yours. It's like, sure, buddy.
Well, effectively, that VM thread or whatever is theirs. Yeah.
As long as you're not mining on the fucking thing, I don't care.
Let me ask you this, man. So being in this business and to the level that you're at, what have you noticed that would be a good business, given your inside information? That obviously you don't have all the bandwidth to do every idea, but what good ideas are out there that if somebody were interested in this space, you'd like, yo, you should do this.
I just told you that the AI agent, all the things I'm working on, the AI agents, the automated compliance, and not so much like the payment processing itself, but building the tools that actually enable you to have these things talk to each other, and then the website monitoring, troubleshooting, spinning up simulations, all of that stuff is crazy value. And dude, the compliance. Do you have any idea what these motherfuckers are charging for like tax compliance?
You're doing too much inside baseball. I was thinking about something that's like a little bit more attainable for the non-fucking server farm running high frequency trader. Something like data centers or something along that line.
That's even less obtainable. Dude, I'm telling you.
No, but within that domain, that is attainable, right? Like, for instance,
if you have 10 grand in credit on a credit card, all right, and you have 3 months to spend, like, dedicated to figuring out some kind of like assistance or business to business thing that helps in e-commerce, dude, spinning up AI created services and platforms is never been fucking easier. It's right the fuck there.
Yeah, but
Like I would literally, I would start the business to figure out like what assistance you need, and then I would immediately transition into providing that assistance to everybody else. Like find all of the things that charged you a little too much or that you could also do, figure that you needed, figure those out, and then start charging people for it.
Okay, the only problem with that is, in summation, what I'm hearing is use money you don't have to try to go get money you want but might not get, and vibe code the whole thing.
Vibe code. Vibe code.
So how did you get into shape?
They've been.
Oh, he's stuck.
Listen, Manbo. I'm ready to offer you a redemption.
Every black man in 2020 had a fucking truck.
I'm ready to offer you a redemption arc here, Manbo. But I need you to answer one question for me. How do you know about Tale of the Dragon?
So, my neighbor for a very, very long time lived across the street, and we
That's lots of Germany neighbors.
shooting, all kinds of shit. Moved to Maryville, Tennessee, and he lives.
That's where I'm
10 minutes from the Tennessee side. He's off the 411. Lives 10 minutes from the Tennessee side of the Tail of the Dragon and Tennessee River. And so, whenever I was coming through 81, I would stop by and hang out in Maryville, and I fucking love it up there. It's fantastic.
You're coming from 81 North or 81 South?
It's like Asheville without the smelly hippies.
Yes. Where you coming from 81 North or 81 South? Maryville this year, dude. I'm looking for a house. I'm getting in contact with a realtor. I'm already applying for all the loans and stuff. I'm moving to Maryville.
It's tough. He's got an acre on the top of a hill with his own shooting range in the backyard, and he got that fucking house for $300. And the entire fucking valley, like the entire hillside in front of him, got built out in like the last 2-3 years. It's absolutely insane. House was that built.
Almost as strong as Justin Severino.
Honestly,
Severino has my vote.
Like on an actual fast car, like have you ever been downtown, like on an actually fast car, like with an actual like fast person?
I had my E63S up there once. That was about.
I mean, like, do you know how to drive? Like you know, like autocross experience, like I'm telling you that I'm doing state line to Overlook in like high 9, low 10s. Thinking, why are you doing some lemons shit, brother? But honestly, this is why I do it.
Have you driven the 165?
Shirahala? Yeah, my car caught fire. I have a video chasing down a Porsche, getting all the way down, like all catching up, passing him up. Then I stopped. That was my mistake because I have a mid-engine car. And then I caught fire. My car's still being repaired because it caught fire. Yeah. I've ridden Chirahala, Devil's Triangle.
I mean, let's be fair. If you're not lighting shit on fire, you're not really racing.
Oh yeah, dude. This that's just like bread and butter for mid-engine cars, bro. Bit down.
I hate to, I hate to pull the scab over this open one, but how much are you into it for? Yeah. talk about it, that's fine. I can hear the pain in your voice.
I bought the car for $25K because it had like 30,000 miles. From 1995, this car I'm managing and I don't fuck with. I get to do all the fucking to the car. Okay, so 25K. Then the car has like already like we're looking at 25 to 30 something K in modifications plus whatever this is gonna be. That's like suspension, that's like fuel system, that's tubes, that's like computer, that's welding to the brace, everything.
You hate for fucking. At that point, buddy, why don't you just buy a G4RS? No,
I'm telling you why. Because smoking motherfuckers are in a 720 and a 95 Toyota is fucking the dream. That's the dream. No ABS, heel toe shifting on a mid-engine 95 Toyota on a Corvette's ass is the dream. If you're part of the Discord, go to Corey. You can see me like hunt down an R35 done by Top Secret. That's like 1,000 something horsepower, all performance mod fucking GTR. Just getting hunted down.
I don't want to speak directly to our city.
My first priority is health.
I go with that.
Hunting down a fucking R35 GTR. Okay, on tail. The building on top of tail. The Killboy. The two buildings are on top of tail. He owns one of them. That's the only guy in there. And you're keeping up with a 90 in a 95 Toyota. Yo, dude, that's the fucking dream, dude. Fuck like getting whatever other car. Fuck having
So there's these
DCT.
There's these absolute fucking nut jobs down in Broward County, and my dad just got his new Porsche, so we went down. We had the meet at the detail shop on 595, which is like all that's kind of left of the South Florida car scene, really. That's any good. That's not some like bullshit cars and coffee. Look at my Bugatti. Instagram fest. So like it's fucking croquetas, pastelitos, and like crazy fucking builds. All right.
So I don't fuck with the beers and their build shit. The only thing I fuck with is like their Mexican GTRs. That's kind of
listen though, these crazy fucking Cuban rednecks called Slippery, right, are making all like ridiculous LS swapped. They have a 996 turbo wide body with fucking with twin turbo LS fucking 996 I don't want to speak.
You're trying to fucking die a V8 in the rear? Bro, dude, like, leave it to a keep, bro. This is why I like Dominicans, bro. Dominicans have, like, a little bit of sense. They're like, oh, I want the car to go fast,
You can't see a fucking thing. These crazy motherfuckers are running stock fucking rims and keeping the fucking amber and the runny egg. You have no fucking idea what's under this thing, alright? When these guys started up cold and pulled away, there were some, leaves that fall in and some bullshit on the ground. I got fucking blasted in the face like I was hit with birdshot when this fucking thing backfired. Yeah, it's a fucking flashbang.
Yo, man,
they're just not beautiful, bro. Picking up before bad.
But
that's the 5 one.
But on
a 996
in a 996, right, with a few parts that they're making swapped in, fucking out of control. Now, is it as dangerous as a fucking like Widowmaker? Probably, because that's a lot of fucking weight in the rear.
Yeah. A lot, bro. That's a fucking that's not a flat six.
You have to be able to fucking drive.
This is starting to feel like how everybody else was probably feeling when we were talking about servers. Worse.
Yeah.
Fucking worse.
How concrete? There's like field testosterone running
before y'all continue. This man was talking about making money. Now you're just talking about spending it. Yeah. Look, before you go back to this,
hey motherfucker, if I'm not converting money into noise, what the fuck was the point of making money in the first place?
Very good point.
I hear you. I just don't think dicks are
joystick to do it. It's a four-wheel.
Anyway, Manville, real quick. Stilgar voiced some concerns about, various ventures, and I understand that point of view, Stilgar, but then
Scared money don't make
resume, we then heard Manville's resume, which included all the black business tips for the last 10 years, but he did level up to tech. And so tech is, I think, for this serial entrepreneur, which he sounds like he is, tech is the last frontier. I myself am venturing in that direction in hopes of getting some of that digital gold, and I think I will, because basically you're taking your real world conventional business acumen and you're turbocharging it with the internet, when obviously this has been something we've known for 30 years, but for some strange reason, it seems to have gotten exponentially easier, and still, I'm surprised to hear somebody of Manville's, stature say something about 4,500 clients at X amount of dollars. That's fucking crazy. So obviously it's still a bright frontier, and I think you should dip your toe into it. So eloquently said, Gary Money don't make any money, and you don't have to start with 10K on a CC. You can start with, whatever it takes to find code your first e-commerce site.
Whatever your grandma's toast. One thing, so these are all the black business tips, apparently, but I don't think executed the way I executed them.
Bro, I had every one of my homeboys was in Toro. Every one of my homeboys did
I think no.
Chicago's next mayor.
I want to speak directly to our city. I'm running for mayor. My first priority, we had some friends who had 9 hurricanes, getting crashed around Miami. Every time you rented to someone from Atlanta, all right, your friends were renting shit on Turo. They were not buying inventory.
I'm gonna tell you, every one of my
friends. It's a joke, concrete, relax. So the Turo thing was gonna be a competing app. We didn't launch it. The mining computers, right? I had the Southeast distributor for Asus ROG giving me as many fucking 1080 Ti's as I wanted. All right. I had rigs. I had a whole stack of motherboards that had 13 PCI Express ports. I could literally build, even with 2, definitely, but I could build some crazy amounts of GPUs.
And then the AI revolution happened, and they said, "Fuck you."
Well, we could honestly, if we had just kept the inventory, if we just sat on the inventory and bought it and waited till today.
Yeah. That's why some jewelry shops are so successful. They actually don't even really have to turn a profit because the precious metals market is naturally inclining over time. So they can just sit on most of what they have, sell basically nothing, and then still walk away with the bag.
We're about to have a silver meltdown, right? Well, even the JPY, they're putting first time they're
having real fucking weird.
Stilgars. I said Stilgar. Japan has been trying to get inflation for years, right? So anyway, they tried out 0% inflation. They tried so they sell more adult diapers than baby diapers. That's a true fact. Look it up. Listen. They have been trying to get inflation for so fucking long that it just doesn't work like that, right? There's been 0% interest for forever. So people have just saved up their money. Now that there's actual inflation which they've been trying to get, the shit is panicking, right? So they only have a couple of options, right? The JPY starts with the US, you're gonna have to sell the bonds they're holding. That's gonna fuck up our economy. Obviously, that's gonna make that happen.
Japan holds so much of our
wait. Here's the fun part. obviously Trump is not going to let that happen. So he's going to do what they did before to make the dollar perform worse.
Shinzo Abe in the face.
They're going to try to make it perform worse against the JPY. Otherwise, we're all fucked, right? Which means that the dollar value is going to go down. Which means that gold is going to still go up, right? Which also means that if you're on Forex, you can take a long position against the USD versus the JPY on like 4-to-1 leverage and just, I don't know, like chill in the fucking Bahamas. Which is what I'm doing, by the way.
You're borrowing to make your bets, bro?
But by the way, with how much gold was,
Are you a prophet?
There's some real fluctuations going on. You were not like a speak directly to our agent ASP. She's just gonna yell down.
I will say this.
Shut up, I know you admitted.
Shut up. No, you.
This is back. So,
have any of you actually tried to sell silver and gold recently from there?
It's impossible to do it.
Think about this.
I said my gold bracelet at the pawn shop for like $300.
Exactly. What if there was a business? One point.
What?
Doesn't have to take too long. What if there was a business?
Wait, no. Wait a
Desperate
minute.
people I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. Jesus Christ. In this business, desperate people.
Okay, but wait a
bring
minute.
you valuable shit.
Did I hear my name?
Are you still
out of your
fucking
mouth.
trying to interrupt me
Did I?
when I'm making this point?
Just ignore her completely and continue. That's the only way to improve conditions. It will only improve them marginally, but they will improve.
Your customers will sell you gold for under the fucking spot value, which you can then immediately fucking sell for spot, and then make more loans off of the free fucking income that they just
But the
gave.
problem is, Mandel, literally nobody is buying at spot right now.
Yeah, welcome to what jewelers have been doing for the past 60 years.
Basically,
In cities, like this is how the jewelry market works. No one actually owns anything. Everybody just buys off another person and gets like a small markup on it. But you're not getting any gold or silver refined or melted down right now. No one, including the largest refineries, are taking in any silver because it's overvalued. No one will buy your silver right now other than your local mom and pop pawn shop that doesn't know what they're doing. And then they're gonna hold on to all this fucking plated silver, all this fucking junk scrap, and then the market's gonna drop and they're gonna lose money.
But my buddy with 200, my buddy with
nearly
200
agree with
stores
Hagop on that.
in New York and Florida.
Nearly.
He's got over 200 stores. He's buying silver at literally 60%.
What kind of stores? Oh, wow.
So the problem is, I would say,
They were nice, like they didn't know, and then he'd hold a gun on all of them. You can read about it.
Pakistani.
Was he? I don't remember who it was.
He was Pakistani. He was British. He flew over to. First of all, he was on their terrorist list over in England, but had recently come off. But he still should have been like before he came to the U.S. He flew into New York, made his way over to Texas, where he got a gun at a mosque. Like he was like staying at shelters or something, and then he went there to that synagogue, which happened to be reformed, by the way, of course. And they were like the bridge building type of synagogue with the other communities, Muslim communities. And anyways, he went to that one because it was the closest one to the facility that his, quote, sister was incarcerated at. And not his blood sister, his sister in Islam. And this is actually someone that CARE, the Council of American Islamic Relations, they fight for this woman to be free because, we're not free until we're all free. And she was arrested for her
to terrorism in Afghanistan, and where she targeted U.S. military. And she, funny enough, went to Brandeis. So she went to a Jewish university where she was raised to be a jihadi. She was raised to do this. She was intentionally at a Jewish institution for a reason. And she later got married and had her children, and went back to Pakistan and left her husband because her whole purpose in life was to be a jihadi. So that's what I remember from the story back at the top of 2022. Because that's when I lost my account. I lost my my only Instagram I had ever had, because I posted about this man being a Muslim, because he was a Muslim. And
you lost your account from that?
Yeah. Actually, I forget who it was. Princess, Partisan Princess, I think that's her name on Instagram, right? She had sent me a screenshot, and the Muslims community were taking my screenshot, posting it to their stories, directing people to come and report my account. And guess where it all started? Here on Clubhouse. Yeah, where they held a room and put my Instagram handle in the top link, and were directing people to go report me.
Who was it on here?
Palestine Revolt.
Lovely. That was 22, so it was kind of at the end of COVID. And I think we were in there with, am I right on this? It was like 10 hours? 9 or 10 hours?
Yep. It was a standoff.
Yeah.
Yep. And that's exactly what happened. And they credited the ADL for the training.
It wasn't the ADL.
Yeah.
We did the training. I mean, not only did we do the training, the chair that he used is at our central command center when you first walk in.
Oh, that's crazy.
Is that crazy? We have that chair, and then we also have, sadly, a chair with bullet holes in it from Tree of Life, and also we have the glass from the window of Colleyville, and you see the bullet holes in it, like right in the front of our offices. So, no, but it really made a difference that rabbi knew what to do.
Oh, and the story is even more interesting. I believe, so when he was in the synagogue, he wanted to call a rabbi in New York City, Manhattan, and I believe that turned out to be Bukdal, right? The Asian convert that leads Central Synagogue in Manhattan, that there was all this controversy around this year because she didn't come out to condemn Mamdani. So if I remember correctly, he had actually telephoned her. And why? Because Jews can control things, like just letting somebody out of this facility. Like, he really thought,
he's commenting now.
Get her out of jail because Jews control the world, and he was going to call this all-powerful Jew in New York City. And
he's talking now on Haman. I think he might even be there. Madani? You want to hear?
Yeah.
Will you play it?
There, they already have the photos out.
This is deeply alarming, especially given the deep meaning and the history of the institution. There's so many around the world. Any threat to a Jewish institution or place of worship must be taken seriously. Anti-Semitism has no place in our city. Of course, we'll keep monitoring the story. Legal right developments tomorrow morning, beginning at 4:30. New next up.
That was deep.
Well, he also issued a full statement, which is 3 paragraphs long, which substantively says the same thing, I guess. He says he's at the headquarters in Crown Heights, where a man intentionally and repeatedly crashed his car into the building. I believe that no one was injured in the horrifying incident. He said, "This is deeply alarming, especially given the deep meaning and history of the institution to so many in New York and around the world. Any threat to a Jewish institution or place of worship must be taken seriously. Anti-Semitism has no place in our city, and violence or intimidation against Jewish New Yorkers is unacceptable. I stand in solidarity."
From him.
Yeah, I stand in solidarity with the Crown Heights Jewish community, and I'm grateful to our first responders for taking swift action. I will keep New Yorkers updated as we learn more about this incident.
What kind of swift action was that? They're like, him right there, yeah, right there. Like, he's just not, they had no hustle, no nothing.
Yeah, and the governor issued a statement, and there's also video clips if you haven't seen it from inside the building, as well as the other videos showing him taken into custody.
Yeah, and it's not just a normal day there either. It's a significant day. So there's more people than normal that would be there celebrating today.
Yeah. And as far as the possible yeshiva connection, I did find multiple posts on social media, but none of them added new information, so I suspect they're just copying the information from the YWN report.
Yep. The training's really important. And the other group that we got into training, Hillels all over the U.S., all over North America and in Europe, and also the AEPI houses and CBT, mostly AEPI we work with. They have really been under attack. I mean, like, houses vandalized, kids have been beat up at multiple universities.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a real problem. So we work with fraternity.
I'm going to say something. You know, I don't know who's in the room, but thank God, whatever else you want to say about Trump, thank God he put an end, or at least tried to do something about assault on Jewish students on college campuses that Biden refused to do anything about, and which frankly Harris seemed to think that had some kind of validity. I'm sorry to make this heavily political, but then it's been a disaster. The college campus experience for Jews was a disaster for the last 2 to 3 years. Thankfully, the tide has somewhat reversed.
And the statements by those university heads and leaders were outrageous. Like,
they were humiliated. They're calling gay. Like, of course it's wrong. Of course, suddenly she had a clear view.
Yeah. No, if they had said the same statements about any other group, they would be, immediately ousted. I mean, there wouldn't be any question.
They were so pleased with themselves too.
Yeah, but somehow
they were smiling as they were repeating those statements.
Yeah, but somehow the same thing is okay when it's against Jews. It was really, nothing short of disgusting, I would say.
Yeah. Well, hanging over here. So Abby, by the way, I sent you an email and I CC'd my friend and I misspelled her name, her email address, so then it bounced back, so I resent it. That's why you got the same thing twice.
Okay, thank you. Looking forward to reading.
Just explaining. I'll leave that at that, and I meant every word that I wrote in there.
Thank you.
Sabal, nice lumber. Full.
I think I'm going out of my head. I think I'm going out of my head.
So can I talk about the new Springsteen's?
Oh yeah, Streets of Minneapolis.
Yeah. So first of all, I feel like he ripped off his own song, his own music. I don't like the song. I think it's mediocre. I don't hate it. I just think it's mediocre. But if you listen to, when you hear something, it's like, why do I know that? Like, I know that melody, I know it. Right. So in Highway Patrolman, the chorus in Highway Patrolman is like the same. It's the same melody. And it also is a lot like Desolation Row, like the Dylan song. Like it just doesn't feel new and creative. Like when he did Streets of Philadelphia, it was really creative and
Of course, that was a great song.
great song. This song to me is, I mean, as soon as I heard it, I'm like humming it, thinking, why have I hummed that before? And then I went, and I knew it was somewhere in Nebraska. Like it took me to that album and the chorus of Highway Patrolman, and maybe a couple other songs of his that he copied, but definitely like it's a repeat. That's my feeling.
Yeah, well, God bless you. I must admit, I couldn't even listen. I just couldn't be bothered. But you know, listen, I know you're a true believer. I'm experiencing within my own circle of friends, I'm dealing with a lot of political, what's the right word I'm looking? People are angry and they're mischanneling a lot of their anger. So I've kind of, and I love Bruce, I do. But I haven't heard the song. That's all I can say. Let me ask you a question, Abby.
It's not an offensive. I mean, the lyrics are offensive to people, but I mean, the melody is. You're a music person. I'm curious when you hear this melody. I'll guarantee you'll say I've heard this before.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. I mean, listen, Copper, Bruce at the end of the day is, yeah, I mean, the early shit, I mean, that's highly original, but, I mean, at this point, between all the folk and everything else, I'm not expecting something, I'm not expecting Born to Run.
No, it's not. I mean, but his political stuff. I mean, you know me and how much I would go literally around the world to see him. I've just turned off. Like, and he's done some smaller venues when he's not on tour. And I've had, people send me messages, like, where he's playing in Jersey and different places. And I'm not rushing to see him. Like, I saw him go on the political rant in Berlin this summer, and it was such a turnoff.
So, of course. What he does, it's not his fault, but what he does is that he then, he's a sophisticated person, and he's not going to walk around spouting that much terrible shit, but what he does, his followers are not as bright, and all they catch, then they, it just evolves into fuck Trump, fuck this, fuck that, It just doesn't lead to elevated conversation.
Well, first of all, it's an interesting demographic because his average fan is like me. They're age group. No, but the age group is older. I mean, some people take their kids to the concert, but essentially, he's got an older demographic, and they're, I don't think they're all Democrats. Like he did free concerts for, I'm gonna say when Hillary was running. He did, and then for Biden, but he definitely did it for Hillary. And he did the day before the election, he did one in Philly down by Independence Hall. And it wasn't full of his heavy fan base. It's a free concert with the boss in Philly, and you didn't get the crowds I think they expected to get for that. And it definitely didn't boost her. So, I don't know. I mean, if I look around at who's at his concerts, they don't look like it's all heavy Democrats. I mean, I think it's a mix.
Yeah.
Either way, I'm curious your thoughts after you hear it.
And I will listen to it soon. You're a Bruce fan. Did I ever tell you this story? This happened a few years ago. I called a client of mine, a music supervisor in New York City, and she has different people answering the phone. One day this guy answers the phone, and we talked for a long time. He's her new assistant, and I said, okay, so I'm sending you an email. What's your email address? And I swear to God, it was something like evan.springsteen@gmail.com. I said, well, I gotta ask, are you the son of Bruce? He said, yeah, I am. So he was interning there, and we spoke a few more times. It was fun. I told him, I said, by the way, I kind of collect a lot of covers, and I have a lot of covers of your father's songs. Would you want me to send them to you, some cool ones? He said, sure. My dad, I said, are you into that? He said, no, but my dad is. So I thought that was an interesting, I'm sure nothing too private, but interesting. Actually, he left.
sons, 3 kids.
Like someone a firefighter or something?
Exactly. One is a firefighter, and the other one is Evan, who is a musician. If you go on YouTube, you can see him performing. It's not, it's a tough. He has been a performer, a singer-songwriter, and I guess at that moment he was interning for this person who picks, he's a music supervisor person in
It's
business.
interesting.
Yeah.
Max's son, is also, Max's son is in,
Right, he's a major drummer.
major drummer, right?
Yeah, I forgot the name of the band, but it's a major band, a major metal band.
Metal, yeah. Noah's really into that band. I can't remember the name of it. I wonder if Van Zandt.
Okay, just looked up in LinkedIn, by the way. Evan Springsteen works at music content and editorial at Apple. Let's face it, wherever he wants to work, he works. So he has worked there since 2019. Yeah, I guess it's going all the way back to 2018 that I interacted with him when he worked for my friend, my client. He went to Boston College.
Yeah, that's why he does these free concerts for Boston College. So when he's not touring, he does the free for Boston College, their fundraisers, and they charge, it's a fucking fortune. I feel like it might, I'm not making this up, it's either 25 G's or 50 G's to get invited to this thing, to be that kind of level donor.
I know all the private schools and charities, it's a meet, he may even show up at the auction himself, sure.
The concert, I have one friend that told me he went, had a kid at BC, so he was donor anyway at BC, and he said it's like 150 people, that's it, at the concert. So those are, he does those one-offs, and he was doing it for 4 years or maybe longer, because maybe more than one kid went to BC.
I'm gonna look that up next. Do you know what the daughter does, what her gig is?
The horse stuff.
Yeah, she's a professional
She's in the Olympics.
Right. Is that amazing? Dude, being a firefighter, I'm sure you know people who are firefighters. I'm looking them up. Sam Springsteen, the youngest son, he's a Jersey City firefighter since 2020. Dude, that is back-breaking work. That's not a job that when you're done with, you go hang out at the bar. That's a job that when you're done with, you're always tired. I know people who do that, and he's not on LinkedIn, by the way. Sam Springsteen is not. But on Google.
See if more than one kid went to BC.
Yeah,
he did that concert for a long time.
Yeah, I bet you the daughter went. Where did Sam Springsteen go to college? He went to Bard. That's interesting. Okay, yeah, right. And then Sam went to Bard before pursuing a career, and then he graduated from the Monmouth County Fire Academy in 2014. Wow, he's older than I thought. He's the youngest one. In 2014 is when he first became a firefighter. So that's 12 years ago. Fucking A, you're old when Springsteen's son has been a fireman for 12 years. Let's go to the daughters. Let's see where she's.
Jessica is her name.
Okay, where did Jessica Springsteen go to college? Duke.
Oh, okay. So it's just the one who's at BC.
But do you know that all 3 of Jerry Seinfeld's kids went to Duke?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
Is that wild? And he's definitely done some appearances there. I know that. I don't know a lot about it.
I have one of my kids went to GW, the other went to Penn, and the one that went to GW on Parents' Weekend, they always had a famous comedian. And one time they had Bill Maher, one time Jimmy Fallon. It was very cool. I don't know, someone in that alumni was dialed in, because they had great comedians.
Yeah, I'm just seeing it right now. All 3 of Jerry's children, 2 of them graduated already, and the third one, Shepard Seinfeld, started last year. I guess he's the same age as my daughter
Zionists, but they're not going to like trash the school because of some kind of anti-Israel thing.
My daughter is so like negative now. She played squash for 4 years there, and so she was like, really rah-rah with the university, and she is like totally. She said I'm burning all my sweatshirts. I want nothing to do with it. And I was angry.
It's not the nature, and it's just not.
My other relatives too. I don't know my ex, like where he's at with it. I stopped giving them money. I was done, and I know a lot of people that also stopped.
Listen, I'm going to say something.
How did you get into shape?
I don't know this story now.
It was really tough.
Over at college, my alma mater, which I don't want to say.
No, I know. I know you're off like that.
Good. So,
It was really tough.
the head of the school was very public about denouncing Trump. He's very anti-Trump.
So how did you get into shape?
And I've heard from people who work at the school that he has made fundraising hard for the school. Because many people, it's not like only Democrats went to the school. A lot of Republicans, when they put in for fundraising, they say, fuck no. This guy is like, he's way too polarizing. He's not behaving like a university president. He's behaving like a politician, Democratic, capital D. So they're not giving. And I've heard people at the university say, fuck it, I wish this guy would leave already. But it's not a wild way. It's kind of an inside baseball look at things. This college is just trying to raise money.
Right, but then what also happens is you have the opposite. Someone like Ben Bass, who sadly is dying now, who University of Florida was so good at how he handled stuff that people pulled their kids, transferred them to that school, and the donations have been incredible there. As a result of having a president that did the right thing and was proactive. So, I don't know, I have just a lot to say about it, but hopefully, they pull their act together. It's interesting because in Shapiro's book, he writes about how he got crap from Harris when she was interviewing him on how he reacted to the encampments. But he didn't stop those encampments, and he had a voice on that board. He has like a veto. I don't know if it's a veto or it definitely has a vote on the board. Any governor of the state has a seat on the board, but they may have more than just a seat.
Let's see.
Something like
The governor of Pennsylvania has a seat on the board of the University of Pennsylvania. Did you just say that?
Yes, I just said that.
I don't think the governor of Connecticut has.
No, so if you Google it, but he might have, it's I think a powerful seat. Wait, let me see if I.
Like a super seat?
Kind of. That's how it was described to me, but I could be wrong on that. I know he has a seat.
Interesting. Smartest thing I could do is go to bed pretty damn soon.
Okay, here I just found it. Governor holds an ex officio seat on the Board of Trustees of the University of Pennsylvania. Governor Josh Shapiro has utilized his position to influence campus policies. Yeah, not that much, Josh. It just looks like it's a regular trustee position. That's interesting. Thought it was more. All right.
So let me ask you a question. Is it morning where you are?
Can I answer you offline?
Okay, never mind.
Okay.
I take back the question. I take
Christy Maxwell had a friend that had sickle cell anemia in school. I am now running on this. Support issue.
I'm running for mayor because every family in Chicago deserves a city that fights for their health. Too many of our neighbors live with the pain of sickle cell anemia without care because every
Christy Maxwell, her friend that had sickle cell anemia in school. I'm running on the support issue.
aren't just numbers. They're bus lines that carry working people across Chicago's south and west sides. I've ridden them. I've listened to families who just want a fair shot. Just want a fair shot. For a decade in Congress, I fought to bring federal dollars home. These aren't just numbers. They're neighborhoods. They're families. They're stories.
What's up, homie? You back?
Your first year with them.
Nice.
Aren't just.
You missed the shit show.
What the fuck?
Just everybody going at each other. You heard what happened today? You heard about 770?
No.
There was a car ramming.
Huh?
Somebody rammed their car into 770 for blood.
Oh, good. Aren't just.
Multiple times.
Oh my god.
Nobody's injured. They got the guy. But yeah, they fucked up. Fucked up, brother. Fucked up.
In New York City. Alright.
blanket statement that's up front. A string of them. See what happens. I'm just curious of what this guy was. More of the background. You're reading it? Yeah. Well, that's basically what you missed, brother. I don't want to speak. I don't want to speak. They're not releasing the name yet. And stuff. Right, she'll come in and she'll go, well, I hear what y'all are talking about, but did y'all hear about that black man that was choked to death on the train? Exactly. And then you're off to the fucking races. And the worst part is this room takes the bait.
All the time, bro.
I can see that.
That's true.
Wow, blame the victim. Good job, Philip.
I tell everyone,
Reasonable people that should know better.
But Timothy, have you counter-trolled Monica? Like, have you like touched one of her sacred cows that she's not used to being fucked with?
I blocked her straight away and she's been crying.
Okay. You gotta try this, Timothy. Next time she's in the room, just be like,
She doesn't like being blocked. She really bothers her.
I don't talk to her at all. Like, I'm not interested in some little Socratic.
It's amazing how quickly she notices it too. Like, because you have to like click on somebody's profile and probably try to back channel them or something to realize that they're blocked, that they blocked you. And I blocked her and like it wasn't even 2 days and she was like, she woke with coming at me about blocking her.
Yeah, somewhere between 9 and 5 cats in Clubhouse. That's it.
You just have to look. This is what you need, Monica.
No, Monica's married.
If Monica is your, oh damn, she's
He doesn't show himself yet?
well, lucky that his brother needs liberation.
Epic. That would be the most epic reveal if her husband was black.
Well, if her husband was black, we'd hear her singing that 17 times a day.
She's a white woman that like black dick but don't like black people.
Hey yo. Next time you're by, next time that you're by Monica, just say the following line, bro. Just don't tell her directly. It's just like, have you all seen how much of a bitch Jordan Peterson's being on interviews, just crying for no fucking reason?
All that.
Lose it, bro. She will lose it.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying, bro. She's so like even in your blood in your room. I'm crazy. It's like it's like, bro, do you think this is like
You can like black dick, but not like black.
against him.
You just mute her because she said that? Nathan, you a hater, Nathan. Nathan, you a hater, Nathan.
No, that actually needs to be muted because you've been hearing that a little bit too much lately. And I can tell it's blowing your head up. No, I can tell it's been blowing his head up. So that actually.
That big ass nose they got up too much. Nose is crazy.
You have a big ass nose, that's true.
You know, it's good for like when you live in high altitudes and need fucking oxygen.
Yeah, and chew on coca leaves, farm llamas, I get it.
Oh yeah, dude. Coca leaves are like the shit, bro.
That strong copper town, red.
That shit like it's
Getting real uncomfortable now.
Yeah, this is getting weird, man. God. Be married.
Drink some water, for both reasons. The thirst for drinking and alcoholism. Drink water for both.
Shut up.
You him, and you support Arsenal?
Support United.
No, really? Oh, okay. I support United too. My brother supports Arsenal, bro. Yes.
Well, I'll be your gang, come on. Hey, but Humphrey's a racist for Humphrey might be the biggest racist in the truth. After I saw today, I can't believe it. As well as being like racist again too. I guess the whites. Huh? Which ones?
Wait, are we still working on the framework that everybody's racist? Because that's really unhelpful.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's the person who said that babies are racist.
When did I say that? Oh, sometimes they are. That's true. That is true.
Well, there was actually a study that showed, I'm not sure about babies.
Yeah, if you take a white baby who's never seen a black person and you put them in front of a black person.
You know that famous doll experiment. I can't remember her name, but the lady who conducted the doll experiment. But go on, what's your critique, Silva?
So my point is that if we say everyone is racist, then it's an absolute figure, and there's no working around it other than waiting around for it to change. I don't know. Like, if you mean that, like, everybody has their own internal biases and their upbringing leads them to have certain, stereotypical views of people outside of their race category, then yeah, that's all accurate. But it's not helpful. It's not actionable. If everyone's racist, then it's non-fungible, right? If we instead constrain the accusation of race, well, we can explore that. Here's what my answer.
If you and me are human beings, like, should I not call you still guy anymore? Should I call you Timothy? Because we're both human beings.
Well, no, because that distinction is functionally valuable.
That reminds me of that dumbass argument you presented earlier, still dog.
Which one?
With GMOs? And you said that everything is GMOs?
Oh, no, you're just, you have double-digit IQ. It's okay that you can't track it.
I'm just saying, bro. Remind me of that dumbass shit you said earlier.
Well, it's true. I mean, it's true. All plants are genetically modified. I mean, we don't have anything. Look at what banana looked like 200 years ago.
You remember what it said? It's GMO
response. Isn't that a response to your own argument? Like, to be fair to you, it's fair what you're saying. To say, like, presumably you think there is some utility in distinguishing GMOs in the kind of sense of, like, some fucking lab or some fucking
So we have to.
horticultural fucking company. Okay,
We have to, or we verify very valuable and very reasonable practices.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, but nevertheless, you still think they're all GMOs.
Well, this is why saying everyone is racist isn't valuable. It's a wonderful allegory.
No, wait.
Because the fact of the matter is when you say everyone is.
He's not gonna understand.
I did say.
Yeah, so okay, let me analyze this more neatly. So he's saying that in a discussion I was had previously about GMOs, presumably like the FDA and whoever else has utility in distinguishing GMO vegetables or produce from non-GMO produce, right? But you think actually technically they're all GMOs, right? And you pointed out to Nathan, hey, actually they're all GMOs, but you still think there's utility in distinguishing them. Okay, cool. And I'm pointing out, hey, in a sense we're all racist, right? But I'm saying there still is utility in distinguishing them. So you should presumably not find that a contentious sort of point to make, because you make the exact same point as it pertains to GMOs.
sense. Or
No, that's not what I think. What I think it's honestly utility for the government to obfuscate the particulars in that regard because they don't want people to understand what's happening primarily. It's also why they tell you to eat mostly carbs on your plate until recently.
Oh, what the fuck is going on here?
How about this? How about this?
Instead of we play 21 questions.
Oh no, you did just speak for a minute, but then it was like a bit confusing. It just seemed like there was like lots. It was very like.
I don't trust anybody that says such of that in a sense.
Can I just ask a question? Like, do you think like it's true if like you and your wife wanted to wanted to have an abortion because you didn't want like a late term a geriatric pregnancy, right? It would be true that in some sense you're a
That
eugenicist.
assumes we're old, easy.
Oh no, I know you're at least like my age, and I'm constitute a geriatric pregnancy, right? So.
That's like
If we were pregnant today, she wouldn't be considered a geriatric pregnancy. She'd be close.
How old are you?
34.
Fuck will my title be?
It's not till 40. It's not till 40.
I don't know. It's above 30 for a woman. I don't think
I think so.
I think it's above 30 for a woman. I could be wrong here. I'm gonna Google it, but I'm not trying to die on this hill. I just.
You keep guessing. I'll tell you when you get close.
What do you mean?
I mean my position, my point.
Is an outlet for pregnancy in a person aged 35 or older? So, presuming your wife's the same age as you, then yes, she wouldn't be.
So we got like 8 months. We got 8 months.
Alright, well.
Does that count for gestation or after? I don't know.
I think presumably it's conception. I would imagine. I don't know. Could be wrong. Anyway,
Did you just say that life begins at conception?
but nevertheless, right? But would you consider, like, let's just say, and you guys wanted to get an abortion, would you consider yourself a eugenicist?
I suppose so. Yeah, at a 10,000 foot view. Yeah, I suppose so.
Wait, but there still is utility though in us saying like people who practice eugenics referring to the Nazis, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But that's what I mean. You remember that word I taught you, specular?
Yes.
You have to be as specular as humanly possible. You have to be as specular as is tolerable.
And you're just saying like offering a fine grain sort of analysis of something, right? But I'm saying nevertheless, it is.
Well, that's what I mean. And that's GMO bad. GMO bad is painting with too broad of a brush. And the reality is genetically modifying organisms has a tremendous spectrum. Some things are world-changing, famine-ending, hunger-resolving, and some things, Crohn's disease, and make you shit blood or something to that effect, right? So to say that like everyone's racist has as much utility as that tagline takes to say, and then
I
bangs over.
personally wouldn't. Well, no, I think it is relevant because the idea is like on some of these kind of anthropological, scientific analyses, it is relevant to say that sure, living in a post-racial society, we're truly all going to be sort of fall victim to this level of like prejudice, and we're all going to be complicit in some way, right? Much like, you know, when people say like, oh, if you have white privilege or something, then that in itself is like violence towards black people. I mean, if there is some kind of sense in that level of like analysis, just I don't think it's like completely vacuous to say that. But bear in mind, the context is Nathan said so-and-so's racist, so-and-so's racist, so-and-so's racist. I mean, yeah, in a trivial sense, everybody is racist. You know what I mean? Like, and then our prejudice is not always gonna come to the fore. Racial prejudice is always gonna come to the fore if we've been conditioned, you know, within a kind of society that acknowledges racial distinctions. It's just trivial. Like, you're gonna shorthand be like Indians are like this and these people are like that, and that's gonna form your kind of, you know, the assessments you make about people. Unfortunately, that level of bias is gonna creep into it. So that's why it's relevant to say that. I think that's just actually true. The question is though, is whether or not stuff like racism exists on the spectrum. Some people are actually racist.
That's my point. That's all.
Some people are.
No, you don't need any help. You do that just fine on your own.
Some people are.
That's what he was doing. What are you talking about? Everyone is racist. You're trivializing the point that I was making when I was trying to say that, hey, Monica isn't a bad racist because, you know, all white people are racist. And he said, well, you know, if that's the case, when you look at everyone, we all have some racists. That's what that's so about.
Like Sam on this app, you know, Sam, he's a racist. Like, you know, so like in a kind of more innocuous way, you know what I'm saying, than most. But I think it would be like the sort of I did this kind of like, if I started utility maxing, and I was like, is he gonna be, is he gonna work with the Nazis? Is he gonna work with the Gestapo? No. So let me just, put that excluded from the from being in that category. So I was like, no, because that's just like not true. Like if you believe that based on your, ancestry, that there is some level of like, inferiority that you possess, yeah, it's racist. You know what I'm saying? If he believes that Ashkenazi views are superior to other racial or ethnic groups, well, it's kind of racist. Even if it doesn't manifest in a really kind of like sinister way.
Well, I get it. That's the beauty of it.
I don't disagree with your point writ large. I think the problem is we find ourselves in a scenario where a white woman on an elevator is clutching her pearls when a black man steps on the elevator with her, being lumped into the Confederate flag waving Nazi tattoo hillbillies in West Virginia. And I think without that stratification, we won't be as easily capable of identifying and remedying the problem.
I disagree though, because I think like anyone who insists upon the distinction is probably part of the problem. It's probably as like complicit in terms of on a systemic level as the Confederate neo-Nazi. Yeah, of course, because the point is like, I'm telling you, you've never heard me racially abuse anyone. Most of the debates anyone's ever seen.
Just intellectually,
Right.
You just call them retards and.
No, I'm insanely abusive, 100%. As in, I've never seen me racially abuse someone. I'm not critical of people because of their ethnic background. Like, that's just not who I am, right? They make racial jokes. But nevertheless, I'm telling you, I'm biased in that way. I am 100% like, I am racist that way. And it's like, that self-reflectiveness or that introspection is just what is required to kind of get towards this kind of post-racial society, right? That's just what is required. And if you deny it, if I say, well, I'm not a Nazi, so don't bring this racism talk to me, don't bring this to my door, then essentially I am someone who's just going to perpetuate the system, because now every stereotype I sort of endorse, I'm going to basically like legitimize or justify it to myself and just be like, yeah, man, I'm not a bad guy, I think brown people smell really bad, but I'm not like a bad guy, I'm not like a racist, you know what I mean? Rather than just be like, look, if I do think there's some truth to some of these stereotypes, and I myself perpetuate them, then like I'm part of this problem, right?
I hear what you're saying, and I think it works well in the vacuum you're placing it in, but I think there's a lot of externalities that you're not accounting for. And the biggest, most glaring one to me is that you have to meet people where they are to try to remedy the situation. And don't get me wrong, some people don't deserve to be met where they are, right? The Nazis during World War II deserved to be met with overwhelming fire, and they were, right? But when you have somebody who, like, we now live in a society where acknowledging the black woman's hair, not even critiquing it, just acknowledging it, in some circles is considered racism, right? And then you compare that with people who want to, curb stomp people in the street. Now you create a condition in which people get hyper defensive, and even if their best defense is no, I'm not that bad, then the answer isn't yes, you are that bad. In my opinion, the answer is no, you're not that bad, but you can be better. And here's how you can be better. You can be better by avoiding these certain things that you don't even necessarily know you're doing. Some of them are even just happening subconsciously and then finding themselves on the surface. And that creates a condition in which you're leveling with people, I suppose is what I'm getting at here. And again, some people deserve to be leveled with, some people don't. Some people are genuinely well-meaning but misstepping. My grandmother, God rest her soul, said colored people till the day she died. Not necessarily as a metric of how she respects what is now the term
when solving a problem, it's better to be too speculative than too broad, right? I don't know. I'm not really like a social scientist, like, nor am I like someone like interested in fucking idiot with two thumbs, but you know. I'm not trying to make policy or something. I just know the reality is I don't think people should be off the hook because they're not Nazis. Like, I don't think that's how it should work. No, definitely. We agree on that. There's no getting off the hook. There's just quantifying the particularities so we can attack them head on. Yeah, I think if you just acknowledge that as a consequence of this kind of kind of racial taxonomy, that hierarchy has emerged that people tacitly or unconsciously endorse. And because of that, we have these kinds of biases. Right? If you can just acknowledge that, right, I think that's like a step in the right direction. And if you're reluctant to do that, if you're resistant to that, to countenancing that, then you are part of the problem. You're obviously not as bad as someone who's curb stomping fucking, black car thieves. Although that might be a justified thing. I don't know why I just took that from black car thieves. Well, I think you're not maybe not as bad, but we're still not good. We're bouncing up against the Monica thing again, insofar as in some cases it's better to be overt than covert at a Monica, kind of thing. Wherein if you find yourself on a regular basis being unintentionally racist, but racist regardless, I suppose you can argue that is worse than being knowingly and overtly a racist. Because at least you've acknowledged there's a different path and you've decided intentionally not to take it. Whereas if you're doing it unknowingly until confronted at least, you're doing that harm in a different capacity. I don't know. I think one of the reasons I'm never critical of communists, even though I don't have it, is there's such a holistic worldview that they have, be it economic, be it social, interpersonal. Their heart's in the right place. Some, yeah, I guess, the sort of purist egalitarians amongst them, yeah. And sorry, I'm not an expert or anything, so if you've got critiques on communism, don't level on me, I'm not here to defend them. It's just that, those are the people I often find in these kinds of conversations who are actually qualified to propose a solution to a lot of these kind of, social problems and societal ills. Whereas I'm just sort of, all I can really say is something look, I think if you're the kind of person who's the Navy don't protest too much about racism, you're probably part of the problem. Also about being accused of being a racist, sorry. So if you're no, not me, what about them? What's over there? I think you're probably just you probably have problematic views. But it's if you're someone who's to some extent, whatever, I'm a card-carrying Democrat, I probably have low expectations of a lot of minority groups, and I'm probably guilty of myself perpetuating that kind of stereotype that they need my assistance, white savior, what have you, or I don't know, if you're the person who just can accept and acknowledge that, hey, look, I probably am guilty. You know what I always used to say about things? I was very unabashed when I was young, yeah.
It's got a couple weeks of break. I have to go up to Spokane and meet most of my employees, so. fishing pole, so I have work to do here. So.
I can't wait to see Jones in real life.
Sorry, Doug. I was gonna say, do you reckon America will ever be safe to like visit ever again after all this shit we've had?
Yeah.
This seems pretty.
The thing is, it's a big place, you know. So. I'm catfishing.
Yeah, but Trump supporters.
Literally fishing for a cat. It's great.
They're fishing for a cat.
Yes, I have a cat fishing pole. My cat who catches the bait and tries to.
Are you using like AI pictures? Are you using AI pictures for the catfishing or?
With a foam handle that has a string tied to the end of it that has like a little like cat toy lure, you know.
Sounds awful difficult to do online to catfish somebody or catfish a cat. Catfishing a cat or one.
Correct. I was thinking a song that you can play right now to try and find your cat is Blank Space. Just be like, I got a blank space, baby, and I'll write your name.
Anyways, Corey, if you wouldn't mind, when you're toasting bread, does all bread undergo a Maillard reaction? I swear to God, if you don't answer me.
All bread?
Does all bread undergo a Maillard reaction?
I imagine if you like steamed bread, like bao or something like that. No.
Let's assume it's not bao. Let's say it's like the bread has like 0 content of sugar.
I mean, it's all carbs, so it'll turn into sugar.
Yeah, it's got sugar in it. You can't have bread without sugar. Sorry. Not even like even almonds have sugar.
I mean, more specifically, it becomes glucose, but yeah.
And now we have to go through the whole what is this? Carbs are 2 different groups. There's like simple and complex carbs, or different forms of sugar. There's your mom. I think there's bread without sugar. We can have like
there's lower carb.
There's sugar and everything.
There's bread. So like there's bread with lower glycemic index, or with lower carbs.
Just has sugar in it. That's the point. Like.
Yeah. Your sugar has sugar in it. Like, come on.
Yeah. Like, is there bread without added sugar? Yes.
Yeah, like there's like it's one.
But the thing is it's just not gonna. I mean, unless you're doing like a quick bread or something, like soda bread or something like that. Like, but even that's been wheat flour, and wheat flour has sugars. But if you've got any sort of yeasted bread, has to have some sort of sugars for the yeast to feed on.
That's my point. If it's an unyeasted bread.
Well, then it's like a quick bread, like a soda bread or something.
But that's my point. Yeah, it can't be assumed that like all bread has to have yeast in it, which would then include like a breakdown of sugars, like the sucrose, glucose, or
Well, and then the question is it bread? Like if I grind up lentils that I've like soaked in water and make it into a loaf, and bake that with some soda to try and leaven it or something, because people do that kind of shit. Is that really bread, or is it just kind of weird lentil loaf?
Well, obviously we're gonna base it off of flour here, and as long as we're not
any sort of grain is gonna have some level of sugar in it naturally occurring sugars.
Yeah. Come on. No. Please don't say that.
Wait, sorry. Can you say that again, Cora? What did you say is naturally occurring sugar?
Grain, any sort of grain's gonna need some,
I think you said anything that grows out of the ground is naturally occurring sugar. I'm like, not sure that that's true. But yeah, pretty much. I think that pretty much like, I mean, I think even Tio Sente has like naturally occurring sugar where we got corn from. So, by the way, so Mom, I think I've settled. I think I'm set to move to Tucson. That is where I would like to live.
wait, is ASU in Tucson? No, ASU is in
Yeah, I think it is.
Tempe.
Oh, it does. U of A.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, U of A is in Tucson, and yeah, Arizona State University is in near Phoenix. Which means I might be able to get a job at U of A since they have a very comprehensive art program there.
Alright, I gotta go to sleep because I gotta get up in the morning and submit a bunch of reports, so. Good night, everyone. Toes, I hope you find.
Years in a deep dish kitchen top. Keys inside of City Hall, right? Coming up. You're really running for mayor, we'll make it. Almost there. Oh, got it. Top of the tower. Chicago, take a look around.
It's so fucking annoying. Instagram is crazy. We can't do it.
Chicago.
Stop trying to make me believe that the Germans hated niggas. They didn't hate Terrence
because he was black. It's because his lips were so. But don't you understand? Like
they didn't hate them niggas. Don't try to put us in that Jewish hate. Don't try to put us in that.
They blamed Jews for all of the societal ills. But black people, because they just were seen as racially impure, they tried to sterilize them. So they would have been.
No, they didn't. No, they didn't.
Google it. Just Google it.
No, they didn't.
Just Google it. So why is she asking some repeating? Why do you want to, bro? Are you fucking insane? You want to romanticize fucking Nazis?
No, I don't. I just don't want to act like they feel the same way about blacks as they do about Jews. Because
It's a BHI thing. It's a BHI thing.
It is.
Are y'all BHI? Yes. BHI. She's capital B.
I'm Queen BHI. That's what Andrew called me. Andrew called. This was the biggest compliment I've ever had on the app. This was the biggest compliment I ever had on the app. Andrew called me Queen of the BHIs.
I was trying to be a meta N-word. Now it's like, it's over. Oh, you're BHI. It was fun while it lasted. I already miss you.
Okay, hold on. I'm still reading about the black people in the Rhineland. Hold on. In the 1930s, only a few black people lived in Germany. Most of them in the Rhine area, children of German mothers and French. I see them German was fucking the shit out of Africans. Stop playing with me.
The Rhineland is where I go. That's where I spend my time.
Okay.
The Rhineland.
Outside of Berlin, of course, because Berlin's on the other side.
See, what it is France had all these colonies in Africa and stuff. That's why. That's probably why they had all these Africans over there in that area. Because it says during World War I, France had recruited troops from its African colonies, mainly from Senegal. I didn't even know Senegal was a French colony. These children. What'd you say?
Pretty much all of West Africa.
Was a French colony?
Yeah, pretty much.
I thought it was. I only knew about Cameroon.
No, Senegal, Mali, fucking.
That's wild.
Burkina Faso, I think, is French as well. There's also French countries.
Okay, so it's talking about the children of these Senegalese, like French or German mixed people. It says the children in the French-occupied Rhineland were called Frankosenkinder. Frankosenkinder. Frenchmen's children. They're called Frenchmen's children. Go ahead.
Yes, the Nazis also sterilized black people, particularly hundreds of mixed.
But they was fucking them, having babies with them. Which one is it? They was sterilizing the niggas, or they was fucking them, having babies with them.
Chattel slavery.
Taking them to the Rhineland.
The slave owners.
Which one?
No, not
Because what I'm reading is saying they was fucking niggas.
That's sweet.
They was fucking niggas, having babies with them, and they was calling them the children of the Frenchmen. That's what I'm reading.
Do me a favor, Google Shark Island.
Okay, hold on one sec. Hold on, I'm treating this first. You gotta wait everything.
Certainly you've been in Germany, right? I mean, it's like
in the northern part of Germany, black people were so rare. Go ahead.
So it's a 2-hour train ride, brother. Go.
Mixed race children.
Great time.
Threat to the racial purity.
That's where all the gypsies.
scientific experiments. Some are held in concentration camps and some simply disappeared.
Chicago, take a look around. Our city is beautiful, resilient, and worth every ounce of effort it takes to climb. My name is John.
Wait, but this is France. This.
Yeah, but German Nazi occupied France. The thing is, as well, you have to remember that like the treatment of the Jews was really changed.
Yeah, it does say the Nazi Germans considered mixed race children a threat to the racial period. Okay, yeah.
Right. But not only that, but like you have to remember that.
Jesus, inside the city hall, right? Coming up. You're really running for mayor? We'll make you my lunch.
Racial period, and there's on one hand where they're like, oh, Jews are responsible.
You're really running for mayor? We'll make
like economic downturn and inflation.
15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on. Hard.
We don't want these people mixing with us. So now, bro, they were. I think at near the end, when they like, when they.
I don't want to speak directly to our city.
I'm running out of core Jewish ancestries to fucking camps. Like it's insane. Like someone who's not culturally Jewish knows nothing of their ancestry. If there's a record of one of their ancestors within 2 generations.
Using that old ass Apple notification tone. What the fuck was that? Who's got an iPad from 2003?
Oh, I think you heard my man's work phone. I think that's what you heard. But it says the guy, the African and French guy, or French, African and German guy, just describes his childhood dream to join the Hitler Youth. The Hitler Youth was established in 1926 to recruit soldiers, but in 1933 it transitioned to a new world teaching children loyalty to Hitler and Nazism. In German schools like the one, I don't know how to say his African name, the guy attended, children were taught love for Hitler, obedience to state authority, militarism, racism, and anti-Semitism. Wow. He describes his longing to be a good German, like he was taught in school. But it's like, come on, they sent dude to school, like they taught him how to be a good German. What the fuck?
Yeah, so
he can have join the Hitler Youth and keep close.
Jews were public enemy number 1. But that doesn't mean that 2, 3, and 4, got a pass.
And that's what it's saying to me. It says that they were so low priority because they were so small in number that the Nazis really didn't care about them. That's what I'm reading. But then I'm also seeing the sterilization stuff. I did see that.
Look up Shark Island.
Okay, I'll look that up now.
The funniest part is that, like, in this day and age, we can test the ancestries, the ancestors of Hitler, and kind of do an amalgamation of, like, what his ancestral makeup was, and, like, by his own metrics, he belonged in the camps.
Maybe you have to do Shark Island Nazis or something like that.
Yeah, because it says something about Costa Rica and some fucking surfing or something. I don't know.
One of the best games. Sometimes I think the world about this summer quick.
Shark Island.
If you haven't been to Costa Rica, I highly recommend it.
Oh, sniff.
This isn't the Nazis as well, like, but this is considered
a German concentration camp used during the. Okay, I think I had heard this about Namibia. I had heard about this. It was like they killed like a few tens of thousands of people in Namibia. Yeah, I heard about this. But the thing about the German people though, they're the only ones that. And because the way I heard about it was I saw a documentary about it, and there were people from the German government who went over there. They paid reparations to Namibia because of this. They went over there and apologized for what they've done. Don't no fucking other European country that colonized and committed genocide against another group of people fucking pay reparations, go over there and publicly apologize for fucking atrocities.
Everybody else won.
Man, fuck y'all.
They have a shame culture now because of that.
That might be why. But it's hella other people that lost wars that don't do that shit. I think, okay, I'll put it like this. Germany had to do that with the Jewish people. Didn't nobody give a fuck about them African-ass Namibians or whatever, however you say it. Didn't nobody say, y'all gotta go and pay them reparations, y'all gotta go in public. Didn't nobody care about what they did in 1904 to those Africans. We only cared about what they did to the white Jewish people in Germany in the 1930s, right? So they didn't have to go over there and pay reparations to Namibia, 40 years before World War II. But I feel like they did that because, and even Stilgar has talked about how they teach about the past and how to never, you know, do those things that they've done before. So it's not necessarily about them losing. It's the culture of like where they've come from, and like it seems like they've learned from that.
You know, a lot of people have this perspective that you're just money, property, money, trying to pretend like it never happened, and that's not the case. But it's reasonable to get that perception because they take it so seriously that they will only discuss it in very, very specific capacities, and as such, it seems like standoffish, so they won't discuss it. But when you actually get into Germans are also hard to break through with. Like you have to really get to know them before they'll have it.
Why do you go there so much? Oh, for what you said, sorry.
No, not for work. No, not for work. I travel a lot for work, but that's stateside. My wife was born there. Her whole paternal side of her family's still there. And I just fucking dig it.
Fucking digs.
You don't go without it, do you?
Not yet. 15 years at Deep Dish Kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on. Hard working friendship over there. A lot of it bigger than I have here. And I have a buddy who has a birthday party coming up, and he's throwing like a big festival, essentially a music festival. And she probably can't get off of work to go, so I'm probably gonna go without her. And she's gonna be 15 years at what Chicago really runs on. Hard work, patience, and a lot of tomato sauce. When I layer the cheese sauce, I see a city of neighborhoods. 15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on. Hard work, patience, and a lot of tomato sauce. When I layer the cheese and sauce, I see a city of neighborhoods. 15 years in a deep dish kitchen taught me what Chicago really runs on. Hard work, patience, and a lot of tomato sauce. And when every 4-year-old body turns 38 or 39, and the clock, you know, the hourglass turns upside down and the sand's going in that direction, she's gonna go, maybe we should. So
you should like get her you should get her you should pay for her to freeze her eggs as a birthday present.
Yeah, you know, I don't know that she would appreciate that the same way that she might if it goes that direction. You know, I mean, that'd be like look, you don't have to understand this now, but in 8 years, maybe you will. You know, the only reason why we're probably still married is because she's pretty chill on the gift giving thing. We don't really do the gift.
I tell motherfuckers all the time, son, just
go downtown and hang out. It's a wonderful place. Go to the park. It's a wonderful place, and their coffee, including something and quality of life are both
so fucking joking, guys. If not to work out,
I've seen 46 of the 50 U.S. states. I've kind of done it all here. I'm sort of done. And I want to visit more of Europe without there being a 7-hour plane ride over the ocean to do it. So Germany will be the home base, and we'll kind of explore. That's the one great part about not having kids is I could go wherever the fuck I want.
Yeah, traveling, yeah.
I can afford it.
That's the one thing I always get, like, with, like, well, you've been in a relationship with a woman who has children. It's like there's this unassailable like envy or something. And even if you're not doing much with your life, it's kind of like, hey, you get to do this and I don't.
Oh yeah. And there's two kinds of people in that camp: the people that admit they feel that way, and the people that lie about it.
Well, to be honest, I've never met someone who lies about it.
Maybe that's an American thing, but it's great. My life is so much better. And like, no. These are the worst roommates you've ever had, and you're pretending like it's not true.
Oh no, I think so. On some level, I think that's true. But like, as in, just it's one of these things where it's like, when you know, depending on the level of commitment, if it's sort of like, well, my life could take any one of these turns, and it's like, yeah, mine can't. You know, there has to be some level of like stability. Whereas like if you're kind of free and if you're childless, you can kind of like, oh, I could envisage myself living on the other side of the world next year. And it's like,
yeah,
they have to think about school and this and that.
The funny thing is that the one thing that might help with that, you know, life change that might motivate her in that direction is moving to Germany, because it's so much more economically viable, and like the cost of American healthcare in and of itself is enough to dissuade people not to procreate. In Germany, it's so much more reasonable, and you get like years of maternity leave rather than weeks. There's paternity leave, there's tax credit, there's all kind of incentive to like make humans because we kind of need to keep doing that. And here in the U.S., it's just not nearly as practical.
I'm gonna jump off quickly. I've literally been fucking slacking. I was at the gym. So if you guys want to go, I'll catch you there.
Yeah.
Well, I had my fucking party for the night. Oh my god. Yeah. Nathan. And another thing, Abdiel's, Dizzle, whatever. You know what? I thought he was my boo.
I am a SB.
Are you?
Hell yeah.
Guys, she had to find somebody who knew how to fight. That don't be pissing me off for skin race.
Is an example and can pave the way for how to fine tune if you guys do decide to do future competitions. You all are realizing the different things that nobody thought of, nobody considered, questions that went unasked. So now you have an opportunity to perfect it if you do it next time. So, B. Marie, will you do another competition on chat?
Type in the chat. Absolutely never.
Oh. Absolutely not?
No. Absolutely never the fuck again.
What about you, Alpha Glam? Will you participate in another competition?
Under the right circumstances, because if I gotta do this again, I need a coin, okay?
Wait, like I didn't get paid?
No, ma'am.
She didn't get a little coin.
No, ma'am, but I'm okay with that. Like, she asked me to do it, and Mouth asked me to do it, so I volunteered. It was fine. I don't have a problem not getting paid, but I'm just saying that next time, the first one for the free ski, okay? But the second one, I need that coin.
Hey, Marie, did Makeup give you any kickbacks or anything? Did she have
Not a kickback. Not a kickback is crazy.
Ain't nothing
I
wrong.
have a question.
I wasn't expecting. I didn't even know it was a fucking, they were winning something.
Okay. Alright, just checking.
I just want to say you have an
Like B. Marie was clueless to us.
Well, Marie, you have an amazing voice, by the way. But I just want to ask the question. There was a conspiracy in the chat, and I just wanted to know if anyone else noticed it. Somebody said that makeup went off camera. I wasn't there at this time. Somebody said when the competition ended, makeup went off camera and may have been adding finishing touches.
A few times, actually, not once.
A few times.
Twice.
So, granted, it was a lot of problems with the app. So I even say on the behalf of AdSense, because she keeps timing out, give the ladies both extra time. But nobody agreed with it.
Well, hold on. Before the app started glitching, she was getting off cam a few times, and it may have been like four times.
Who was she throwing off camera?
mean, the brushes were supposed to be down, so who knows if the brushes were picked back up?
No, I'm saying, like, when you say off camera, like, just because she's off camera, does that mean she's still working? Like, did they, you know what I mean?
It doesn't mean that she's not still working.
That was the conspiracy. They were saying she was still working probably.
I was gonna say, I don't know how the camera
You know, all pencils down and you still sneaking, adding answers to it.
Exactly.
She was completely off the stage, off cam.
Yeah, but if she was completely off the stage and the model was still there, like, you know what I mean?
No, definitely not there because she was completely gone.
Her camera was, she was not on.
You're saying she heard it, the whole thing was going on. No,
She was covering the camera, like, the whole thing was just gone.
Curtis, how are you so smart with this for at the same time?
because you're saying she was off camera, not the whole Senate was offline. It's a big difference.
Right. It's okay, I understand. You don't piss me off. Thick ass roots about to piss me off.
Get to the facts.
I was just asking y'all.
Fuck her being off camera and not using her strong hand. Like, let's be like for real. Her strong Wait, I thought y'all were discussing
It's this text from me that's in my PTR. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, okay, so my opinion is this, right? I saw there was an age difference between the two parties, the two clients. And that's really it. The makeup was you didn't let me finish though. You didn't let me finish.
Let's revisit it. Go ahead.
Thank you. Because that was really a
Life
big
has a
thing.
poor
I think there was
prognosis.
ageism that was there. I think that both of them had the same style of makeup that was there.
I thought y'all just said that black folks
I'm
can't
getting
speak
text
on the black
messages.
folk
I'm not gonna read
makeup.
that out loud. Don't not send me text messages.
No, Marie agrees with that though. She said it does have a lot to do with
I'm
it.
not speaking from motherfuckers texting me. Don't do that to me.
Hey, let go. Revisiting the same point twice is healthy. But go ahead, brother.
Okay, well, do you want to play a clip? The 10th time? Because that's better.
That is true. Go ahead.
The 8th.
I think you should play that clip from.
Everybody laugh.
So then I think we all agree with
Wait,
you.
hold on, I'm gonna say something.
Okay.
They should have discussed this. Yeah, I know you didn't want to get cursed out. No, but listen, they should. Oh my God, they should have decided this prior to the competition. How old do we want the model to be? I don't know what the age difference is, but.
But that's the part of being a makeup artist. If you're in a competition, are you going to go with someone with the mature skin or a younger?
Younger.
So that's what I want to say.
So that they should have decided. They both should have done the same type of skin.
But honestly, I'm not gonna hold you. It really didn't hold that much bearing on my decision. It didn't really hold that much bearing on my decision because as a makeup artist, we were going everybody. All